Section 1 of A Deep-Water Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry Eads. A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. Section 1. For a number of years it had been my keen ambition to make a deep water voyage, and several times I was on the point of starting to California via the Horn. But just as I had determined upon a vessel, something deterred me each time. At length, after my friends had professed the belief many times that I never would go to sea, and that it was merely a bluff on my part, I determined that, come what would, to sea I should go. And after some little difficulty persuading my wife that it would be of incalculable benefit to her health, so that she finally decided to try not the Cape Horn voyage, but the passage to the east round the Cape of Good Hope. For many weeks I cast about me to find not only a suitable vessel, but an agreeable and gentlemanly skipper. For taking one's wife to sea is a vastly different affair from going alone and putting up with whatever may happen along. How disagreeable for one's wife it would be to sail with a skipper who proved to be an obdurate, bad-tempered man, who resorted to blows for the men upon every occasion, or who called down sea blessings by the fathom upon the head of the second mate because the mizzen royal yard was braced an eighth of an inch too much. Therefore I took extraordinary pains to find an agreeable man to sail with, and after endless delays, a friend of mine in one of the great transatlantic companies advised me to call on a certain Captain Kingdon, of the British ship Mandalore, which was then discharging a cargo at Pier 40, East River. Thither I went, and upon stepping over the side and asking for the skipper, a tall, gray-bearded man came forward and introduced himself as Captain Kingdon. Upon making known my errand, he asked me to step below and talk the matter over. It did not take me long to discover by his accent that he was not an Englishman, so I took him for a Nova Scotian, but on asking him where he was from, he answered, "From Rhode Island." I never was more surprised in my life than to find an American in charge of a British vessel. Later on I found that he had been sailing under the English flag for a little more than 30 years. However, we went below to the cabin, where we finally agreed that, should my wife fancy the accommodations, he would take us to Calcutta, whither the Mandalore was bound with a cargo of case oil. On the following day, my wife and I scanned very closely every part of the ship, and after some little time a bargain was struck, the passage money paid, and at last we seemed upon the eve of departure on the long-deferred deep-water voyage. A short description of the Mandalore would, I believe, interest those who are going to follow us over 13,000 miles of blue water. And so, for their benefit, I will explain that she was an iron ship of 1,699 net tons, 265 feet from stem to taffrail, 39 feet beam, and when loaded to the plimsoll mark, drew 23 feet of water. Her spars were uncommonly straight and very lofty, and she crossed 3 skysail yards. In fact, so tall and erect were her masts that, the hull being out of sight, you would have called her an American, till her iron sides and round stern proclaimed her a Britisher. The accommodations aft were particularly engaging. The cabin or saloon was the best ventilated, airiest apartment I ever saw aboard a sailing ship, a fortunate circumstance, as we afterward frequently acknowledged. There was only one spare room on board, and it was small and stuffy, so the skipper said he would give us the mate's room, a fairly large berth with 2 ports, one in the ship's side and one looking out forward on the main deck. We fixed the room up a little by purchase of a rug for the floor, a new mattress, etc., and by the time the Mandalore had loaded 67,500 cases of oil at Bayonne, we were ready for sea as well, having laid in a good supply of rubber coats and boots, and clothing for the icy blasts of 40 degrees south, as well as suitable attire for the tropics. Many advised us to provide immense quantities of tinned meats and delicacies with which to regale ourselves at sea. We disregarded this, and what we did take consisted of a barrel of bottled beer, a couple of cases of wine, and 2 dozen tins of preserved fruits. Indeed, had we taken our friend's advice, $1,000 would not have sufficed to purchase the incredible amount of canned provisions they would have us buy. "Without these things you will really starve at sea," said these wise men. But I had overhauled the contents of the storeroom and paid little heed to all well-meant suggestions. But this was not all. Nearly every one, particularly my wife's friends, predicted, with dismal groanings, harrowing episodes that would constantly occur. "We would die of heat on the line," or "Fire would annihilate the ship. Who ever heard of going on such a voyage with a cargo of oil anyway?" or "We would fall ill and perish for want of a physician's care." This beautiful panorama was unrolled before us, and when we persisted, people began to express pity for my wife, considering me a heartless wretch. A telegram from Captain Kingdon, however, announced that the Mandalore was laying off Stapleton, Staten Island, with crew shipped, and that she would go to sea next day. June 29th. I chartered a tugboat this afternoon and took a party of relatives and friends down to the ship to see us off. They all admired the Mandalore and expressed the belief that she must be the finest ship that sails out of New York. Each had the countenance of a gravedigger, though, and I feared a scene, till a happy diversion arose that checked the impending rush of tears. I had brought along a favorite pet, a West African monkey that had already accompanied me on various outings, while my wife consoled herself with a fat Maltese cat. These two animals had not seen each other as yet, but Pete, taking a fancy to the cat's looks, dropped artfully upon her from a considerable height, producing such a disturbance that every one roared with laughter, which continued till the cat, freeing herself with a piercing cry, fled below. Nor could we ever after, throughout the voyage, persuade it on the poop again. To my great annoyance, Captain Kingdon was not aboard. I had wanted every one to see the commander of the vessel that was to be our abode for perhaps as long as 5 months, and his absence was a disappointment to all of us. Before we said farewell, I proposed the customary drinking of healths. So I summoned the steward and made the discovery that he too had been concerned about the health of several friends, as he was very voluble and inclined to be sociable. This, I fear, made a very bad impression on most of our guests, and I longed more than ever for the skipper. By this time darkness was closing in, and the time was at hand for the lugubrious leave-takings. When we emerged from the saloon, lo, a thick fog had enveloped the bay in an impenetrable cloud, and a more wretched scene than that on deck can hardly be conceived. Everything forward of the main mast was blotted out, while each yard and spar dripped with moisture, and the air was filled with the harsh voices of scores of steam whistles sending forth their raucous notes of danger. We were in the midst of bidding each other a long farewell when the big ship's bell, under the top gallant forecastle, commenced to give its note of warning, sounding singularly like a funeral dirge rung for our dismal parting. Finally, every one but ourselves scrambled over the gangway to the tug's deckhouse. We heard the gong sound in the engine room, and the tug backed rapidly away from us, disappearing completely in less than a minute. We had scarcely time to collect our thoughts when the supper bell rang, and we went below to our first meal on board. The mate, Frederick Ryan, from St. John, New Brunswick, presided at the table. He could not stem the current of the steward's ceaseless flow of language, and desisted after 2 or 3 attempts. It was a dreary meal, and I was glad to escape on deck, where the fog was thicker than ever. Being very weary, we decided to turn in at once, and down we went forthwith. My wife had a spell of weeping, which was, perhaps, natural. We had not been long below when we noticed several small, red, movable spots on the walls and ceiling, which turned out to be wee cockroaches, not so large as croton bugs. We slew all in sight, then reluctantly blew out the lamp, and in 5 minutes all remembrance of the voyage had faded away. June 30th. This morning at 9, Captain Kingdon came off in a tugboat, and with him the pilot. I got myself up in my sea rig, which was a jumper and trousers made of stout white canvas such as yacht crews wear before 8 bells in the morning. There was but little wind, and it was still thick. But before long I saw the men unship the capstan bars from the rack in the forward end of the midship deckhouse, and shortly after, the clanking of the windlass pawls told us that the anchor was slowly coming in. And soon the tug had tautened the hawser that led over the bows, and we were at last heading for the hook. Disappointment was in keeping for us, though, and we had to let go the anchor in the horseshoe, for the wind was up and down the mast, and nothing was to be gained by towing to sea in this weather. A heavy thunder squall broke over us in the afternoon, accompanied by a strong nor'west wind. It passed in half an hour, and a flat calm ensued. The pilot was an agreeable individual, with numerous yarns to spin, which he told with some gusto. He mentioned later an illustration of the stupendous force exerted by a heavy sea. "There," said he, "do you see those bits?" pointing to the quarter bitts, at least 9 inches in diameter. The last time I took the Umbria in, a sea carried away bits the size of those on the steamer's forecastle head. It was truly marvelous to think of. The pilot seemed to think that taking the monkey to sea was the most remarkable thing he ever heard of. "I have seen hundreds of monkeys brought into New York," he remarked, "but, by Crimus, that's the first one that ever left it on a sailing ship." July 1st. Another tug came down to the ship this morning and passed us her hawser. Once more we hove up the anchor, not to touch bottom again, we hope, till we let go at Calcutta in 4 months or so. Towing out was very slow work, and it was 2 or 3 hours before we were abreast of Sandy Hook lightship, where the tug was to leave us. Meanwhile, we made all sail, including the 3 skysails, so that when the towboat blew several short blasts as a signal to us to cast off, we were going ahead at 5 knots or so. The pilot immediately went over to the side, shouting, "Good luck to you." The little tug sheered off, blew 3 whistles as a farewell, and we were left alone to fight our way to the other side of the world, with nothing but the faithless winds to help us on our journey. I think the first sensation on being thus deserted is helplessness. You see the tugboat steaming whither she will of her own volition. A shift of the helm, ever so little, and she turns to starboard or port, or goes back and goes ahead with no apparent effort. Then you turn to the ship on whose deck you stand, and watch how slowly she forges ahead, braced sharp up on the starboard tack, and depending solely upon the very light southerly breeze for propulsion. The feeling is but momentary, however, and gives place to the appreciation of the stately beauty of the vessel, as she creeps, leaning ever so slightly to the southerly wind, straight out into the east. There is no fierce pulsation of triple expansion machinery here, and no grimy stokers come up gasping and blear-eyed to catch a breath or two of cool air. There is no perceptible movement, and were you to close your eyes, it would be hard for you to believe that you were at sea. For the ocean is as level as a floor, and not even the faintest courtesy has broken the steady way of the ship. July 2nd. Today broke gloriously, with a perfect temperature and a cloudless sky. The thermometer has been in the neighborhood of 77 degrees in our cabin since we left, and we are in high feather at so auspicious a beginning. The ship's carpenter, a good-natured Norwegian, made Pete a comfortable box out of a packing case, covering the front with laths. I could not bring myself to leave Pete behind, and as he is hardy, I have little doubt but that he will finish the voyage as he began it. Each of the men has a kind word for him when relieving the wheel, which bears out the well-known fondness all sailors have for pets. I have made Pete fast to a ring in the flag locker on the poop, where he has abundance of room to jump about without being in people's way. The large skylight over the saloon is made almost wholly of frosted glass, except a narrow, clear strip near the edges of each pane. To this strip Pete fixes his eye when we go below to meals, nor does he for an instant remove them while we are at the table. and should you happen to glance upward, nothing is visible but the monk's two bright little eyes fixed with yearning gaze upon the dish of smoking potatoes. As I said before, the course was about east and the wind at south-southeast. About 5 in the afternoon it freshened, and we slipped along at 7 or 8 knots. The men appear to be a cheerful lot, and there is plenty of singing out at the ropes when the watch tail on to the braces. From what I have so far observed, the starboard watch, the second mates, seem a better set of men than those in the mates. But I can form a better idea later on when there is a sudden call of haul down and clew up. The nights are very damp and the decks wet with dew, and they are surprisingly slippery in consequence. The wind during the evening backed a little to the westward, so as to enable us to ease up the weather braces, and we are sliding along a point or so free. Course by standard compass is nearly east by south or southeast by east quarter east by steering compass. July 3rd. Today broke the lowering clouds and light rain. A faint breeze blew over the starboard beam, giving us about 6 knots. After breakfast, the rain increased considerably and began to show signs of being an all-day affair, as indeed it turned out to be. The sea increased in proportion to the wind, and by noon had assumed a very respectable size. At that hour we were 291 miles by dead reckoning east by south of Sandy Hook, on the edge of the Gulf Stream. For this season of the year we have made an uncommonly good offing, the southwest wind having stood by us splendidly. By the first dog watch there was a pretty strong wind blowing, and at 6 we furled the fore and mizzen skysails. The rain was exceedingly disagreeable and the motion violent, so that my wife kept her bunk all day, miserably seasick. At 6:30, the wind still freshening, the main skysail and all 3 royals were stowed, as well as the outer jib. This left us under pretty snug rig for the night, and away we went reaching along over the head sea that was running in a way that warmed your heart. Half an hour later we carried away the lee maintop gallant sheet, so took in the sail and made it fast. Not long after parted the lee upper main topsail brace, this the second that has gone so far, the weather mizzen skysail brace having parted yesterday. It was a nasty evening up to 9:30, when the rain stopped and the weather cleared up, showing us a steamer's masthead light close aboard. Some of the men lost their heads and rushed aft, singing out in a life or death voice, "Light on the weather beam, Captain! Light on the weather beam!" "Shut up and go forward," said the skipper, embellishing his order with quite a selection of deep-sea blessings. It was rather alarming to see the steamer so close aboard, though I didn't think that the men would have lost their heads as they did. She shifted her helm a little and easily cleared us. The excellence of the cooking and eating on board are matters of considerable surprise to me. But the ice still holds out and we have plenty of fresh beef left, which we all devoutly wish would last at least to the Cape. A peep in at the galley door disclosed a swarthy Philippine islander, bending over the smoking coppers. As a sea cook he is a very good success, and his galley he keeps like a drawing room. The copper utensils are hung all together in a row against the bulkhead, with the iron and tin ones below, all shining brightly in quite a dazzling phalanx, while the tiled floor and even the stove itself were as spotless as the hardest kind of scrubbing and rubbing could make them. July 4th. Independence Day. It broke rainy with strong winds and sea. At 9 o'clock, the weather moderating, we set the 3 royals, and not long afterward the main skysail. I was fortunate enough to be able to persuade my wife to come on deck shortly before noon. She had been very ill for 2 days, in bed continuously. One of the ports in our room leaked miserably, and the water that percolated through ran down inside the ceiling, making a large pool on the floor. The latter is not varnished, as the cabin floor is, but is holystoned, and, indeed, I think it looks much nicer than if shellacked, except that the water, as soon as it touches the bare wood, soaks through, so that even when mopped up to the last drop the planks are still saturated. No one who has not lived in a small room at sea can appreciate the exceeding discomfort ensuing. I was therefore particularly glad to get my wife out of the dingy cavern into the strong, pure air on deck. By supper time she had altogether recovered health and spirits, and all of us drank to the day, the country, and the voyage in fizzing glasses of Ruinart Brut. I dare say that it is but seldom that this wine is drunk under these conditions, nor can I say that warm champagne (the ice has vanished) is as pleasing a tipple as when it issues forth half congealed from the mouth of the bottle. We make an agreeable company at meals, entirely free, as may be well imagined, from shore-going formalities. The gray-whiskered skipper, dignified and affable, graces the head of the table, and continuously regales us with narratives of his early adventures by land and sea. He is particularly prolific in his accounts of his experiences in Madagascar and on the north side of Java. On his right sits my wife, much interested in the skipper's yarns. She assails the rigid slab of cold salt beef that the captain helps her to in so resolute a manner that I cannot but think that I did a wise thing in bringing her to sea. Of course, I sit next to my wife, while opposite to me glows the merry, very boyish face of the mate, Mr. Ryan. When I am alone with him, helping him to pass away the 4 hours of his watch on deck, he is remarkably loquacious. But in the presence of the skipper, no word does he utter unless spoken to. In fact, Captain Kingdon does much to extinguish what little conversation he started with, so that the discourse is limited to us three. For the enlightenment of those whose misfortune it is to make land tax all their lives, I must give an idea of what we live on at sea, which will be a surprise perhaps to those who have given no thought to the subject. For dinner we have mutton or beef broth, tinned, of course, and the best of all kinds of preserved meats and vegetables, boned chicken and pressed tongue and corned beef, haricots verts and French peas, capital juicy huckleberry pie, and rice pudding. Breakfast and supper generally consist of broiled ham and rice or batter cakes with preserves. I must not forget the livestock on board, which affords the only fresh meat we can have. We took 6 dozen fowls to sea with us, and they are in a cage up forward of the main hatch. We have a roasted chicken every Sunday and Thursday. These birds, though, like some people, have seen better days. They are put in the oven at daylight, and at noon taken out and served up nicely browned on the outside. Therein lies the deceit, for within is concealed a fowl of such astonishing resistance as to baffle all attempts at mastication. The flesh is like sugar cane chaff after the juice has been expressed. When we came on board, the steward observed that they were a nice lot of spring chickens. So they are, of the spring of 1875. We also have 4 little pigs on board, confined in a strong iron-barred cage near the forecastle door. They are tiny little porkers, weighing not 10 pounds apiece, and they assure us plenty of succulent chops when we get down into the cold weather of the South Atlantic. Our bill of fare is nearly exhausted when mention has been made of these edibles, but with skillful judgment in the varying of the daily program there is enough to satisfy sea-going people. The day ended finely, enabling the skipper to get an afternoon sight, which put us about 700 miles from Sandy Hook. End of section 1. Section 2 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 2. July 5th. This morning was hot, sultry, and cloudy. It cleared up a little before noon, and I thought that a fine evening would follow. But the clouds that remained had a squally look, and I saw a number of waterspouts waltz by a couple of miles away. A little while after, the clouds assumed an extraordinary appearance, some moving quickly and others more slowly in huge masses of white vapor, showing that very unsettled atmospheric conditions prevailed at no great altitude. Heavy puffs would now and then rip across a small area of ocean, violently disturbing the water in the vicinity and then quickly subside. Such conditions will be readily called to mind by anyone who has been to sea, and when I add that the sultriness increased by an oppressive degree, it will be surmised that something unusual was about to transpire. It was close to the hour of 5 in the afternoon. Seeing a rain squall approaching, I had gone below, and was in the act of pulling on my oilskins when I heard Captain Kingdon sing out in a loud voice, "Let go the royal and top gallant halyards, quick now!" Hardly were the words out of his mouth when I heard the high-pitched shriek of a heavy squall, and at the same instant the Mandalore lay over to it till the carlings overhead seemed nearly perpendicular. Of course, I fetched away and brought up heavily on the lee side of the cabin, from which position I removed myself as quickly as possible (it is a very difficult feat to perform), and hauled myself up the companionway to the poop. On deck an appalling sight greeted me. The ship was rail under, and quite motionless from the very violence of the wind, which came from the south, the ship's head being east and the yards braced sharp up. We had neither headway nor sternway, but remained perfectly still, except that every second we heeled still farther. I have never seen it rain with such fury before or since, though the water did not seem to descend, but was blown along in horizontal strata. I crawled to where my wife was crouching on the weather side of the wheel, under the lee, as much as possible, of the weather claws of the poop rail. She was very pale, but said nothing. Indeed, speech was impossible, for the words seemed to be cut off short and blown away. Every eye went to Captain Kingdon. He stood, self-possessed, at the forward end of the poop, holding on to the weather mizzen shrouds. One order was given, and only one. "Keep your wheel amidships," was all the skipper said. Nothing more could be done. The royal and top gallant halyards had been let go, but the yards would not run down owing to the heel of the vessel. On a sudden I heard many loud reports, and glancing aloft I saw all our upper canvas blowing away and flying down to leeward like patches of brown smoke. This relieved the ship, and she partly righted, only to be struck down again by a second squall, worse, if possible, than the first. Again we lay way over till it seemed as though you could walk out on the masts, and looking across the decks was like looking off the roof of a house. I took a cool view of the vessel, and estimated at the time that the water was more than a foot deep over the lee rail and flush with the main hatch coaming. Deeming the present a time for deeds and not words, the second mate stumbled aft, pulled himself up on the fife rail, and cut the mizzen top sail halyards. This time the heavy yard came crashing down with so hideous a din that I put my face next to my wife's ear and shouted, "Some of the spars have gone, I think." The relief afforded by this act of the second mate, coupled with the easing up of the squall, allowed the Mandalore to right, which she did with the water fully 2 feet deep all over the main deck. I looked to see the bulwarks in the waist and the hatch covers go, but no injury was done except some trifling damage up forward. The amount of water could not have been less than 400 tons, and as the large, square ports in the bulwarks were not open, this immense volume had to run off through half a dozen 6-inch scuppers. We came pretty near losing the mate. He went on to the top gallant forecastle just before the second squall to try and save the inner jib, which was slatting furiously, and when the ship lay over to the second blast, a big sea, that came from heaven knows where, washed him off the forecastle head and almost overboard. He stuck in the lee fore rigging with as close a call as ever a man had. The total amount of damage consisted in the loss of all the royals and the fore and mizzen top gallants, besides ripping the mainsail from head to foot. However, after a little while the ship was brought to her course again, and we proceeded under the 3 lower topsails, foresail, 2 jibs, and the cross-jack, with the weather clew hauled up. Had we been dismasted in a hurricane, the decks could not have presented a more forlorn and desolate sight. All the running gear had been lifted off the pins on both rails when the ship righted the first time, and when the second knockdown came, with 4 feet of water in the scuppers when she rolled, such a mess was never seen. I did not think that such a complicated tangle were possible. The whole presented the most hopeless snarl of sheets, halyards, buntlines, braces, balls of spun yarn, and coils of new manila. The second mate and boatswain had their business cut out for them when they tried to clear up the decks. And it was not till the end of the second dog watch that the main deck assumed its customary air of neatness and order. We found that the mizzen royal had been blown absolutely to pieces, nothing but the bolt rope being left. It looked like a paper hoop at the circus after the bareback riders have jumped through it half a dozen times. Sailors are odd fish. They will fight like wild beasts for life if they think that there is danger, but directly the peril is over, no one ever mentions it again. Thus it was with the mate. At supper, the skipper asked him if he had not come pretty close to going to Davy Jones. "Oh, I don't know," said Mr. Ryan. "I stuck all right in the fore rigging." The second mate, as grizzled an old seaman as ever jockeyed a yardarm, kept us cool throughout the disturbance as though nothing unusual was going on. We had furled the skysails an hour previous to the squalls, and all three would have shared the fate of the mizzen royal. Some of the old sails, I think, can be repaired. July 6th. Today broke with a strong wind and clear sky. All the sails that we had on the ship were the upper and lower topsails and the foresail. Every man on board capable of handling a needle was put to work helping the sailmakers, and gradually we got things into shape up aloft. By noon, a new mizzen-top gallant had been bent, and at 6 in the evening we were carrying the fore and main top gallants and a brand new mizzen royal. At breakfast time this morning sighted a barkentine steering east, being the only vessel we have seen, bar the steamer's light a night or two ago. A word or two here about the second mate would not be amiss, I believe, as he is a genuine character. His name is Kelly, and his hailing port Thomaston, Maine, the home of so many of our deep-water sailors. His age, I should think, is in the neighborhood of 50 years, and his face sufficient proof of the assertion that he had, until this voyage, averaged one round trip a year between New York and San Francisco for 32 years, making 64 times that he has doubled the Horn. His countenance, seared by the sun of the equator and hardened into leather by Cape Horn gales, would have long ago won him a fortune as an artist's model. He has no eyelids, and it is impossible to tell the color of his deep-set eyes. Little holes in his face they look like, continually bloodshot from staring into southwest gales in the Southern Ocean, ably seconded by bad rum. His face is further adorned with an enormous red mustache, extending down each side of his mouth with large bushy ends. It is known ashore sometimes as the car driver's mustache. But most curious of all is the shape of his legs. He is the most bow-legged man it is possible to conceive of. In fact, from his waist down he is the shape of an egg, and a stout, healthy pig could jump through his legs without touching either knee. I have often seen the men put their hands before their mouths to smother a grin when old Kelly rolls forward on the main deck. His deformity has its advantage, though, as during the severest rolling he stands seemingly fixed to the deck, and maintains his equilibrium with no apparent effort. For, by placing his feet a few inches from each other, his knees will be more than a foot apart, and he sways from side to side so comfortably that I often envy him the perfection of his art. The steward aboard a long voyage ship is a man whose friendship it is well to cultivate. He is the autocrat of the storeroom and lords it over the cook. No one ever knows his name, for he always answers to steward. The one we shipped hails from Calais, Maine, and is so ponderous and unmanageable that I cannot understand how he keeps his feet as he comes staggering along the main deck from the galley, with the dishes piled high in a basket under his arm. He is very large as to his waist, and wears a mustache and imperial, after the manner of Napoleon III, and he is the personification of idiotic dignity. At meal hour, though, he insists upon entering into the conversation, especially whenever a question arises that no one, for the moment, can answer. Even the skipper's glares are sometimes lost upon him, and I see now that his wonderful flow of conversation when we first came aboard was not entirely due to bibulous propensities. July 7th. This was the most beautiful morning we have had yet. The wind was south-southwest all day, enabling us to lay our course braced sharp up. We are steering southeast true, and will continue to do so for a long time, crossing 30 degrees in 40 degrees as the saying goes. I have had some little opportunity of observing the men before the mast. Two of them are very old, so old that I am surprised they shipped for so long a voyage. I should have thought that Rio or the River Platte was as far as they would have cared about going. The more ancient but stronger of the two is the assistant sailmaker. He is broad-chested and still bears evidence of having once been a splendid type of a bygone race of sailors. But his face is a mass of wrinkles, and a snow-white ruffle of beard covers his chin and throat. You can easily believe that he speaks the truth when he says that his age is 72 years, 50 of which have been passed at sea. For some years he has been an inmate of the Sailors' Snug Harbor on Staten Island, having come on this voyage on furlough, as I believe an absence from that institution is called. However, this old man still goes aloft, and after the squall the other day did his share of work on the foretop gallant yard. The other very old creature is in the mate's watch. He is a great deal more feeble than the sailmaker, and with difficulty can haul himself above the maintop. He doesn't look as though he'd last the passage out, and when he relieves the wheel, shambles along the deck with a pitiful show of activity, as he sees the officer on watch observing him out of the corner of his eye. As to the rest of the foremast hands, they seem to be an average lot, certainly no better, and probably no worse, than the rest of their genus. In the second mate's watch is an American called Carson, the best seaman in the ship. He did the work of 3 men aloft the other day, and if Mr. Kelly doesn't spoil him, he will undoubtedly prove a jewel. But the second mate jokes with him and flatters him. It is Carson do this, Carson do that. Carson jump aloft and overhaul the fore-sky sail halyards. Any sailor knows what this sort of thing leads to. In less than a fortnight, Carson will be bossing the second mate and, finally, the whole watch. I looked upon a man who has made more than 30 round voyages between New York and California as second mate as being too well seasoned to show friendliness and favoritism to any particular man. I fancy that old Mr. Kelly welcomes him as the only American sailor on board, and unbends towards him for this reason. Sunday, July 8th. Today broke warm and clear, with little or no wind. In fact, when I went on deck, just before 8 bells, we were all but becalmed. The sun was very hot, and a canvas awning was stretched across the poop, making the latter a very comfortable place for dreaming or reading in one of the large, comfortable wicker chairs. We fanned along all day over an almost motionless sea, making only 70 miles in the 24 hours. Opened a bottle of Ruinart, as is our custom on Sundays, and a discussion arose concerning the buoyancy of a champagne bottle, the skipper and mate maintaining that it would float, while I adhered to the belief that it would not only sink, but sink quickly. So I hove one overboard, and down it went. In the afternoon I slung a hammock under the awning, making the clews fast to the spanker boom and the starboard mizzen topmast backstay, and a more delightful place for dozing would be hard to find. For the ship has just roll enough to swing the hammock, and in spite of yourself you must succumb to the motion and the air of general somnolence around you. The mate has many yarns of Nova Scotia and New Brunswick to spin, and as I have been twice to the head of the Bay of Fundy in my own yacht, our interest in the provinces is mutual. Every other night, when Mr. Ryan has the first watch on deck, I wedge myself in between the weather mizzen shrouds and the poop rail, and give and take yarns by the hour with the mate, about the wonderful 60 and 70-foot tides in the Bay of Fundy, how vessels of considerable size have foundered in the steep, hollow sea that makes in the bay when the ebb tide runs out against a strong southwest wind, and the many difficulties that generally beset the mariner in his efforts to make the harbor of St. John. Captain Kingdon is the most persevering pedestrian I ever saw. He generally takes his morning sight at 7:30 and immediately after breakfast works it out. Then he begins to walk, and keeps it up, striding the length of the poop and back with rapid steps for perhaps 2 hours. After dinner he resumes his exercise and doesn't stop till 4, when the afternoon sight claims his attention, while he passes at least an hour in the same way before turning in. Thus, for 5 hours of every day does the skipper pace the deck, doing from 10 to 12 miles in that time, and seldom pausing except now and then to cast his eye at the weather leach of the mizzen skysail when the helmsman is told to "look out what you're doing." At 9:15 this evening we put the ship about for the first time on the port tack, the wind having shifted dead ahead, southeast. The man at the wheel, a gigantic Finn, let the ship get in irons, and a pleasant time he had for the next 15 minutes. Fortunately, the wind was very light, and the ship was soon on her course again, heading southwest. July 9th. This was another clear, warm morning, with a little more wind than yesterday, although still dead ahead. The best course that we have been able to look up to since yesterday was south by west, so that we are 5 points off our true course. At 9 this morning we sighted a steamer steering about west-southwest and bound evidently to some southern port in the United States. We made our number, where from, where bound, and all well to the steamer, which hoisted her answering pennant immediately. She will probably report us in 5 days or so. An hour later exchanged signals with a ship also. She proved to be the Canterbury of Glasgow, 1,260 net tons, and was steering a little to the northward of west, and perhaps was bound to New York. This speaking of vessels makes quite a little excitement on board a sailing ship. Very likely, while you are at breakfast, the mate will say, "There's a ship's royals showing in the southeast, sir. I think she's bound to the westward. Are we going to make our number?" Then the skipper will say, "Yes," and orders the helm shifted so as to bring the stranger close aboard. After breakfast we hang over the rail, discussing the nationality of the ship, which has now risen to her upper topsails perhaps, and bets are laid in favor of her being an Englishman. By and by her hull rises out of the water, and we see by the look of it and the cut of her courses that she flies the English flag, long before she hoists the red ensign. Then the little mate assumes an air of great importance and proceeds to select from the locker the flags KCBD, which in the international code language spell Mandalore. While he is bending them onto the signal halyards, much agitated for fear of putting D above B, Pete, the monkey, who, it will be remembered, was secured to the flag locker, has stealthily possessed himself of the signal code book, and before I could rescue it, has totally destroyed 30 or 40 pages from the middle of the book. Most captains would have either hove him overboard or exterminated him with a belaying pin. But our good old skipper only gazed ruefully at the ruined book, saying that he ought not to have left it where Pete could reach it. I was much relieved to know that he has another copy of this important volume below. By this time, the excitement incident to the destruction of the signal book has passed away. The stranger is abreast of us, and we have run up our number, the flags fluttering gaily out from the end of the monkey gaff, 80 feet from the deck. Then, while the other vessel hoists the flags that spell Canterbury, we tell her in addition that we are from New York for Calcutta, and ask them to report us all well. They must have been short of flags, or else remarkably lazy on the Canterbury, for they refused to talk any more, but dipped the ensign 3 times, to which we responded by thrice lowering our flag. When we had executed all these maneuvers, the 2 ships were so far apart that I could not see the painted ports of the Canterbury, and in another hour she had sunk to her top gallants, almost invisible. Such an incident as the one just mentioned no doubt seems trivial enough to shore-going people, but to those at sea it is a matter of considerable interest. For apart from the pleasant break in the day's monotony, you are reasonably sure of being reported in a few days, which is always good news to those at home. As the ships hauled abreast of each other, it is amusing to see the men run to the rail to catch a momentary glimpse of the stranger. while a row of black dots just above her rail showed that her crew were sizing up the Mandalore. 2 or 3 figures on her poop closely scanned us with binoculars. How deep in the water a sailing ship looks as you pass her at sea. It seems as though she must founder in anything like bad weather, and yet how few accidents of this sort happen. At noon today, we were clear of the Gulf Stream entirely, having had about 6 days of it. From now on, till we take the northeast trades, light winds are to be expected, and we cannot hope to average more than 100 miles a day. In the second dog watch, a swell came rolling out of the west, and a good breeze is looked for from the same quarter. July 10th. Another such day as yesterday, warm and nearly calm. Captain Kingdon considered the weather favorable for cleaning the ship's bottom, as we are very foul. So at about 10 o'clock the main yard was backed, and I became the spectator of a curious proceeding. For some days previously I had noticed the men at work on a strange-looking device, made of half a dozen planks about 6 feet long, lashed together so as to make a platform about 2 yards square. On this were secured 12 pieces of sheet iron bent to a right angle, one side of each fastened to the wooden square, the other side or end standing perpendicularly to the height of 4 or 5 inches. On the reverse side of the platform 8 galvanized iron, airtight cylinders were lashed, the whole presenting a puzzling appearance. I was not long kept in ignorance, however, for the machine was at once lowered over the stern, and, by means of wire ropes leading to the main deck caspins, was hauled fore and aft along the bilges. By looking over the side you could see immense numbers of barnacles that, having been detached, were drifting away below the surface like a school of small fry. Then I understood the meaning of the contrivance. The bent edges of the sheets of iron scraped off everything with which they came in contact, while the airtight cylinders on the other side of the planks kept forcing the whole thing upward, pressing it tightly against the ship's bottom. At 11 this morning we sighted a fore and aft schooner forward of the lee beam. For a long time we could not make her out, the atmosphere being unfavorable, but at length, when she had neared to a mile, it was seen that she was a whaler. She passed close under our stern, and seeing us hove to, her skipper hailed us and asked whether we wanted any assistance. Captain Kingdon, after declining, asked him to come aboard, and after some deliberation they lowered away the starboard quarter boat and pulled aboard of us. The schooner proved to be the Pearl Nelson, of New Bedford, Captain Thompson, of 117 tons. She had been out 14 months, cruising between the Cape de Verdes and the West Indies with fair success. Her skipper was a very short individual, about 50 years old, of excessive beam and quite a lordly air, and he diffused a powerful, far-reaching fragrance of whale oil throughout the ship. I think he took me for one of the officers of the Mandalore, for whenever I spoke to him in the presence of Captain Kingdon, he answered in monosyllables or not at all. I pitied him, though, and as he had an arid look, I asked him to have a drink. Instead of melting into a sunny smile, his countenance assumed a severe cast, as he withered me with, "I never drink liquor." But something more was to come. Thinking that perhaps he would like to have some reading matter, I rummaged about our stateroom, trying to find some novels that I thought he might like, and I found Sappho, Around the World in 80 Days, and a flesh-creeping tale called Dynamite Dick. When I presented these to him, he looked calmly at the names, scanned a few pages, and then handed them back, saying sternly, "I never read anything but the Bible." Oh, ye gods, think of that! A whaler first refusing a drink, and then asserting that his reading matter was contained between Genesis and Revelation. He was too upright a man for me, and he made me feel quite uncomfortable. So I left the two skippers and went on deck, where I fell to studying the splendid whaleboat of Captain Thompson that lay alongside. The Pearl Nelson was manned, as is the custom with whalers in the North Atlantic, by dark-skinned Western Islanders, a confused race consisting chiefly of a mixture of Portuguese and Negroes. This whaleboat's crew that lay alongside were very powerful, fearless-looking fellows, though with pleasant countenances. The schooner herself was not a bad-looking vessel, very seaworthy, and entirely fore and aft rigged. A surprising circumstance to me, as one always hears of whaling barks, that seeming to be an almost universal rig for the business. I heard not long ago, as an evidence of the continued prosperity of whalers, that a Scotch bark, the Active of Dundee, last year cleared $30,000 in one very short voyage, having taken 4 tons of Greenland whalebone worth more than $10,000 per ton, the voyage paying 360%. About 4 o'clock, Captain Thompson appeared on deck, paid no heed at all to the monkey as he walked across the poop, although Pete missed the calf of his right leg by only one link of his chain, and disappeared gravely over the side. In 10 minutes he stood on his own quarter-deck, uncovered his head in a stately bow, and then filled away, standing to the northward. If righteousness and humanity count for aught, Captain Thompson ought to reach St. Michael's with his vessel full of ambergris. We continued our scraping till supper time, when we wore ship and headed away on the starboard tack, steering northeast by east, showing that the wind is still ahead. End of section 2. Section 3 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 3. July 11th. Another just such superb day as yesterday, although the wind is still from the southeast. After breakfast, we laid the main yard aback and commenced the tedious task again, this time scraping the port side of the bottom. At 8 o'clock, the Pearl Nelson was 5 miles or so away on the lee beam, and at noon, the wind having freshened a little, her trucks had vanished below the horizon. Late this afternoon I saw the most beautiful display of deep-sea fish that ever came to my notice, having fallen in with a school of what sailors call dolphins. Many times I had heard and read of the great beauty of these inhabitants of the deep, but what I saw astonished me beyond measure. And as they are never met with on soundings, the water is always of that marvelous ultramarine color only to be seen in the deep solitudes of the ocean, and transparent as air, so that nothing interrupts the vision, and the slightest movement of a fish, far below the surface, is distinctly visible. The colors of the dolphins were so exceedingly brilliant that one could, with difficulty, believe that they were living animals, especially as all their rapid and graceful movements were made without the slightest apparent motion. So fascinating a picture did they make that my wife and I could have watched them the whole afternoon, had they not taken fright and darted away not to return. Even the gorgeous coloring of the angelfish of the Bahamas cannot approach that of the dolphin. The skipper rigged a harpoon and struck 2 of them, but did not get fast. It seemed wicked to kill them, and we would not have tried to do so, except for the sake of a mess of fresh fish, the flesh, so it is said, being very delicious. It is curious, I think, that sailors should call this fish a dolphin, for it certainly is not. The true dolphin is generally about 7 to 8 feet long, that is, about the size of a porpoise, has a flattened kind of beak instead of a mouth, and a blowhole, and belongs to the cetaceans. While the fish that we saw today, which seafaring men call the dolphin, looks something like a bluefish, except that the head, forehead, if you can call it that, is very high and blunt. Sailors call the true dolphin bottlenose. We came very near having a tragic termination to the harpoon business. The incident, or accident, happened while Captain Kingdon was trying to strike the second dolphin. The manner in which he goes to work on such occasions is this. After the harpoon has been rigged, that is, fitted with a wooden handle and a long line, the skipper steps outside the poop rail and stands on what is called the half round. That makes the poops of English ships something like a whaleback, in order to have a better command over the harpoon and a clearer view of the fish. To aid him still further, the skipper passes the bights of a line around his waist, belaying the ends to the rail or one of the pins, and leans far out over the water so that he can see right under the counter. Captain Kingdon was in his position and just about to hurl the iron when the rope, which had been carelessly belayed, slipped. Our hearts seemed to stop beating as the skipper fell backward, but just as he was disappearing, he caught the very bottom one of the rail stanchions, and hung there until the steward and I hauled him aboard. Only a moment before, I noticed a number of pilot fish hovering about, indicating the presence of sharks, which would probably have made it unpleasant for Captain Kingdon had he fallen overboard. This certainly is the region for beautiful sunsets, and as we go farther south I understand that they increase in brilliancy. We had a superb one tonight, with wide bars of gold radiating from behind a vast black cloud. We filled away at 6 and proceeded, braced sharp up, and, as usual, 5 points off our course. July 12th. Still the light weather holds on. This day was even calmer than the previous ones, and it makes the 5th day of headwinds. Last voyage Captain Kingdon took a strong southwesterly wind after leaving the Gulf Stream and held it to the 30th parallel, almost until he took the northeast trades. Late in the afternoon a shark took the line that is always towing astern, and instantly everything was excitement. This line is what is known as a cod line, and is perhaps 40 fathoms long, ending with 2 strands of stout wire twisted together, giving a total length of probably 300 feet. The method of ascertaining when a fish has taken the hook is simple and infallible. A slender stick of wood is made fast in a vertical position to the poop rail, to the upper end of which is secured the cod line, which then passes inboard and well secured to a stanchion. The result of this arrangement is that when a fish has been hooked, the slightest effort is all that is required to break the stick with a sharp snap. This the helmsman hears and gives the alarm. Being nearest to the stick when it broke this afternoon, I undertook the job of hauling the shark in, a matter requiring judgment, as he could easily part the line if alarmed. I was lucky in hauling him in up to the iron wire, when I was glad to hand the line to 2 of the men, who passed it up forward to the mizzen rigging, bringing the beast under the counter, the skipper standing by with his ever-ready harpoon, waiting for the fish to appear. At length, seeing his chance, he hurled the iron and, by a dexterous stroke, fastened the shark behind the gills. He made a short rush, but was bleeding copiously from both gills, and we hauled him in again, this time with the stout harpoon line, and tried to pass a running bowline over his tail while the skipper ran for his rifle. Before he returned, the boatswain, a most perfect example of the English cockney, appeared upon the scene, said that no one could teach him anything about handling sharks, and laid hold of the wire part of the cod line, for the hook was still holding. Just at this moment Mr. Shark began to thrash about as only a wounded shark can, and at length worked the harpoon out of his body, having twisted the stout iron rod into an S. One more fierce rush, which parted the cod line like a cotton thread, and away he went. This was where the boatswain showed his wonderful knowledge, for just as the big fish made his final rush, he managed to get a turn of the iron wire around the first finger of his left hand, and in another second the first joint of that finger fell to the deck, having been as cleanly severed as if done with a meat chopper. This man will never boast again that he of all men is best qualified for the capture of sharks. The fish looked to be between 10 and 11 feet long. At 4 this afternoon we sighted a 3-masted schooner on the port quarter, distant about 12 miles, but she sailed so much faster and laid so much closer to the wind than we that at dusk she was abeam and only 3 miles to leeward. Our latitude at noon was 36 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 49 degrees 30 minutes west. July 13th. Another day of very light airs, though, as what wind there is abaft the beam, we are making some little progress. Last evening, however, there was not a breath of wind, and when the skipper lit a cigar, about 10 o'clock, the match burned without a flicker. During the last 2 days we made only 50 miles to the good. If a man has any musical attainments at all, he will find the playing of whatever instrument on which he can perform a very great pastime at sea. On the last day before we embarked I thought of a small harmonium, that has hitherto accompanied us wherever we went, and so I had it sent down to the ship with our luggage. It is very small, embracing only 3½ octaves, and is known as Mason and Hamlin's yacht organ. It is always in tune, never gets out of order, and can be packed away in a wooden case for shipment. On such a voyage as this, I would not be without this little instrument for a great deal, as it takes the place, for nearly all purposes, of a large and cumbrous organ. Fortunately, I brought some music along as well, having filled one trunk tray with it, so that I can enjoy Haydn and Beethoven as well here as in civilization. Last evening I had the harmonium taken on deck, the moonlight being so exceedingly brilliant that I could easily see the notes without the aid of a lamp. Latitude at noon, 36 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 48 degrees 2 minutes west. July 14th. The light weather still prevails and seems likely to for an indefinite length of time. During the last week we did not make quite 150 miles, about an average of 20 miles a day. Wherever the word mile is met with in this journal, the sea mile or knot is meant, never the statute mile. Now this speed would be a source of irritating annoyance to most people, even to those who had made up their minds when they went to sea to brave whatever discomforts might arise on the voyage without murmur. When you are in your house or club ashore, it is very easy to say to your relatives and friends, "What do I care for a few days' calm weather?" Or, "Suppose it does come on to blow a gale of wind, what of it?" But it is a vastly different matter when you are actually at sea and experiencing a series of calm days, when a bottle hove overboard sometimes will be in plain view for 2 or 3 hours at a time. But I can't say that it makes me unhappy, and, as far as I can judge, my wife is no more inconvenienced by our sluggish pace than I am. Our chief amusement is backgammon, of which we often play as many as 40 games between 8 in the morning and 10 at night. Indeed, if I were going to sea alone, I would choose a skipper who was fond of games, as they are really almost necessary. The evening, particularly, would hang very heavily on our hands were it not for backgammon and cards. For when we tire of the former, Captain Kingdon joins us in a three-handed game of euchre or casino. Before we sailed, I had determined to study seamanship and navigation seriously, the latter in all its branches, and not as the majority of yachtsmen do, who make a great show of nautical instruments on their boats without having a very clear idea of what they are for. I know 3 or 4 yachtsmen who exhibit with pride glittering sextants and ask you, with a sort of awe, if you won't come in and see my chronometer. Now, there is not the least chance of these men ever going out of sight of the land, and most of them would contemplate with terror a straight run from Cape Cod Light to Mount Desert Rock. They will tell you that they keep these instruments on board in case anything happens. I have had for a long time a keen desire to possess a navigator's certificate, and now is my chance to become proficient in both navigation and seamanship. 2 days ago I began study with the mate, who gives me on alternate days, according as he has the watch below or on deck, from 1 to 2 or from 4 to 5 in the afternoon. Mr. Ryan is very keen on figures, and holds an English master's certificate as well as an American license for mate of a steam vessel. With him as instructor, I ought to progress rapidly, and he tells me that if I work hard I will be able to pass an English Board of Trade examination before we are up with the Cape. Latitude at noon, 36 degrees 4 minutes north, longitude 46 degrees west. July 15th. Sunday, and 2 weeks at sea today, and one cannot imagine a more tortoise-like progression. But what do 10 days more or less mean on a voyage of 18 weeks? Of course, the skipper is impatient at the delay. But why is it that the rest of a ship's company on all deep-water ships begin to blackguard the weather as soon as the wind falls light? They shipped on the Mandalore knowing that the voyage might easily run into 150 days, and knowing equally well that weeks of calm weather are not uncommon. Yet both the mates passed the watches cursing the weather, the ship, and the voyage. but not the skipper. That'll come by and by. Perhaps the pleasantest hour in the 24 is 5 in the afternoon, when I have the skipper's porcelain tub half filled with seawater and simply revel in the cool brine. Shore-going people, as I have said before, have no idea of the wonderful clearness and bright sparkle of deep-sea water. After the heat of such a day as this, nothing can equal the recuperative qualities of a simple bucket of seawater, for the thermometer in our room stands between 84 degrees and 82 degrees continuously, day and night. At 8 yesterday morning, I forgot to say, we sighted a bark of about 800 tons on our port or lee bow. She was a point nearer the wind than we were and moving a bit faster, so that at dusk she was dead ahead about 4 miles away. But this morning we found that we had overhauled and passed her, which was very credible with our foul bottom, for such scraping as we did has no very great effect on the ship's speed, as only the largest barnacles came off. We made our number to the bark after breakfast, to which she replied by simply hoisting the American flag. Last night my wife ran a pair of sharp-pointed scissors far into one of her fingers. Visions of blood poisoning arose, not pleasant to contemplate when beyond the reach of a physician. Just now the bosun's finger is causing him a tremendous amount of trouble. At first, for 24 hours after the accident happened, he says that he felt only a numb pain, but now he can get no sleep during his watch below, and the throbbing of the wound he describes as fearful. The wire that took his finger off was very rusty, and if he escapes blood poisoning entirely, it will be miraculous. I never saw a man show more evidence of acute pain than the bosun did when, just after he had hurt himself, the skipper dressed the wound, pouring Friar's balsam on the raw flesh before bandaging. Friar's balsam is the universal remedy at sea for apparently all bodily ailments. But yet the captain of a long voyage ship must be, in a way, a physician as well as a surgeon, though particularly the latter. Accidents happen at sea all the time, and it is necessary that he understand how to set a limb passably well, how to reduce a dislocation, and how to apply bandages. On the starboard side of the Mandalore's companionway is a wide, shallow closet with glass doors, filled with all sorts of medicines, salves, and liniments that might be necessary at sea, while a cupboard underneath contains splints, big rolls of adhesive plaster, and rubber and cotton bandages of all sizes, a number of simple surgical instruments completing the outfit. The most useful article seems to be a pair of dentist's forceps, as the skipper has already drawn 3 or 4 teeth. It is not necessary for the old man to inquire what a sailor wants when he comes aft, as a huge lump in his cheek tells more plainly than words what ails him. Then the skipper grabs his forceps, turns to the man who has been standing in the cabin doorway fumbling his hat and staring at the ceiling, seizes the offending tooth with remarkable dexterity, and with one good strong wrench plucks it out, the sailor backing out with mumbled thanks. Thus is dentistry added to Captain Kingdon's many accomplishments. Latitude 35 degrees 27 minutes north, longitude 45 degrees 50 minutes west. July 16th. This day's history must be commenced with the same old story of light winds, for during the 24 hours we made only 14 miles of southing. Last night at 9 we had a shift of wind to the eastward. The braces were manned, and soon the Mandalore was slipping along at 2 or 3 knots on the port tack. At some time during the night, though, we tacked ship again, and daylight saw us crawling along with the wind once more coming in faint breaths over the starboard side. Last night we witnessed another exquisite sunset. Just before he went down, I went up to the mizzen-top, and for 15 minutes sat spellbound at the gorgeous picture. The ship was under all possible canvas, with the great mainsail visible to me under the foot of the lower mizzen-top sail, bellying out and then collapsing as the vessel rolled about in the easy swell. The deep Prussian blue of the water alongside, merging in this light into green 200 yards away, and the magnificence of the sunset made a panorama that I will not soon forget. Two rain squalls, so numerous in this locality, were approaching each other, and seemed to meet just as the sun had sunk into the sea. And who can describe the glory of the clouds just as the sun dipped? No one that ever lived, and the greatest of artists could not have transferred the scene to canvas. Such a sunset can never be forgotten. Latitude 35 degrees 13 minutes north, longitude 45 degrees 17 minutes west. July 17th. For some days I have not been feeling up to the mark, owing to overeating and lack of exercise. Nearly everyone who first goes to sea begins by eating immense quantities of food, while all his customary exercise has been cut short, his appetite being splendid owing to his new surroundings and the strong, salty air. For a while he doesn't perceive that anything is wrong with him, till, at the end of a fortnight or so, he finds that he must cut down his bill of fare in order to keep well. It is next to impossible to take enough exercise at sea unless one goes aloft with the men and lends a hand at putting on new chafing gear and doing other light jobs in the rigging. And while this occupation is very pleasant and agreeable for a few days, the novelty of the thing soon passes away, and one is reduced to walking the poop as the only means of stretching one's muscles. But as the poop is very short, only about 40 feet in length, it cannot be supposed that much exercise is to be derived from stumping it. What surprised me greatly was the small amount of food that sailors eat. Captain Kingdon, for instance, is the lightest eater I ever saw, his breakfast consisting generally of a slice of cold ham and a little bread and butter. The mate makes his breakfast on a strange compound. He always helps himself to a plateful of oatmeal, burgoo in sea lingo, scoops out a cavity in the middle of it like a crater of a volcano, which he fills with liquid ham fat, and then smothers the mass with half a pint of molasses. I have tried to bring myself to taste this curious mixture, but my courage fails at the crucial moment. I understand the down east lumbermen and coasters depend during the winter for food on burgoo, ham fat, and molasses, and a heartier set it would be difficult to find. Yesterday after dinner we had a light air from the westward of south, which enabled us for the first time in many days to lay our course. The breeze was as usual short-lived though, and we were soon heading away off again. This morning at 11 we sighted a big English four-masted bark, according to their nomenclature, with double top-gallant yards, homeward bound. We made our number at 15 minutes past noon, but they did not answer. She was a splendid vessel with immense freeboard forward, and I counted 36 different sails set, including 11 staysails, which surprised me as the majority of new ships no longer use them. She was steering about north with the wind on her quarter, and a finer looking English ship I never clapped an eye on, for she had a grand sheer, so different from most of the iron sailing vessels turned out from the English and Scotch yards. This vessel had the living quarters, etc., amidships, the first sailing ship I ever saw built that way. The idea is that the structure amidships breaks the seas as they come aboard in heavy weather and prevents the water from collecting in the waist, often carrying away bulwarks and hatch covers. The Clyde Clipper seems to have vanished. Instead, one now sees ugly, flimsily constructed vessels made of iron and steel, with bows like an apple and great fat quarters, instead of the graceful, speedy wooden clippers of bygone years. The British builders have also ceased to rig their ships with an eye to the beautiful, although the English never did put such spars into their ships as we did, and indeed still continue to do. The Mandalore is the only English ship really loftily rigged I ever saw, and she was designed and sparred by Captain Kingdon. I think it is a great pity that the United States and England cannot seem to agree in the nomenclature of vessels. The English call a four-masted vessel square rigged on the fore, main, and mizzen, and fore and aft rigged on the jigger, a four-masted bark, claiming that as the vessel is fore and aft rigged on the after mast, she must be a bark, and also maintaining that the word ship ought to be applied only to three- and four-masted vessels entirely square-rigged, in which latter case I think they are right. We in America built the first four-masted sailing ship schooner-rigged on the jigger and called it a ship, the builders contending that it was a ship with an additional or auxiliary fourth mast. We still call this rig a ship, though four-masted vessels square-rigged all over are by no means uncommon, and, strictly speaking, only these and full-rigged three-masters are ships. That estimable paper, the New York Marine Journal, has invented the word shipentine for those vessels carrying the fore and aft rigged jigger masts, but the name does not seem to be in use outside of New York. The true four-masted bark is the vessel that is square-rigged on the fore and main and fore and aft rigged on the mizzen and jigger, a type of which we have several representatives, chief among them being the Olympic of New Bedford, a splendid vessel, almost new, and in many respects the finest sailing vessel I ever saw. That she sails well is attested by the fact that she went from New York to Puget Sound in 107 days. I am getting along nicely in navigation, unless one goes into the trigonometrical part and proves the work by mathematics. The science is a matter of adding and subtracting columns of figures, for that is really all it amounts to. Seamanship, though, is a different matter. According to my way of looking at the matter, a good seaman is born, not made, and though any skipper or mate may become fairly proficient in the art, they never will equal the man in whom seamanship is inherent, and who can tell exactly at what moment to put the helm up to wear ship in a heavy sea, or just when it becomes necessary to heave to in a gale. Latitude at noon, 33 degrees 57 minutes north, longitude 45 degrees 24 minutes west. End of section 3. Section 4 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 4. July 18th. The same conditions of wind and weather prevail today as for many previous ones, the wind coming still out of the south-southeast, forcing us to steer southwest. Everything points to an indefinitely protracted spell of light weather, and poor Captain Kingdon is at his wits' end. Last voyage, instead of being 17 days getting where she is now, the ship in 8 days was in the same latitude and 250 miles farther to the eastward, a better position in less than half the time. I venture to make the prediction that we shall be more than 45 days to the line. It is remarkable how well my wife bears the heat and the tedium of the calm weather. Most people will say that 80 degrees is not an excessively high temperature, but let them remember that the thermometer stands at 80 degrees every hour in the 24, rising 2 degrees or 3 degrees higher at midday. The Mandalore being an iron ship, the topsides become heated to a surprising degree by the sun, and of course the temperature in the cabin and staterooms is correspondingly raised, and not until 6 or 7 hours after sunset does the heat abate below, and even by 2 in the morning the temperature has not fallen more than 2 degrees. Under the awning of the poop, though, there is nearly always some breeze, however light. And even when the wind is up and down the mast, there is motion enough in the rolling of the ship on the light swell to give us pleasant draughts of air out of the sails, so that at no time has it been unpleasantly hot on deck. My wife does more reading than everyone else on board put together, and speaking of books, it is wonderful how cheaply and neatly they are bound in these days. We brought to sea with us 100 bound volumes, costing only $15. While the binding is, of course, not very good, it is neat-looking and serviceable, and a great improvement over the old-time paper-covered novels. The books were packed in a large wooden case, and in buying it was necessary to take the whole box just as it stood, but the selection is excellent, and embraces 3 or 4 of the works of each of the great authors. Games still continue to be the chief pastime. My wife and I occupy the whole of the forenoon with backgammon, and from 7:30 to 10 in the evening dominoes take its place. In spite of the sameness of the successive days, they fly by with astonishing swiftness. Everything is running smoothly. The men know each other, work well together, and there is much hilarity in the second dog watch. Sparring seems to be their chief amusement, and there are many severe bouts always going on between 6 and 8, bleeding noses and split lips generally ending the contests. Latitude 32 degrees 26 minutes north, longitude 46 degrees 9 minutes west. July 19th. The evil one seems to have laid hold of the southeast wind, for it still keeps on blowing a light breeze from that quarter. When the course is southeast by east, fancy having to steer south-southwest as we did yesterday. Thus far we have caught no edible fish, which is rather surprising, as there are plenty of dolphins about, which make fine steaks, I am told. But there is so great a variety in the meals on board that we do not as yet feel the absence of fresh meat. The only thing we really miss is butter. There is indeed plenty of tinned butter on board, but as it is not what can be called tempting, we do not touch it. When a tin is opened, the contents look like sweet oil, the heat having converted the butter into a yellow rancid fluid that the mate dips out of the tin with a teaspoon and pours on slices of soft bread. Of milk, of course, we have none, except the condensed variety. But as it is easy for most people to get along without milk, its absence doesn't bother us in the least. I think the skipper was somewhat deceived in the corned and salt beef. The former is somewhat aromatic when taken out of the cask, while the salt meat served to the men is so far gone that half a barrel at a time has to be hove over the side. Fortunately, we have on board dozens of tins of boned chicken, pressed tongue, and corned beef, and there are always two varieties of vegetables on the table at dinner, besides a special dish of rice cooked for me and prepared with all the skill of an East Indian. Sailors will not touch rice, calling it "strike me blind." They profess to believe that the eating of it will cause them to lose their sight. The true reason, in my opinion, for their refusing it is to be found in the fact that rice forms the staple article of diet of the native sailors of the East, who come under the Caucasian sailors' definition of "niggers," and because these men live on it, the other men will not touch it. These are splendid nights. This evening the almost full moon rose out of a cloudless sea line, and seemed so near that she had the appearance of having been shoved right up out of the ocean. And later on, a little before 10, she presented a magnificent spectacle as she hung suspended for a few minutes over a huge black cloud that had suddenly arisen out of the southeast. A little rain fell a while afterward, and a wee bit more wind came out of the cloud, but at 10:30 we were again motionless on the surface of the water. Latitude at noon, 31 degrees 56 minutes north, longitude 45 degrees 32 minutes west. July 20th. Not so much wind today, but we are laying our course. It is shocking to hear the mates blackguarding the weather, especially Mr. Kelly. He has the most abundant flow of profane language ever heard. He must think up and add to his remarkable collection of oaths whenever he is alone, for the variety of his profanity is distinctly his own. Captain Kingdon keeps his temper remarkably well, considering the cussedness of the elements. Last voyage he was making 170 miles a day over almost this same ground, or water, as against 25 miles a day this passage. His average run to the line from New York is about 30 days, whereas we have been out nearly 3 weeks and are not halfway to the equator. I have made no mention of the two apprentices on board, boys as they are always called at sea. One is an English lad known as Dan. The other is a Scandinavian called Mike. Dan is a fat, heavy, lazy youth of apoplectic temperament, evidenced by the purple color of his face upon exertion. He deserted from an English coaster a few months ago and came to America in the steamer Paris as a lamp trimmer. He seems to be a shiftless kind of fellow, and I'll wager that he'll never rise above able seaman. Mike is Dan's antithesis. Two boys of 18 could not be more opposite in disposition and appearance. The Norwegian is tall and very strong and active, with broad shoulders and large, powerful limbs. Like most Scandinavians, he is florid and very good looking. No exertion seems to discompose him. I have known him to go hand over hand, without using his feet, up the mizzen royal backstay as far as the topmost cross trees, then slide down the mizzen top maststay to the maintop, and then on down the mainstay, dropping off onto the forward deckhouse, and all this without show of effort. Mike is the sort of fellow that passes for a master's certificate and obtains a command at 25. I had a long talk with him this evening just before 8 bells went, and he told me that this was his first voyage on blue water, all his sailing heretofore having been done in the shallow but violent North Sea. There is another man on board, an able seaman who has served 3 years on a United States cruiser, who is a smart hand, though as lazy as a well-fed duck. His name is Lowen, and he has a most villainous cast of countenance. But his looks belie him, for he is good-natured and jolly as can be. The dog vane at the mizzen truck had a turn in it the other day and wouldn't blow out. The mate standing by the galley door noticed it and sung out, "Who'll go up and clear that vane?" 2 or 3 of the watch jumped into the mizzen rigging, but Lowen, owing to his training, was on the mizzen royal yard ere the others were much higher than the topmast cap. Then he grasped the slender skysail pole and, shinnying up in true man-of-war style, cleared the bit of bunting and slid down the backstays in as seaman-like a manner as one could wish to see. Latitude 31 degrees 46 minutes north, longitude 44 degrees west. July 21st. I am now a past master in the science of dead reckoning. Mr. Ryan has proved to be a first-rate teacher, and thus far I have worked very hard and systematically. Most of the examples he takes from Ainsley's Guide to the Marine Board Examination for Masters and Mates. The problems in this are very difficult, and are the same as those used by the British Board of Trade. I am proud to say that I can do any day's work in Ainsley, although the mate says he is going to make me work a traverse every day till we arrive at Calcutta. He says that more mistakes are made in dead reckoning than in any other branch of navigation, and that it is impossible to practice day's work problems too much. So every afternoon I have to work out the hardest kind of a traverse table, with 7 or 8 different courses and currents of various strength, while the ship is hove to half the time, coming up and falling off in quite a dizzy manner. At 8 a.m. today we sighted an iron bark on the weather bow, and at 11 we crossed her distant about 1 mile. We made our number, to which she replied that she was the Fairmount of Glasgow, 790 tons, bound from West Indian ports to the United Kingdom 47 days out. We were much surprised to find that she flew the English flag. We took her for an Italian, with bad setting sails, carrying no fore royal, but a main skysail, and she was the most dingy, forbidding-looking iron pot that one's fancy could picture, and I could imagine processions of cockroaches waltzing over her cabin deck beams and dropping off now and then into the cups and dishes at table. Thank goodness, the Mandalore is almost free from this loathsome vermin. To be sure, there are a few small roaches below, not as large as croton bugs, but of the big, black, wicked, winged variety I haven't seen one. Some time ago I slept several nights on a vessel, a foreign man-of-war, in a swinging cot where my head was within a foot of the carlings, while scores of big roaches rustled over my head throughout the night, visible by the light of a very dim lantern. Strange to say, not one of them fell on me, though I was afraid to breathe. As I understand it, the females only have wings, and it was very alarming to see one of the vile creatures come sailing toward you, and finally strike against a beam close by with a curious metallic zip. I had to endure the roaches for 4 nights, and each time I shuddered as darkness came on. I am certain that I shall always look back to the first 3 weeks of this voyage with particularly bright remembrances, for we are in splendid health and spirits, and my wife has adjusted herself to the enjoyments of a deep-sea voyage. It is, indeed, always sailing over a calm summer sea, with a dazzling sun, deep blue sky, and still bluer water, and the afternoon heat cooled by delicious breaths of soft air that waft themselves in under the awning, where I am generally to be found in the hammock, reading or watching the glorious sunset as the blazing orb sinks into his bed of purple and gold clouds. But perfect as these days are to us, they are not regarded in the same light by the skipper, who avers that thus far it is the slowest passage he ever made. Soon, though, we will take the northeast trades, the sky dappled with the fleece-like trade cloud, and the horizon mountainous with huge shapes of milk-white vapor. Latitude at noon, 31 degrees 33 minutes north, longitude 42 degrees 30 minutes west. Sunday, July 22nd. Today, 3 weeks ago, we sailed from New York, and at daylight this morning we sighted a large American ship on the lee quarter a mile distant. As the light increased, we made out with the aid of signals that she was the Wandering Jew from New York for Shanghai with oil. She sailed, we think, on the afternoon of the day we left, and as she is accounted one of our fastest ships, I marveled that we, with our foul bottom, could for so long hold our own with her. But she gradually showed us that she was moving faster than we were and sailing half a point nearer the wind, so that she would, perhaps, have gone through our lee had she not at 1 in the afternoon tacked ship and stood away south-southwest on the port tack, as the villainous southeast wind still holds. The Wandering Jew is a splendid vessel, and as there is a difference of only 49 tons between us, the two ships ought to make a fine race. The Jew is the only completely flush-decked sailing vessel I ever saw, as a half deck is built over the main deck, the space between the two decks being only what the height of the bulwarks would be on an ordinary ship. Thus her main deck, instead of being not more than 5 feet from the water, is about 10, and as there are no bulwarks but a monkey rail, no water ever stops aboard, the deck being built with a slight crown with that view. Nothing whatever rises above the deck from the heel of the bowsprit to the taffrail, except of course a fore-scuttle and the hatchways, a small skylight and low companion slide aft, and the usual wheelhouse seen on American ships. I should think that in heavy weather, there being no bulwarks, the men would be carried overboard. But I am told that so little solid water comes aboard that she has never lost a man in that way, in spite of the fact that the monkey rail is only 20 inches high. The Wandering Jew is the most handsomely sparred ship I ever saw, crossing a main skysail yard. Her commander is Captain Nichols. On working out the ship's position today, it was found that we had made 17 miles of northing since yesterday, and that our position was latitude 31 degrees 50 minutes north, longitude 42 degrees 30 minutes west. July 23rd. A little more wind today from the east-southeast, and it enables us to lay a southerly course. Last night the skipper thought we were going to take the northeast trades, but he was bitterly disappointed, for the wind was nothing but a puff which blew itself out in half an hour. At 7 last evening sighted a vessel bound to the northward on the starboard tack, a little on the lee bow. It was nearly dark before we came together, and when the stranger was close aboard, for some reason best known to himself, her skipper altered his course and showed us his red light. We kept away a point, and when he had crossed us, not more than a quarter of a mile away, we luffed and hailed him, as Captain Kingdon wanted to get some information about the trades. So, thinking his own voice not powerful enough, he told Mr. Ryan, who had the second dog watch, and who was standing by the wheel, to sing out and ask him where he lost the trades. Now, though the mate is a small young fellow, he can give cards and spades to anyone I ever saw whenever he wants to make himself heard from the poop to the forecastle. And upon this occasion he expelled such a volume of sound that his voice must have been heard 2 miles. "What bark is that?" After a few seconds, a gigantic figure on the poop answered, "The Anchoras, from Lobos for Hamburg. What ship is that?" "The Mandalore, from New York for Calcutta. Where did you lose the trades?" Unfortunately, this question disconcerted them on the Anchoras to such an extent that when they answered, after a confab, we were too far off to hear what the man said. The Anchoras was very brightly lighted up aft, and a dozen bright ports sent as many broad bands of light out into the surrounding darkness. They must have been celebrating some event on board, the skipper's wife's birthday perhaps, and as there was a great deal of talking and skylarking going on forward, I suspected that grog had just been served out. Lobos, whence she had sailed, is an island off the Peruvian coast in 7 degrees south and 81 degrees west, and is a noted guano port. Latitude at noon, 30 degrees 22 minutes north, longitude 41 degrees 14 minutes west. July 24th. Calmer than ever. I don't think we're making half a mile an hour as I am writing. After breakfast, when deep in Lorna Doone, the finest book of its kind in the English language, the helmsman pointed to something over the weather quarter, and looking over the side I saw a huge fish, much larger than a porpoise, gambolling about on the surface of the sea. My first idea was to sing out for the skipper, as the fish was well within reach of a harpoon. But then I remembered that he was probably working out the morning sight and would be anything but happy at an interruption. So I sat where I was and watched the great fish at play, paying not the slightest attention to the proximity of the vessel. He would sometimes throw himself entirely out of the water so that I could see right under his body, and then he would fall back again, striking on his back with such a resonant thwack that I looked to see him split open. I sung out for my wife, and together we watched the antics of the big fish, interesting by reason of his being almost under the counter. Then he would swim along on the surface of the water, and with his tail, which was athwart ships like that of a porpoise, he would pat the waves, sounding like the paddles of a steamboat on a still day. Suddenly he vanished for no apparent reason, and we saw him no more. There is a small bark astern of us, and, being light, is overhauling us. Indeed, we are nearly motionless. But far be it from me to grumble at the weather, for we are in splendid health, and, as the cabin table maintains its standard of excellence, there is absolutely nothing for us to find fault with. Indeed, I wish there was a prospect of our being 220 days at sea instead of 120, for I like the voyage even better than I thought I would. Being at sea is simply glorious. If I were captain of a man of war, the men would hate me, for I should be at sea continually. Every one will ask, "What on earth do you find to do on board?" The answer to that is, that if you lay out a plan and divide the day into so many parts, and have certain things, duties, one might call them, to do at particular hours, the days really fly along too rapidly. Of course, I am taking it for granted that the man or woman goes to sea from choice, and not necessity. It is a very different affair if one is ordered to make a voyage for health's sake, and even before starting looks forward with dread, and perhaps horror, to the 16 or 17 weeks he is about to pass at sea. I can imagine nothing more tedious or wearing on one's nerves and good temper than a deep-water voyage under these circumstances. And if he or she starts out with the idea that there is nothing to do on a sailing vessel, it is likely that the idea will be adhered to throughout the voyage. But on the other hand, if one is interested in the handling and navigation of a vessel, and is observant of what is going on about him, I can warrant that the time will not drag heavily for him at sea. Studying the various characteristics of the foremast hands is an interesting pastime. There is a difference in the manner of each man as he walks along the deck, goes aloft, or stands his trick at the wheel. Some of the men shuffle along as if in despair at their lot. Others are shockingly lazy and take 2 hours to put a bit of chafing gear on a backstay. There is only one man forward who looks as if he actually enjoyed the sea. He is a young fellow to be an able seaman, and he has such a twinkle in his eyes and is always whistling such a merry air that the thought comes to one, there is a man of a rare species, one who actually loves salt water and is really happy at sea. On the other hand, there are two tough cases on board. One is a Finn, a very powerful fellow and a good seaman, but his face is one of the most forbidding and treacherous I ever saw. He is a great pal of Carson, the American, and I imagine that nothing beneficial to the vessel will arise from their friendship. The other evil genius is a young German who is always swearing at everything, but he doesn't look to be as bad a character as the Finn. In seamanship, not a man on board can compare with Carson, but he has begun to show a bad disposition, and the men look upon him as a leader, for he is intelligent compared with the others, and looks like he could hatch out a complicated scheme. The poor skipper's patience is rapidly ebbing, and soon there will be none left. All day long he scans the horizon to the eastward for signs of hope for the trades. And while the eastern sky has been hazy for 2 or 3 days, and there are now a good many trade clouds sailing slowly across the zenith, not a bit of breeze comes from anywhere near northeast, and one day finds us in nearly the same position as the one that preceded it. We are across the 30th parallel, though, and at noon today we were in latitude 29 degrees 17 minutes north, longitude 40 degrees 33 minutes west. End of section 4. Section 5 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 5, July 25th. Very much the same sort of day. Last evening at 7 we tacked ship, putting our room on the weather side again. I am glad of this, for while we always have plenty of air in our room on the lee side, yet one always feels more comfortable on the weather side of a ship. Already we have felt the great advantage of having a port opening onto the main deck, as you are sure to have a breeze in the forward port if there is any stirring. When our room is on the weather side, the breeze comes rushing in of itself, and when we are on the other tack, the breeze pours out of the lee side of the crossjack right through the port, with such force as to blow things about when there is even a moderate wind blowing. This morning at 8 bells, though, we tacked ship again and stood to the south-southwest on the port tack. I took an observation of the pole star last night and worked out the latitude, and at noon today we found by observation that the latitude was almost exactly the same as it was at 11 last night. We have not made 5 miles of southing in 13 hours. Captain Kingdon exhibits a wonderful amount of patience, considering that southeast winds are not to be expected here. He never rants and swears, but just paces the weather side of the poop with appealing looks to windward. The skipper wears curious garments made in China. They are suits of clothes woven of coarse yellow silk, sack coat, waistcoat, and trousers. The stuff looks of the same coarseness as a gunny sack, only the texture is very soft and pleasant, and is the very thing to wear in hot weather at sea or anywhere else instead of flannels. Several grades can be had at any Chinese port, from finely woven stuff like pajamas down to the coarse cloth that he wears, and which he says lasts much longer than the finer grades. A curious feature of this silk cloth is that it doesn't seem to rumple much, as in the morning, after hanging up 8 or 9 hours, the creases disappear and the whole suit looks quite nice, and all that is necessary to do when it becomes soiled is to heave it into the wash tub. This morning at breakfast time sighted a bark hull down to windward bound north, and at 9 a barkentine in the same relative position and also bound north. Latitude 29 degrees 5 minutes north, longitude 41 degrees west. July 26th. This morning at 8:15 we sighted another bark. She crossed us only a short distance away, so we made our number, to which she replied that she was the Westward Ho of Liverpool, 1,219 tons, from the west coast of South America for the United Kingdom. We signaled, "Where did you lose the trades?" She answered, "Latitude 26 degrees, which gives us nearly 200 more miles of southing to make before we get them." A bark was a beautiful vessel as far as the hull went, but her sails spoiled her. She had a fine rise to the bows and a handsome stern, but the villainous cut and set of her canvas ruined her otherwise fine appearance. Her topsails were nothing more than narrow hempen bands. Probably we will not take the trades for 6 or 7 days yet, if they are not blowing north of the 26th parallel, and we do not make any more headway than we have for the last 48 hours. There is so much slatting and rolling about that the mainsail is hauled up most of the time to prevent its chafing. It is almost completely worn out and has been in use since the ship was put in commission in 1887, so that it has seen 7 years of service. In fact, pretty near all the canvas is gone as well as the running gear, and the Mandalore would look like another ship with bright new gear and a suit of American white duck sails instead of the grimy-looking English hempen ones. When a vessel's sails rise above the horizon, you can instantly tell whether she is American or not. If she is, her canvas will show up as white as a yacht's, whether the sun strikes it or not. I think the hulls of our sailing ships are better looking than the Englishmen's except the sterns, and why we should put such hideous square box sterns and counters on our sailing vessels, square riggers and schooners, is a question too abstruse for me. The bow of an American ship is a thing of beauty and a joy forever, and indeed the whole ship is until you go aft, and the ugly, sawed-off stern catches the eye. In point of model, though, the Mandalore is as handsome a craft as ever floated, and though built at Stockton-on-Tees, the Yankee idea of high bows and good sheer at once arrests the attention, and tells better than words that it was an American that laid down her lines. While her spars are so light and graceful that visions of the erstwhile Bath clipper at once come to mind. During the past 7 days we made 330 miles, really more than I thought we made, as an average of 30 miles a day instead of nearly 45 would have seemed to me more like it. Still, 2 miles an hour is pretty slow, and at noon our position was latitude 28 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 40 degrees 41 minutes west. July 27th. No change in the weather conditions has happened since yesterday, and we are wriggling along in the same manner as for the last fortnight. This calm weather gives us an opportunity for quoit throwing, and my wife and I have been practicing continually for 2 or 3 days. The poop is just large enough for this amusement, in which we are joined every now and then by Captain Kingdon, who takes a really boyish interest in all such pastimes. When quoits was first suggested, we lamented the fact that we had no hoops, having, before we left, entirely overlooked this most popular of sea games. Mr. Ryan set to work, though, and in 24 hours had fashioned half a dozen first-rate hoops out of stout wire, twisting several strands together so as to make them strong, and sewing the whole neatly together with spun yarn. Thus we are enabled to enjoy this excellent game, and as it increases the amount of exercise one takes, it is as beneficial as amusing. I am reading Peter Simple for the 5th or 6th time. I read it about once a year, and every fresh perusal only serves to increase the interest that not only I, but everyone seems to feel when he has scarcely finished the first chapter. My wife enjoys Marryat as much as I do, which is remarkable, as he is a writer that, as a rule, does not appeal to women in the least. In none of Marryat's books has the author allowed maudlin sentiment to ever enter, as so many sea novelists do. There are many affecting scenes in his stories, but the incidents are told in such a straightforward way that the telling never wearies one, and I think that it is to this that all of his books owe that delightful freshness that permeates every one of them. He handles his ship so well, too, in his stories that you can follow out an action as well in mind as though you were actually present, while the club hauling of the Ariadne off Finisterre in Peter Simple must ever remain fixed in the mind of him who reads it. As for Marryat's humor, it is irresistible and overwhelming. He must have been as agreeable and witty a companion as he was a competent officer and thorough seaman, while he immortalized his name in the International Signal Code, for he it was who formulated the system of talking at sea that is now used by all maritime nations. Latitude 27 degrees 15 minutes north, longitude 40 degrees 30 minutes west. July 28th. Our old friend the southeast wind seems to die hard, for he still shows no signs of abdicating in favor of the northeast trades. We seem to be sailing under an evil star like the Flying Dutchman, William Vanderdecken, who in Marryat's Phantom Ship has been beating up against a westerly gale off Cape Agulhas since the middle of the 18th century, bound from Batavia to Amsterdam. There is a considerable difference, however, between the case of the Amsterdammer and that of ourselves, for Vanderdecken had a gale of wind in his teeth, while with us, though just as much of a headwind, it is so light that it doesn't fill even the jibs or the skysails. We saw a large school of beautiful dolphins today, but so shy that they would not approach nearer than 75 or 100 feet. It was in vain that we tried to entice them within harpooning distance, as we would have given much to have caught one of their number for the sake of its white, tender flesh. My wife has a flying fish 2 or 3 times a week for breakfast, for they sometimes come sailing over the bulwarks at night. But a common flying fish is so small and bony that it is hardly worth eating. My wife and myself are much interested to know what luck has attended the yacht Vigilant in her races in England. She was sold by the syndicate who built her to defend the America Cup, and she has passed into the hands of 2 brothers, members of the New York Yacht Club, who sent her across the Atlantic, in the early part of the present summer, to see what she could do against the Britannia, Santa Anita, and Valkyrie too, in their home waters. Taken singly, Vigilant can probably beat any one of the above-mentioned trio, but in a quadrangular race, that is, 3 boats against 1, it is so easy for them to pocket their opponent that I fear Vigilant, except in match races with individual boats, will not come out particularly well. Most deep-water sailors look down upon yachts and yachtsmen. Why, it is hard to say. Probably the principal reason is that seamen can get so much higher wages yachting than they can coasting or shipping on long voyages that the best and most ambitious sailors desert merchant vessels for the better pay, lighter work, and infinitely better food on yachts. In England, there are hundreds, almost thousands of sailors who have been bred to yachting by their fathers and grandfathers, and who have never been aboard any other class of vessel. Yesterday we made 3 miles of northing and 10 miles of westing, which at noon put us in latitude 27 degrees 18 minutes north, longitude 40 degrees 43 minutes west. Sunday, July 29th. 4 weeks at sea today, and this is the 20th day of headwinds and calms. I understand that it was somewhere in this vicinity that a Dutch brig was becalmed for 67 days. Sometime during the 17th century. Whether this is a true story or not, I cannot pretend to say, but it is said to be authentic. At any rate, one could easily believe it, judging from our own experience. The calm this forenoon was almost absolute, only a few cat's paws at intervals of 2 or 3 hours showing where there were slight currents of air. But these same little draughts are godsends, for they temper the heat under the awning, the intensity of which has been increasing in proportion to the southing we have made, and as there is particularly no motion to the ship, we have no currents of air from the slatting of the sails. I never thought the ocean was as calm as it is now, for it is only at considerable intervals that a slight heave comes out of the southward, and for 15 minutes at a time we are often absolutely motionless. Every night now in this calm the surface of the sea is shrouded in a mist that rises some 7 or 8 degrees above the horizon, while the sky is absolutely cloudless and the stars countless in number and uncanny in their brilliance and magnitude. Last evening, at 9:30, happening to glance over to the eastward, I saw what I made sure was a steamer's masthead light, not more than 1.5 miles away. There was no moon, and it was almost perfectly dark, in spite of the fact that the heavens were literally dusted with brilliant stars. I called the attention of the second mate to the steamer's light, and, old sailor that he is, it was some minutes before he made out that what I took for a masthead light was in truth a rising planet, so magnified by either the mist before mentioned or refraction as to exactly resemble a large steamer's light. Mr. Kelly said that he had often seen stars or planets through a mist before, but never one so large. I have not mentioned lately the skipper's Irish setter, Bang, that someone gave him just before we sailed. Poor fellow, he doesn't seem to thrive on board. On the contrary, he has grown so thin that he is quite a pitiful object. His appetite is very large, and he eats as voraciously as a shark, but he evidently has inflammation of the stomach or something of that sort, due, we think, to seasickness. And the poor brute cannot retain food enough in his stomach to maintain life, for he is evidently dying for want of nourishment. He can't be seasick now, for we have been nearly motionless for a week. Everyone on board tells me that most of the dogs die that are taken to sea. I was very much astonished at this, for I always imagined that a dog was the best animal to take to sea. But it seems not. Indeed, there is a maxim among sailors that a woman and a dog are a bother aboard ship. The saying seems to be true enough about the latter, but that it is untrue of the former in some cases is proved by my wife, who so far as the trouble is concerned might as well be a male passenger as a woman. Indeed, the skipper volunteered the statement that he has been very agreeably surprised at the manner in which my wife is standing this, the most trying part of the voyage. He confessed to me a day or two ago that when she was so seasick in the Gulf Stream, he feared that the voyage would prove too much for her, and that she would require a lot of waiting on. Later, Captain Kingdon remarked that my wife was one woman in 10,000 who would be happy at sea, a remark that I entirely agreed with. For how many women are there, reared in luxury, who would consent to a 4 or 5 months' voyage? And not only consent to it, but be absolutely happy, even when we are not doing 20 miles in the 24 hours. Besides, there are countless inconveniences to be suffered in a sailing ship that women ashore have no idea of, and when we return home, I am sure that my wife will be hailed as a heroine, as valiant as those of Clark Russell. Latitude at noon, 27 degrees north, longitude 40 degrees 50 minutes west. July 30th. The northeast trades. I verily believe that we have taken them at last. Everything points to it. For at 4 yesterday afternoon, a light breeze came slowly and cautiously out of the northeast as though not sure of itself, and we at once braced the yards in and put the ship on her course, south-southeast. No one can imagine the change that took place as that dark line on the water was approaching us. Every man held his breath for fear the coming breeze would prove naught but a cat's paw, and we have been deceived so often before that it did not seem possible that the long-expected trades had come at length. The old skipper's face fairly shone with joy as he said, "Mr. Ryan, brace the yards in and let her go south-southeast," while Mr. Ryan himself vaulted over the poop rail down to the main deck to lend a hand at the braces. The men put their souls into their work, and the yards came in to a hearty chorus of "Yo-ho, come in with her, boys," in marked contrast to the last fortnight when we trimmed the yards 2 or 3 times each watch to every cat's paw, and the men shuffled about the decks with leaden feet. But now all that is changed. The water once more danced and sparkled under the setting sun, while this cool trade wind, so different from the late stagnant southwest breezes, instilled new life and vigor into every one. The northeast trades, it might be well to observe, prevail between the parallels of 7 degrees and 30 degrees north. These limits are not fixed, but follow the sun, being farthest to the south in February and to the north in August. In the latter month it is customary to lose the trades at 11 degrees north, while in February vessels occasionally carry them to within 1 degree of the equator. The southeast trades are confined chiefly to the southern hemisphere, their limits being 3 degrees north and 25 degrees south, varying as do the others according to the season. Between the two winds there is an almost motionless zone of atmosphere called the belt of equatorial calms, and, as might be supposed, this is a very trying region, as the heat is intense and the humidity generally very great. The Atlantic Ocean from the 26th to the 36th parallel of north latitude, that is, that part we have just traversed, is called the horse latitudes, on account of the number of horses that used to die there of the heat during transportation by sailing vessels. The name Sargasso Sea is given to that part of the ocean between 20 degrees and 30 degrees north and the 30th and 60th meridians of west longitude. We are on the eastern edge of the Sargasso Sea and are constantly passing huge thick beds of the so-called Gulf weed that covers its surface, whose vivid green forms a beautiful contrast to the deep blue of the sea. At 10:30 last evening we had a shower and a light squall, and stand by your skysail halyards was the order of the day, or rather night. How gratefully this order, stand by your halyards, sounded to our ears. It showed that there really was some wind left. For 3 weeks the only orders given by the skipper were "keep her full there" to the helmsman, whenever the baffling airs headed us off a little, or "Mr. Kelly, if the wind heads us any more, we'll put the ship about." Therefore, when the order came to mind the halyards, the words carried with them an inspiring enthusiasm. Latitude 26 degrees 8 minutes north, longitude 40 degrees 37 minutes west. July 31st. When I went on deck at 7:30 this morning, the wind was much stronger, but had shifted to east by north. A couple of hours later, though, it went back to northeast true, and we are now sure of the trades. The skipper has altered the course to southeast by east, so that even with the wind at northeast we are nearly close hauled. It is lovely sailing, though, and we slide through the water without perceptible motion, and heeling just enough to bring the lee scuppers every now and then flush with the water. The sailmakers are hard at work on a new upper maintop sail, though the little mate seems to know as much, if not more, about the business than either of the sailmakers. I cannot cease wondering at the immensely long threads the men use, for, after thrusting the great three-cornered needle through the canvas, they haul on the thread hand over hand until 9 or 10 yards come through before it is taut. They manage to keep it clear from fouling, though how they can handle such a length of thread is a mystery. I think the skipper has a very good opinion of the mate, though he takes very good care not to let him see it. And really, Mr. Ryan is the busiest and handiest chief officer I ever saw. Whatever he does with his whole soul, and when he jumps down to lend a hand at the braces, which he often does, he lifts his short little dumpy body clear off the deck with every heave, so fiercely does he throw his weight into his work. In this respect he is the antithesis of the second mate, who never lays hold of a brace if he can help it, and who passes his time in growling at the men, the food, and the weather. The men haven't much respect for him, owing to his mixing more or less with them, though not to such an extent as the boatswain, who is as affable and genial with the foremast hands as though he were one of them. Last evening he amused himself by heaving rice cakes about in the midship house. The mate has long had his eye on him, and he thought this a capital chance to swoop down on him. So Mr. Ryan slipped very quietly into the cabin and told the skipper that the boatswain didn't seem to fancy his evening repast, and was chucking rice cakes at the carpenter. Captain Kingdon at once put down his sewing and passed out on the main deck, but in some unaccountable manner the boatswain got wind of what was going on, and when the skipper walked by the door of the deck house and looked in everything was quite serene, the boatswain in the act of lighting a clay pipe. It is curious how handy most deep-water skippers are with the needle and thread. Of course, the reason is to be found in the fact that they are thrown entirely on their own resources and are compelled to do all their own mending, etc. But it is astonishing what skill Captain Kingdon has acquired in the seamstress's art, and he herring-bones and darns as well as any woman I ever saw. My wife's black skirt, for instance, has been the object of attack for Pete the monkey for some time, the entire front being reduced to a mere network of slits from the monk's teeth. But Captain Kingdon mended it so skillfully that at a distance it looks all right. When you do not see him pacing the deck in the daytime, step below and you will find him shored up in a corner of the sofa in his room, with a pile of worn-out garments in front of him, hard at work with needle and thread. I have just been reading, in an old copy of the Maritime Register, of a fast run made by the American ship John McDonald on her last voyage. She left New York for Frisco on March 9th, and on April 9th she was spoken in 9 degrees south and 31 degrees west. Not phenomenal, yet we have been out the same length of time and have not yet crossed the Tropic of Cancer. Latitude 24 degrees 31 minutes north, longitude 36 degrees 50 minutes west. End of section 5. Section 6 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 6. August 1st. The trades are not as strong as they might be, and we made only 134 miles yesterday. But this seems to us fast going, and everyone wears a smile. Quite a little diversion took place today, and if Captain Kingdon were not a mild-tempered man, there would have been a lively 10 minutes this morning. There is on board an English seaman who holds a master's certificate, and this man is what is known as a sea lawyer. And being well educated in comparison with the rest of the men, his arguments are convincing to them, and he invents all kinds of grievances, and, of course, talks or tries to talk the men into his way of thinking. He looks to be a sour-tempered fellow, and this forenoon he made the most extraordinary remark to the skipper I ever heard. We had had a shower in the middle watch, and tubs had been placed under the poop deck scuppers to catch the rainwater, which was then carried over in buckets and thrown into the big casks lashed on either side of the mizzen-hatch coamings. The Englishman before alluded to was ordered to do this job, so he went to work in his usual slouchy way, and each time that he lifted a bucket of water from the tub, he purposely spilled about half of it on the deck before he reached the cask. This hadn't been going on long before it caught the skipper's eye, and waiting till the man made one more trip, spilling the precious water, he went down on the main deck, and catching hold of the man's shoulder, said to him, "What do you mean by that? Don't you see you're wasting the water?" The man's answer ought to go down to posterity. "Take care, Captain. You're not on an American ship now." Oh, ye gods! Think of that! But for the benefit of those who may not exactly understand what he meant, I must explain that on many American sailing ships the skipper resorts to various expedients such as cask-spin bars, iron belaying pins, and other persuasives in dealing with refractory men, with the result that the discipline and obedience on a deep-water ship flying the stars and stripes is that of a man of war. Now, this jewel who answered the skipper in such remarkable language had probably sailed under the stars and stripes and knew whereof he spoke, and was also aware that Captain Kingdon is an American sailing under the English flag, which is a very different thing. As for the laws governing the merchant marines of England and the United States, I believe that they are about the same in both countries, and I cannot account for the difference in the skippers of the two nations, except that in America the laws are not enforced as rigidly as they are on the other side. That is, our skippers take the law into their own hands, often necessary when dealing with some of the devils that ship before the mast. I did not hear what Captain Kingdon said to the man who answered him as above related. I thought, and very naturally too, that a disturbance of considerable magnitude was imminent, and, not wishing to be a witness in a court of law to any bloodshed that might follow, I walked around the other side of the deck-house and fell to studying the ship's wake. I subsequently heard from the mate, whose watch it was, that discipline was maintained after the most approved down-east style, and that the man with the master's ticket has awakened to the fact that, though mild-mannered generally, Captain Kingdon can show his teeth on occasion when necessity requires it. This sort of an encounter always gives rise to reminiscences, and the second mate, who had the afternoon watch, spun terrific yarns of his past life, the accounts of his personal deeds of valor being singularly impossible, though none the less entertaining. At about 8 this morning we entered the North Tropic Zone, crossing the circle of Cancer at that hour. At noon we were in latitude 23 degrees north, longitude 36 degrees 10 minutes west. August 2nd. The trades are getting lighter and the poor skipper is in despair, particularly when he recalls that last voyage he was making 220 miles a day in this locality. When he has worked up the sight and pricked the ship's position off in the chart and finds how little we made in the 24 hours, he looks so disappointed that I really feel very sorry for him. Heretofore, I had always supposed that when the skipper and mate of a vessel were waiting to catch the sun at noon, Each compared his altitude with the others as the sun approached the zenith for the sake of accuracy. But from the time Captain Kingdon comes up the companionway at 20 minutes or thereabouts before noon until he gruffly calls out 8 bells to the helmsman, not a single word does he exchange with Mr. Ryan. Often have I seen the mate hold the sextant to his eye 3 or 4 minutes after the skipper had gone below, and swear that he got 66 degrees 28 minutes to the old man's 66 degrees 18 minutes. My wife and I always go into the captain's room as soon as 8 bells have gone, where we find him bending over his work, bringing the ship's position up from where his morning sight put her at 7 o'clock to the noon position. Then down comes the big chart of the North Atlantic that he has used for 16 consecutive voyages, and he marks our position on it by a large dot, drawing a line in ink from yesterday's position to that of today to show the course we have made. This work over, out comes the bottle of Square Face, and the skipper and I indulge in a wineglassful of Holland schnapps to recuperate us after the dismal reflections incident to the discovery that, during the past 24 hours, we averaged only 5 knots, or whatever the speed may have been. At dinner, which is ready at 12:15, the captain often says, "Where'd you put her at noon, Mr. Ryan?" Then the mate fetches his pad and answers, 26 degrees 18 minutes, sir. The skipper claims that that isn't right, and then they have an argument about altitudes and various other things, which often ends in the mate's being right, for Captain Kingdon's eyes are not the best, and sometimes his 3s look like 5s. After all, though, the navigation of a vessel is one of the smallest duties that fall on the shoulders of the blue water skipper. His most arduous task, it seems to me, is in so handling the men under him that everything shall run smoothly. This is a far more difficult task than the average unthinking person has any idea of. But if one will give the case only a few minutes' thought, he will see at once how hard it must be to maintain harmony and a certain amount of peace among 25 or 30 men shut up in a small space for months at a time. The long voyage skipper must possess self-restraint more than anything else, and not a single day passes but that he has to exercise forbearance in some degree. If he is experienced, he treats the men like children, for their whims are sometimes childish to the last degree. The following example shows it. A certain ship arrived in New York not long ago from Pisagua, after a passage of 117 days. The men were a pretty good lot from all accounts, but the skipper was more or less of a brute, and he and his officers hammered the men about in a shocking manner, laying 3 or 4 of them up in the ship's hospital. The men swore vengeance as soon as they should get ashore. The captain saw plainly that things would go against him in court, and he ordered, to pacify them, that good plum duff and soft bread should be served out to the men several times during the last fortnight of the voyage. And so pleased were they with what they got, that never a word did one of them utter against skipper or mates, though many went over the side with bandaged heads. Thus it will be seen that foremost hands are almost childlike, and if the various masters of square riggers would occasionally humor the men, without, of course, letting them know it, nearly all the trouble on some ships would be avoided. In nearly every vessel, though, there are one or more sea lawyers, who, if they have no cause for complaint, invent one, and talk their shipmates into making a row. Muzzle these devils, and most crews will be as tractable as sheep. One often hears it said that no one ever has a cold at sea, but I can contradict that statement from my own experience. It is my custom to pass an hour or more every evening at the harmonium. The cabin becomes very hot indeed after the lamps have been lit, and this, added to the work of pumping the organ with the feet, soon makes the perspiration run in streams down one's face. A couple of evenings ago, after one of these seances, I went over to the lee side of the poop, and sat down where there was a tremendous draught out of the crossjack. I cooled off almost instantly, with the natural result that I have one of the worst colds on record. Latitude 21 degrees 6 minutes north, longitude 35 degrees 30 minutes west. August 3rd. The wind was lighter today, but still fair, which means that the trades are nothing to the eastward of northeast. It is singular that there are scarcely any seabirds about. I thought that Mother Carey's chickens were to be seen in all parts of the world. It is true that at very long intervals we occasionally see one or two of these sprightly little birds, but generally speaking, not a feathered creature is in sight. As for the gulls, they left us at the Gulf Stream. I came across a theory the other day in a book called On Blue Water, as to the name of Mother Carey's chickens. It was this. Sailors, many years ago, used to believe, when they saw the stormy petrels skimming over the waves 500 miles from land, that they carried their eggs and young in the feathers under their wings, and it was therefore said that the mother carries chickens. How true this etymology may be, it is not for me to say, yet it sounds possible. Just before we left New York, a friend of the mate gave him a little dog, a kind of water spaniel he seemed to be. For a week or so he was as well and strong as possible and used to stand watch with Mr. Ryan every night, and everybody seemed to like the little creature. By and by, though, he began to pine away for some unknown reason, and continued to grow worse until it became apparent that the only way to ease his sufferings was to shoot him or heave him over the side. The mate hated to do it, but seeing that it was the best thing to do, he put him into a gunny sack with a couple of links of old chain, and just before breakfast this morning dropped him gently over the lee side, the chain links sinking the bag at once out of sight. I am very much afraid that the captain's setter will follow suit before we get to the line, for he continues to waste away and is so thin as to be almost transparent. He and Pete are the best sort of friends, and weak as poor Bang is, he always has strength enough for a 5 minutes' riot with the monk. The latter keeps wonderfully well, and is the life of the whole ship. He hasn't managed to slip his chain yet, but when he does get adrift, he'll show the men how to go aloft in the most approved fashion. Latitude 19 degrees 17 minutes north, longitude 34 degrees 10 minutes west. August 4th. This was a cloudy, somewhat chilly day, and the first one to be overcast since we left the Gulf Stream. But this is the rainy season in the West Indies, and though we are 1,500 miles to the eastward of those islands, yet I should think that the same meteorological conditions hold good here. We have been making fairly good progress, yet not so good by half as we should have done. After watching several men at the wheel upon several occasions, I have come to the conclusion that as soon as a man grasps the spokes to stand his trick at the wheel, he becomes at once a piece of machinery. He never seems to pay the least attention to what he is doing from the time he takes the course from the man he relieves till he growls out southeast by east to whose next turn it is to grind water for 2 hours. I have seen Carson rest his face, when the officer of the watch was busy on the main deck, on his hand that grasped one of the spokes, and remain in that position for minutes at a time, his mind apparently thousands of miles away. Then he shifts his position slightly, glances into the compass bowl with the same vacant expression, and then again relapses into unconsciousness. When this has been going on, upon one occasion for half an hour, while Mr. Ryan was helping to cut out a patch for the inner jib, I stepped to the standard compass, expecting to find the ship at least a point off her course. But I was astonished to see that she was no more than a degree out, in other words, practically upon her course. If the man's face was an indication of his mind, his thoughts were anywhere but on the ship. And yet during that time he had been steering with almost perfect accuracy, never varying probably more than 2 degrees. I have also watched the men steering in light weather, when the ship was on the wind and a light swell running. Now, it is difficult to tell whether the weather leeches are shaking from being too close or from the send of the ship as she goes into a sea. But a man like Carson, and one or two of the others as well, will, if they can, doze through their tricks, waking up every 5 minutes or so, long enough to glance at the mizzen skysail and alter the helm a spoke or two, and then return again to castle building. The mate often clatters noisily down the forward companionway on dark nights, and then in a few minutes stealthily returns and looks at the standard compass. But so far he has failed to catch one of the men off his course. Our speed is not more than 6 knots on the average, instead of 8 or 9, and perhaps 10 if the ship were clean. At noon, we were in latitude 18 degrees north, longitude 32 degrees 44 minutes west. Sunday, August 5th. 5 weeks at sea today, and from the present prospects, our chances of being 5 months on the voyage are exceptionally good. I am going to give the Mandalore 140 days to Calcutta, and doubt not but that I will hit pretty near the mark. Personally, I would just as soon be 240 as 140, but I dare say I'm alone in that sentiment. We were in the latitude of Dominica today, and the heavens at night are beginning to show evidence that we are approaching the low latitudes. Ursa Major, the pole star, and other constellations and stars of this hemisphere are sinking low in the northern sky, while the Southern Cross must be visible, though we have not yet been able to see it, owing to a heavy bank of clouds that at night shrouds the southern sea line. In Nassau, where I have spent many winters, numbers of people at the Royal Victoria Hotel rise at 3 in the morning and climb up into the cupola, whence it is said that the cross is visible between 3 and 4 o'clock, although the latitude of Nassau is 25 degrees 5 minutes north. Sea captains insist that the cross is visible nowhere north of the 21st parallel. I never have seen it from the hotel in Nassau, and I believe the mariners are right. A painful accident happened to the carpenter this forenoon. He was doing some work in the storeroom, which is right in the stern abaft the companionway, making some wooden bins for flour and sugar, when a heavy chisel slipped off one of the bins and fell with its razor-like edge on the ankle bone of Chip's left foot. As he was barefooted, he didn't have the protection of even thin shoes, and the chisel cut right into the bone, chipping off a piece about the size of one's fingernail. Chips is a very agreeable sort of fellow, and I was almost as sorry for the accident as he was. Fortunately, we have at least 3 weeks more of warm weather ahead of us, so that there will be no necessity for his wearing shoes until the wound has healed up. But it has knocked him out, so to speak, and he is in his bunk. Chips seems to be a cut above the other men who bunk with him in the midship house. His mates are the cook, boatswain, and the 2 boys. He is a Norwegian, very taciturn, and somewhat pock-marked. Wonderful to tell, he sleeps on good clean sheets, the only ones in the ship outside of the cabin. A very comfortable steamer chair that he put together bears evidence of his ingenuity, and all day on Sunday he may be found lying in it at full length, reading, of which pastime he seems immoderately fond. We made but little yesterday, and at noon today we were in latitude 16 degrees 19 minutes north, longitude 33 degrees 28 minutes west. August 6th. This morning was a glorious one, with a fine breeze and bright sunshine. Yesterday the sun was directly overhead, so that there was no shadow cast by anything at all at noon. Twice a year, about the 23rd of September and the 21st of March, the sun crosses the line and commences his southerly or northerly declination, inclining towards the north from March to September or during our summer months. On these dates, the sun on the equator at noon is 90 degrees from the horizon, or at the zenith, and there is then, of course, no shadow cast from anything. Between the 2 dates above mentioned, the sun is advancing half of the time, till it reaches an angle of 23 degrees 28 minutes, which it reaches on June 21st, making the longest day in the year, the shortest being the corresponding date in December, when the sun's declination is towards the south, and then again recedes till it once more stands perpendicularly over the line, and farther until it is overhead at the Tropic of Capricorn. Our declination at noon yesterday was approximately 17 degrees, and as our latitude was about 16 degrees 20 minutes, there was so little difference between the two that there was no visible shadow thrown by anything at the noon hour. If this were November 6th instead of August 6th, we would have the sun inclining towards the south 17 degrees instead of the north, and it would have been necessary for us to be on the 17th parallel of south latitude in order to have the sun overhead at midday. At 1 this afternoon, the wind freshened a bit and blew from east-northeast, giving us about 8 knots, which would mean 11 if the ship were clean. Latitude 14 degrees 15 minutes north, longitude 32 degrees west. August 7th. This was another magnificent day, with a fine strong breeze over the quarter from northeast. How grand it is to rush over the water like this, with every sail rounded out hard and motionless as though carved out of stone, each one drawing to the utmost. The Mandalore is under all possible sail, and must present a splendid appearance a third of a mile away. Quite a little excitement arose this morning when, with a loud crack, the stick of wood to which the fishing line is secured snapped in two. The skipper thought it was an albacore or something that would be edible, and at once visions of messes of fresh boiled fish arose and appeared unto us. But lo, it was a wretched shark, and not much of a one at that. He was quite large enough, though, to severely cut two of my fingers as I endeavored to coax him along with the cod line. We got him up under the counter by skillful manipulation, and then the skipper made a gallant effort to fasten him with the harpoon. But the weapon either turned aside or bent double against the hard, leathery hide. At length we persuaded him up abreast of the mizzen shrouds, and the skipper, diving suddenly down the companionway, reappeared almost instantly with a 38 caliber Winchester rifle, and put 3 big chunks of lead into him, and the steward 3 more with an old revolver. Then a running bowline was passed over his tail, and Mr. Shark was hoisted aboard with many acclamations of joy from the men, for all sailors exhibit the most insane delight at the capture of one of these bloodhounds of the sea. 3 little suckers were sticking to the shark, but they let go in a minute and went wriggling about the deck, giving us an excellent chance to examine them. They are small, scaleless fish about a foot long, and present no unusual appearance until you turn one over on its back, when you will see that the ventral fins are united into a corrugated circular concave disc, which acts as a sucker and enables them to cling with astonishing power to any object. I fancy that a shark's skin, being rough like fine sandpaper, affords an excellent holding ground for suckers, as it was necessary to use great strength to detach one from the shark's side. We cut the latter's stomach open to see what its contents were, and found it absolutely empty, a fact that accounted for the shark's taking the hook while we were moving at so smart a gait through the water. For these beasts, as a general rule, will not even smell a lump of pork fat if it is towing faster than a mile or so an hour. Before we came to sea, I made a business of reading up in the Encyclopedia Britannica all the information I could get of the shark tribe, and was astonished to find that 150 different species are recognized by ichthyologists. The family is divided, I suppose for convenience, into littoral and pelagic sharks, meaning those that are found close to the shore and those that inhabit the deep solitudes of the open sea. The former, as might be expected, are much smaller than their deep-sea brethren, and are generally 5 or 6 feet long. Perhaps the handsomest of the whole tribe is the tiger shark of the Indian Ocean. It is from 12 to 15 feet in length, and is a sort of yellowish-brown in color, with a number of dark brown, well-defined bands running around the body. The species is easily distinguished by its long, pliable tail, which is half the length of the whole animal. Everybody who has been off soundings has seen the common blue shark. It is by far the commonest of the species, and all those that we have caught have been of this kind. They vary greatly in size, from 6 to 20 feet in length, according to locality. The largest of all the tribe is the great basking shark of the Indo-Pacific Ocean. It is positively known to attain a length of 50 feet, and it is probable that they exceed that figure. Very few specimens have ever been taken. In fact, there are only 5 basking sharks whose size has been accurately and authentically determined. One was captured near the Cape of Good Hope, 2 near the Seychelles in the Indian Ocean, 1 on the coast of California, and 1 on the Peruvian coast. It is thought that sharks do not descend farther than 300 fathoms. We made fine progress yesterday, and today we were in latitude 11 degrees 39 minutes north, longitude 31 degrees 30 minutes west. End of section 6. Section 7 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 7. August 8th. Last evening we had heavy rain for 2 hours and filled 2 casks for washing purposes, as we never drink the rainwater, nor is it ever given to the crew unless the tank water shows signs of giving out. We went to sea with 6,000 gallons of excellent water, Croton water, I fancy, in 2 large galvanized iron tanks built into the ship in an upright position. This water is used entirely fore and aft, each man's allowance being 3 quarts per day for all purposes. The water for the cabin is not restricted, though of course no one would waste even a wine glass full. It is a curious fact that all sailors, from prentices to captains, never leave a morsel of food on their plates when they have finished a meal, and they always drink every drop of water they have poured out. I am speaking now with reference to the skipper and the 2 mates. They never put more on their plates or in their tumblers than they can stow away, and the former shine from the universal habit sailors have of swabbing up whatever gravy and juices may be left on their plates with pieces of bread. At 3 this morning we had a squall from southeast and took in the sky sails for it, and at 6 we tacked ship with the wind at south. It is dreadful to think of, but we fear we've lost the trades. They carried us through 15 degrees of latitude, and we expected to lose them in about 10 degrees north. For the ensuing week, though it may not be so long, we must expect light southwesterly winds and calms until we take the southeast trades, 3 or 4 degrees north of the equator. We are now on the northern edge of the great belt of equatorial calms, the most disagreeable region in the North or South Atlantic, where tremendous thunderstorms and frequent heavy rain squalls are met with. When once a ship has passed through the 6 or 7 degrees of latitude that at this season separate the northeast and southeast trades, she has experienced the last light weather she is likely to have till she loses the southeast trades in the Indian Ocean if she is bound to the east. For the southeast trade wind in the Atlantic is generally fairly strong and sometimes very strong, so that a ship close hauled has as much canvas as she can carry under a maintop gallant. It sometimes happens that during July, August, or September a hurricane will descend upon this part of the ocean, although as a general thing they do not extend so far to the eastward. In August 1878, however, a hurricane started near the 35th meridian and the 15th parallel, and sweeping in a northwesterly direction with tremendous violence, passed between Bermuda and Hatteras, and then off to the northeast, expending itself on the Newfoundland banks. The time occupied in the passage of this celebrated hurricane from a position 1,500 miles to the eastward of Guadalupe to Cape Race was 14 days, or from August 14th to 28th. Latitude at noon, 10 degrees 42 minutes north, longitude 31 degrees 7 minutes west. August 9th. The weather has grown sultry and hot. We have it 83 degrees in our room at night now, which I ascertained by the light of a match so that the lamp could not affect the thermometer. Many will say that they have experienced a greater heat than this, but it is the terrible humidity and suffocating closeness of the air that are so overpowering. Besides, 83 degrees in one's bedroom ashore, where the dampness is not comparatively great, would keep most people awake nearly all night. Why we have no thunderstorms is to me very odd, as this seems just the right weather for them. For the heavens are covered with thick, dark clouds, some of them very alarming to look at, while a gray, vapor-like, thin smoke hangs over the sea line. As it is growing hotter every hour, I cannot but think it will end in a violent thunder squall. Several times lately I have heard the seaman with the master's license, who made the disturbance with the water the other day, whistling airs from grand operas with considerable taste. So this evening, when I noticed that he was standing abreast of the galley with his arms on the rail, apparently studying the sky to windward, I went up to him and asked him if he were a musician. When he told me that he was, it did not surprise me, for no one but a musician would whistle airs from Aida and Tannhäuser. He told me further that when he was a young man he used to spend all his spare money, when he was in any great city, in going to hear the best music in the place. And in those days he was considered a good violinist for a man who could not devote much time to the art. This evening, while he is doing his trick at the wheel, I am going to play some of Don Giovanni and the Magic Flute on the harmonium and ask him tomorrow if he knows them. What a pity it is to see an educated man like this doing the work of a foremast hand. It is, of course, the old gray-bearded yarn about rum. At least, I suppose it is, for I can imagine nothing else that could sink a man from master to seaman in the British merchant service. What must his thoughts be as he glances at the poop and thinks, I used to be there pacing the weather side instead of tearing my fingernails off furling the sails for every squall. In absolute command of all I saw, a monarch who could do no wrong, powerful as a Russian czar. I often watch him as he dreams out his watch below, generally sitting on deck with his legs stretched out in front of him, his back against the forecastle house, gazing out over the side at the horizon, perhaps plotting some sinister scheme, for, as I remarked before, he is a sea lawyer. Dan, the English boy, got a taste of a rope's end this afternoon, as he is addicted to stopping in his work on the poop to skylark with Pete, the monkey. Once a week all the brasswork on the poop is polished, and when the work is done, the Mandalore has quite a yacht-like appearance, the binnacle hoods, ship's bell, cabin door knobs, and the caps on the wheel spokes shining away like little suns. It was while the unfortunate Dan was supposed to be polishing the hood of the standard compass that the hawk eye of Mr. Ryan perceived the unsuspecting youth teasing Pete with a bit of spun yarn. The mate said nothing, but passed through the forward companionway into the cabin, picking up as he went an old worn-out becket that lay near a water cask. He reappeared again via the after companionway so noiselessly that the first indication Dan had of his presence was the swish of the short, hard piece of rope just before it descended upon his jacket. Dan ejected a yell of agony, cleared the big cabin skylight at a single leap, made a dive for the forward companionway, but missed his footing and bumped in a sitting posture down the brass-bound steps leading to the main deck. And just as he reached the bottom, he was saluted on the side of his face with a coil of codline that the mate had spied on the wheel grating. Although this sounds somewhat bloodthirsty, the whole affair was most amusing, particularly as Dan is an exceedingly fat and lazy individual, and it was the only occasion on which I ever saw him exhibit the least degree of vivacity in his movements. We made scarcely any southing yesterday. Indeed, at noon today, we found ourselves only 42 miles nearer the equator than we were yesterday. Our position at noon was latitude 10 degrees north, longitude 30 degrees 15 minutes west. August 10th. It rained all this afternoon in tremendous downpours, with an almost total absence of wind. In consequence, the rain found its way again through our closed port, and once more transformed our floor into a diminutive pond. The discomfort of this can only be imagined by those who have themselves experienced it. If the floor were only varnished, the water could be mopped up as fast as it ran in, but as it is of soft pine, it absorbs water like a sponge. I noticed the fact of our floor being unvarnished before we left New York, but Captain Kingdon was so kind to us in other ways that I did not like to ask him to have the floor of this, the mate's room, shellacked. The water might have continued to percolate in for an indefinite length of time had I not hit upon a plan to stop it. Underneath the rim of the port is a wooden V, at the apex of which is a hole through which the water that finds its way in is supposed to run and escape through proper channels onto the main deck. But these channels were not in order, so I fitted a cork tightly in the hole, put a soft towel in the V to absorb the moisture as it trickled in, and lo, thenceforward we had a dry floor. Of course, if by chance we should neglect to wring the towel out every 2 or 3 hours, the result would be disastrous. For the water, now that the proper vent is plugged up, would overflow the V and run down into our bunk, which is immediately under the port. As a matter of fact, though, we have several times ere this reposed on moist sheets, as it is almost impossible to remember to jump below and close your ports for every spit of rain. The eating on board is still of the same standard it was a month ago, and in that line, and indeed in all others, there is nothing to complain of. The four little pigs are growing very rapidly and are getting along famously. 2 or 3 times a week the door of their pen, or cage more properly, is opened during the morning watch, and with the most blood-curdling shrieks and yells the little porkers tumble out for a scramble on the main deck. What with the crowing and cackling of the fowls and the cries of the pigs, one's mind goes back to the barnyard, and all that is needed in the way of farmyard noises is the lowing of cattle. The men have a merry run when they undertake to capture the pigs after their hour of recreation is past. It takes all hands and the cook to catch one, for they have the greatest faculty for slipping out of narrow corners and through one's legs at the critical moment. Once a week, a shovelful of soft coal is thrown to the pigs in chunks the size of potatoes, and the way they fight for it is a caution. Landsmen will find it hard to believe, but it is none the less true, that in 3 or 4 minutes not a vestige of the coal remains in the pen. I fancy that the pigs eat it for the same reason that fowls ashore eat sand and gravel. Our leathery chickens still continue to furnish us with wholly indigestible food, and we all of us dread Sundays and Thursdays. On these days the really tempting-looking birds are placed on the table before the captain at noon. He always looks sad when the creature is brought in, for he knows he has 10 or 15 minutes hard work before him. It takes him some time before he can insert the fork into the pitiless bosom, and at length, after 10 minutes of stabbing, hacking, and wrenching, the unyielding bird is rent asunder, while the skipper sits down, breathing hard and quite red in the face from the exercise. The only edible part of the bird is a small piece on each side of the breastbone, the rest bearing more resemblance to lignum vitae than chicken. We still continue to make very little headway through the water, and today's sights put us in latitude 9 degrees 33 minutes north, longitude 29 degrees west. August 11th. Rain, rain, rain. The skipper says he never saw so much in this part of the ocean, and truly to be in a downpour like that of this forenoon was a remarkable experience. It is also rather strange that we have sighted no vessels lately, although this is just the locality where so many are reported in the New York Herald. Last night in the middle watch, at about 2:30, I heard a terrible din coming from the mate's room. He exploded in several demoniacal yells that split the air like a knife, and I thought he was in mortal combat with one of the men. This belief was for a time confirmed by blows descending with great force upon various parts of the woodwork, and I remembered the short, loaded club that Mr. Ryan keeps behind his door for refractory seamen. The combat seemed to deepen, and for 5 minutes there was a perfect whirlwind of blows. Suddenly all was still. I listened for some minutes, but, hearing nothing further, I dropped off to sleep. At breakfast, as the mate was helping himself to a double portion of burgoo and molasses, he said to Captain Kingdon, "Did you hear me killin' the rat last night, sir?" The skipper looked at him with open mouth, so surprised that all he could say was, "Well, I'm damned." "Yes, sir," continued the mate, "one ran into me room through the airspace over the door, and I killed it with me club." "So I should think, from the noise," quoth the skipper. I am now far enough advanced to give my wife lessons in the simpler branches of navigation, which I do every morning about 10. She finds the different sailings very hard to separate from each other, and constantly confuses Mercator's with middle latitude sailing. She can work a traverse table all right though, and work a noon sight, and when the horizon is clear she can catch the sun and bring it down to the horizon without any difficulty. When I work up the ship's position every day, I always use 89 degrees 48 minutes in computing latitude instead of laboriously figuring out the corrections for dip, parallax, and refraction, the 12 minutes generally subtracted by merchant skippers from 90 degrees being so close to what the absolute correction would be as to give satisfactory results. Should a professor of nautical astronomy happen upon the foregoing, I can fancy how he throws up his hands in horror at such navigation. But in my opinion, a simple method that one can utilize without reference to an epitome or a book of tables that will put the ship nearly always within 1 mile of her true position is sufficiently accurate. I have never known the error caused by using 89 degrees 48 minutes to be more than a mile and a half, and have often found it to be less than half a mile out, once the two methods worked out exactly the same. On board a man of war for the sake of discipline, or on a coast survey steamer looking for an uncharted ledge or reef, it seems to me are the only cases where the absolute accurate and lengthy method would be of much use. I have known people to say, "Why, how can a man navigate intelligently without knowing what dip, parallax, and refraction mean?" The answer to that is very simple. They, the skippers, generally don't navigate intelligently. By that I mean that they don't know the mathematical reasons for what they are doing, and many of the men commanding American long voyage ships could not define any one of the three words given above, and probably never heard of a spherical triangle, though they solve one every time they work out a longitude sight, but not, it is scarcely necessary to say, by trigonometry. In Great Britain, the examination for master is a very difficult one, and when a man takes command of an English ship, he understands navigation thoroughly in a practical way, but not scientifically, and he is a man of many resources. For instance, if he fails to get a noon observation, he finds his latitude by an ex-meridian or at night by the observation of a planet. Or if for some reason he misses both his AM and PM sights, he computes his longitude by sunrise and sunset contacts or by equal altitudes. Now, generally, the American deep-water skipper is ignorant of any one of these four methods. All that he uses is the day's work, latitude at noon, and longitude by the ordinary sights and Sumner's method. The latter is a very useful process of finding the ship's position, especially when the latitude by dead reckoning cannot be relied upon. It is an American invention or discovery and is gradually being more and more used in England. One does not have to look far to find the reason why the average American skipper does not know as much navigation as the Englishman. It lies in the fact that, by some extraordinary means, no examination is necessary in the United States before a man takes command of a sailing vessel, whether she is a clam sloop or the finest square rigger under the flag. In other words, anybody who had never even seen the ocean can, if the owners and underwriters are willing, command any sailing vessel under the stars and stripes. In the case of steamers, it is different. A rigid examination takes place before a man can go in command of a steamer, big or little. And why the same law does not exist relative to sailing vessels is altogether beyond me. It will be seen then that the American shipmaster is not to blame if he doesn't understand as many branches of navigation as the English skippers, for he has to scull around and pick up what he can from time to time before he finally is given a ship. But that what he knows is really sufficient is shown by the fact that for the last 50 years the fastest long voyage passages have been made by American ships, and in nearly every instance of one of our ships and an Englishman leaving a given port for one or the other side of the world, the American has arrived first. It is in seamanship and judgment in carrying sail that the Yankee skipper has no equal. In moments of real danger, the tighter he is squeezed, the cooler he grows. As for instance, if it is necessary to wear ship in a heavy gale, no one can judge better than he just when to put the wheel up. Or if his vessel is dismasted, the Yankee can clear away the wreck and send his new spars and yards aloft so quickly that foreigners open their eyes in astonishment, simply because of his inborn knowledge of seamanship. To this knowledge is ascribed the fast passages made across the Western Ocean by the American clippers years ago, before the days of the California gold fever. England did not at that time own a single line of packet ships between Liverpool and New York, and the trade of the Western Ocean, and indeed of the world, was carried in American ships. On one occasion, a large firm in Liverpool, James Baines and Company, actually contracted for a number of ships with Donald Mackay of Boston for the Australian trade. Fancy England ordering ships in this country now. Our fast sailing ships culminated, as it were, in the Dreadnought of Newburyport, commanded by the famous Samuel Samuels. She was driven harder probably than any ship that ever floated, especially at night, when, if any forcing was to be done, Samuels never left the deck from dark till daylight. To this he ascribed his fast passages, carrying on to such an extent, yet judiciously withal, that the Dreadnought was called by sailors the wild boat of the Atlantic. She was never passed in anything over a 4 knot breeze, and her record from Sandy Hook to Daunt's Rock was 9 days, 14 hours. Another record of hers was 1080 knots in 72 hours, just 15 knots an hour for 3 days. Latitude at noon, 8 degrees 46 minutes north, longitude 28 degrees 30 minutes west. Sunday, August 12th. 6 weeks at sea today, and we are yet 7 degrees from the line. There is a fresh breeze from south-southwest though, and we are making good southeast quarter east, going 6 knots by the wind. Gracious, how it rained last night between 8 and 9:30. It was squally too, and the skysails were stowed early in the evening. Still, through all the rain, my port invention stood the test, and I am certain that from now on we will have a dry floor. The second mate had as narrow an escape as most men ever experience late this afternoon. We had a shift of wind very suddenly in a squall in the second dog watch, which set the canvas slatting about like mad. Some time during the afternoon a watch tackle had been clapped on to the main tack to haul it taut, and as some of the men, among whom was the second mate, were running aft to lend a hand at the after braces, poor old Kelly was struck full in the chest by the watch tackle block, which was thrashing about like a demon possessed. It laid the second mate flat on his back before he knew what had struck him, and as he was quite insensible when picked up, we thought that his breastbone had been crushed, and that the poor old man had stood his last watch. 3 of the hands carried him into his bunk, where, after an examination by the captain, it was found that no bones had been broken, but he had been so completely knocked out that several minutes yet elapsed before he came to. He won't be fit for duty for 3 or 4 days at least, and he suffers great pain, being able to get no rest. Had the block struck him in the face or head, he would have been instantly killed. On fore and aft schooners, one often hears of people being knocked down by one of the booms flying across the deck, but it cannot be compared with the foregoing accident, for a large spar is not nearly so deadly as a block flying about the decks at the clew of a big, square rig, as the blocks generally in use as purchases aboard ship would literally flatten a man's head. In the meantime, until the second mate recovers, the skipper will have to stand his watch, as the boatswain is entirely unfit to do it. The uninitiated will be surprised to hear that since we left New York, the log has not once been put overboard. It seldom or never is on long voyage ships. The reason is that the skipper and officers can, from long practice, estimate the speed very closely. The mate is the best hand I ever saw at the business, for he is so accurate in judging of the ship's speed that the dead reckoning never differs more than 2 miles from the results obtained by observation, unless there has been a current of the existence of which he was ignorant. And so, strange as it may appear to landsmen, who have all their lives heard of heaving the log, and what an important event it used to be when the log line in the old days was paid out over the stern, one of the officers standing by with the sand glass in his hand, strange as it may seem, I say, neither that old-fashioned but accurate device for ascertaining the ship's speed, nor the comparatively new patent taffrail log is ever put overboard from a vessel on a long voyage unless on some special occasion. Coasters, of course, use the taffrail log continuously, and so do most steamers, coasters as well as transatlantic. This is the first unpleasant Sunday we have had since leaving New York. In the afternoon, the rain ceased, but we got no sight. So we gave her 90 miles of southing and 2 degrees of easting, which put us in latitude 7 degrees 50 minutes north, longitude 26 degrees 20 minutes west. End of section 7. Section 8 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 8. August 13th. Not so much rain has fallen in the last 24 hours, yet I cannot think the precipitation was less than 2½ inches. We have a nice little breeze that is shoving us through the water at 6 knots, and we are heading southeast by east. But even so, I think we will be 50 days to the line. My wife dropped a letter overboard today in a bottle, and we are wondering and estimating what will be its drift and where it will be picked up, if it ever is. Reference to the current chart today showed that we are in the great equatorial current flowing northwest, so that our letter ought to be washed up on one of the windward islands. This equatorial current is a stupendous affair, and according to our chart, seems to take origin in the Malacca Straits, flows in a northwesterly direction following the coastline of India, then flows southwest, passing between Madagascar and Africa and around Cape Agulhas, receiving the name of the Agulhas Current. Thence it flows northwest, crosses the line in the Atlantic where we are now, and then into the Caribbean Sea, and so into the Gulf of Mexico, whence it issues forth between Florida and Cuba under the well-known name of Gulf Stream, finally losing itself on the Norwegian coast. Thus it extends in an unbroken line halfway round the globe, receiving different names in different localities. I shaved off my mustache yesterday, and when I went on deck where the monkey was, he chattered away for some minutes, staring hard at me with a very puzzled look, trying to make out what was the matter with me. When I went close to him, though, the intelligent imp immediately put his hands on my upper lip, showing that he knew very well what the trouble was. It was surprising to observe so great a power of thinking in a little animal. I have not given a description of Pete, so I'll devote a few lines to the little fellow forthwith. In the first place, he is not one of the mangy, moth-eaten, pitiful-looking animals with a prehensile tail that hail from South America and are carried about by organ grinders. On the contrary, he is a very handsome beast of rather large size, with a beautiful thick coat of hair of slightly greenish tinge, so that he is sometimes called the green monkey. Senegal, in West Africa, is his native land, and scientists call his breed Cercopithecus calatricus, the last word signifying beautiful hair. The captain says he is the finest looking of all the monkeys he has ever seen, and the old skipper is very fond of him. Mr. Kelly, the second mate, seems utterly unable to resist teasing Pete. Whenever he has the watch on deck, he is continually making passes at him and trying to pinch the end of his tail. Pete generally manages to sink his teeth once in old Kelly's hand during a watch, and on more than one occasion I have seen blood trickling from the ends of his fingers. Captain Kingdon seems determined not to be jammed off Cape St. Roque, and for the last 2 days we have made a great deal of easting. At noon today we were in latitude 7 degrees 20 minutes north, longitude 24 degrees 10 minutes west. August 14th. This is the first day on which we have had a sight since Saturday the 11th, and it put us a good many miles to the northward of where we thought we were. Instead of being south of the 5th parallel, as we supposed, our noon sight put us north of the 6th. We must have had a very strong current against us, and our error shows how deceptive and unreliable dead reckoning is. Alas, the poor skipper! When he found that he was more than a degree north of where his dead reckoning put him, he was in a bad humor for several hours, and quite inconsolable. And to add to his misery, the main skysail split, sometime during the middle watch, in a heavy south-southeast squall. At 9 this morning we wore ship, as she would not have come head to wind with the southerly sea that is running. It is heavier than any we have had since we left the Gulf Stream, and we are 4 points off our course, heading southwest. It seems strange to me that we are so far to the eastward, as most ships spoken in the Herald near the line are close to the 30th meridian. Perhaps the skipper expects the southeast trades to be well to the southward, and as I said before, he wants to avoid all risk of getting jammed off San Roque. If the trades force a vessel over on the Brazilian coast so that she has to tack ship and stand away to the eastward, it often delays the ship for weeks, so that it pays to always keep well to the eastward as long as you can. 190 miles northeast of San Roque is the island, or more correctly, group of islands called Fernando de Noronha. It is the penal settlement of Brazil, and usually has about 2,000 convicts employed chiefly in cultivating the soil. The surface of the islands is very rugged and abounds in hills 600 feet high, one peak rising to an altitude of 1,000 feet. Stores, mails, and convicts are carried by steamer twice a month to and from Pernambuco. Vessels bound to the southward often make Ferdinand Noronha, as sailors always call it, but skippers don't like to see it, as it means that they are too far to the westward, the group lying in 32 degrees 30 minutes west. We had an amusing diversion on the poop this afternoon when my wife brought Nails, the cat, on deck for the first time since the voyage began, as it will be remembered how affectionate Pete was with it when we were lying off Staten Island. Well, this afternoon we thought some fresh air would do the cat good, so my wife brought him up and put him on the opposite side of the skylight from the monk. By and by, my wife went below, and as she disappeared down the companionway, Bang, the dog, stuck his head over the break of the poop, and, surmising at once that the cat was his natural enemy, proceeded to make things lively for it. He made a rush at the cat, which the latter artfully avoided by dodging round the companion house, but in doing so projected himself head-on into the monkey, who was coming at full speed around the corner to see what the row was about. Pete recovered himself first, being the heavier, and in a second had Nails pinned to the deck, while the dog, seeing that Nails was in good hands, hauled off and looked on. Then, for the space of 1 minute, the air was rent with piercing yells from the cat, while the two animals, both as quick as lightning, literally buzzed around the deck, clawing, biting, and spitting like 1,000 devils. So great was the noise of combat that, in the thickest of the battle, those of the watch who were on deck stood up on the main hatch to view the fight. As for the man at the wheel, his face grew purple with laughter that he could not suppress, and he fell off the grating that he was standing on, in spite of the skipper, who was an interested spectator too. At last we rescued the unhappy cat, who spent the rest of the day smoothing out his ruffled fur and temper. Latitude 6 degrees 40 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 30 minutes west. August 15th. More rain than ever. It comes down in apparently solid, slanting columns of water and actually hisses as it falls into the sea. All our casks, buckets, and tubs are full, and the men now get no water from the tanks at all, using the rainwater for all purposes, the deckhouses, etc., having been so well washed off that the water is perfectly clear as it runs into the tubs. Yesterday afternoon, the lee main skysail sheet parted, and shortly afterward the fore and mizzen skysails were stowed, the weather being squally. The rain is absolutely incessant, and I marvel that the proportion of salt in the ocean doesn't change with all the rain that falls in the tropic zone. My wife is busy writing letters. Why, I cannot imagine. Perhaps she thinks there's a post box at the equator. At any rate, she passes a couple of hours 2 or 3 times a week writing very long epistles to various members of her family and her most intimate friends, describing minutely nearly everything that has happened to us since we came to sea. She makes everything very rosy in her letters, and so, indeed, the voyage is to us. But I am pretty certain that her friends, to say nothing of her family, would see it in a different light if they were here in our place. I think my wife feels the absence of fresh fruit and vegetables more than anything else, and while we have a great variety of tinned vegetables, which to a certain extent take the place of fresh ones, there is no substitute for fresh, juicy fruit. It is fortunate for me that I generally live on bread and meat and potatoes ashore, all of which I can get here, except that, of course, the meat is tinned too. A great addition to our larder will be our first pig, which, of course, will not be killed till cold weather. When the skipper was overhauling a locker the other day, he came across a jar of the most delicious preserves I ever tasted. It is called chow chow, though it must not be supposed that, on account of its name, it bears any resemblance to the chow chow of commerce. On the contrary, it seems to consist of pieces of citron and small tropical fruits, preserved in a very thick, sweet syrup similar to that of Canton ginger. And as the chow chow is put up in exactly the same sort of stone jars with wicker handles, it might be very readily taken for ginger until you had proved, by tasting, that it was very different. I have never seen this chow chow in America, and I should think that it might be sold there at a large profit, particularly as I am told that it is one of the cheapest articles of food in China. I shall certainly take home a dozen jars of it when we leave India. Latitude at noon, 6 degrees, .06 north, longitude 20 degrees, 35 minutes west. August 16th. We have a fairly good breeze from the southward, which commenced a little after noon. Made good southing previously, and in my judgment will cross the equator on Sunday. We expect the wind to back into the southeast trades before tomorrow, as we ought to take them near the fifth parallel. There is an immense amount of phosphorescence in the water, and at night the ship's wake is like a path of fire, and every little speck of foam is transformed into a cluster of sparkling jewels. It is beautiful to watch, and I never grow tired of looking at the strange phenomenon caused by minute animals, and wondering how many billions of them would be contained in a cubic foot of water. The only water I have ever seen to equal this in phosphoric brilliancy is a lake on the island of New Providence, 2 miles from the city of Nassau. It is so extraordinarily luminous that when people see it for the first time, they often refuse to believe that it is natural, but is due to some chemical effect produced by the owners of the lake as a catch-penny show. The sunsets are superb here, and are all the finer because for a week the orb of day has remained concealed behind thick clouds. I love to sit on the poop rail, wedged in between the mizzen shrouds and backstays, and watch the glorious colors of the tropical sky at evening, and build the loftiest kind of castles in the air. In fact, the chief amusement on a voyage of this kind is dreaming away the hours, and unless he who is about to begin a voyage is pretty well satisfied with his own company, I would very strongly recommend him to stay ashore. Indeed, I can imagine nothing so irksome as for one who did not love the sea to be caged up within the confines of the poop. I have no doubt that 50 or 60 years ago, when the voyage to India was made in windjammers only, and 150 first-class passengers went out in every ship, the people were ready to slaughter one another before the ship was up with the Cape. Fancy having to meet face to face 20 times a day a man that you detested, or with whom you had quarreled, and also just think of what a grand chance for gossiping for the women, and how they must have hated each other long before they reached Bombay or Madras or wherever they were going. Even in a week's yachting cruise along the coast, a yacht owner will soon learn to ask as guests only those with whom he is on sufficiently intimate terms, that they can sprawl about the cabin or deck without the necessity of entertaining each other. If there is any constraint, the true enjoyment of the grandest sport in the world is obliterated. How much more, then, must this be the case on a long voyage? And if any young fellow that may peruse these lines is about to embark on a 4 or 5 months' trip to sea, let him go alone rather than ask his best friend to accompany him, unless that friend has been weighed in the balance and not found wanting. Before we sailed, I was told that ere we had been at sea long, my wife would be combing my hair with a marlinspike, which painful operation, it is needless to say, has not yet been performed, as my wife is enjoying the voyage quite as much as I am. We made considerable westing yesterday, as will be observed by comparing yesterday's position with that of today, which was latitude 5 degrees north, longitude 22 degrees 30 minutes west. August 17th. This was a magnificent morning with a bright sun, the ship slashing along close-hauled, and the glorious southeast trades at last whistling through the shrouds. At least we believe them to be the trades, though we are not laying a better course than southwest. But it is likely to back into southeast true on the other side of the line, so that we can lay a south-southwest course. We have had so much hard luck with the winds on the voyage that we thought that a much longer time would elapse between the trades than has actually proved to be the case. Today we are just abreast of the dismal and pestilential west coast of Africa, the deadly Bight of Benin and Gold Coast, exhaling miasma and fever and death to white men, lay just east of us, the lovely island of Lagos lying in the heart of that beautiful but uninhabitable land. Beware and take care of the Bight of Benin, few ever come out, though many go in, is an old saying the truth of which has been but too often proved. In describing the forests of equatorial Africa, Livingstone says that into these primeval forests the sun, though vertical, cannot penetrate, excepting by sending down at midday thin pencils of rays into the gloom, while the rainwater stands for months in stagnant pools made by the feet of elephants. I stood on the poop before breakfast, and looking to the eastward, I thought of ourselves surging over the sparkling ocean, and then of the Europeans across in Sierra Leone dying of the terrible swamp fever in an atmosphere so hot and humid that when one does not exert himself but reclines at ease on a broad veranda, the perspiration exudes from every pore in his body, and this on a cloudy or even rainy day. But in spite of this, the West Coast has a great attraction for me, and I hope someday to visit it. This is the first day for a long while that the term dancing can be applied to the motion of the waves. There is a swell coming out of the southeast, and the strong wind, catching the tops of the seas, every now and then sends the crest of one slopping over the weather rail, while the ship, under royals, is plunging along with her lee scuppers full and her sails like boards, except the weather leach of the mizzen royal, which shakes for a second or two when the Mandalore mounts to the crest of the sea, showing that the ship is just full and by. It is just the sort of morning that Clark Russell loves to write about. Last night we caught a dolphin just as I had turned in, and the skipper called me out to see the beauty of the colors in the fish when dying. To be sure, I viewed them by lamplight, and that may have been the cause of my disappointment, for the colors did not for a moment compare with the exquisite tints of the fish when swimming just under the surface of the water. We witnessed a most beautiful moonrise last evening. My wife and I were leaning over the rail when we saw her emerge from the edge of a great black cloud, making so sublime a spectacle that no artist or writer could ever hope to delineate or describe. It was the only occasion that I ever knew when the word sublime could be applied to the rising moon, and both of us enjoyed the picture to the utmost. As the planet ascended, though, her pristine glory faded, and presently we went below to our customary game of three-handed euchre. Our position at noon was latitude 2 degrees 54 minutes north, longitude 24 degrees 32 minutes west. August 18th. At noon today we were less than 1 degree from the equator. We have a fine breeze, and as everything is going nicely, we ought to enter the southern hemisphere tonight. Pete had a grand run on deck today, having broken loose at noon, and I did not catch him till nearly 5, and then only by chance. What a splendid time he has when loose, galloping back and forth from bowsprit end to taffrail. Remarkable to tell, he won't go aloft higher than a dozen ratlines or so, but confines his gymnastic exhibitions to the forward and midship houses. As soon as he gets adrift, the men drop whatever they are at work on and gaze in open-mouthed wonder at Pete's agility, which nobody appreciates more than a sailor. When he executed a prodigious leap today from the mainstay to the rail to avoid capture, they all cheered, bringing the skipper on deck to see what was the matter. Pete had as narrow an escape, though, from drowning as ever happened. He was working his way along through the mizzen shrouds, and was in the act of springing from one rope to another when he in some way missed his distance and fell. Those who saw him fall held their breath, and I certainly thought that nothing could prevent his dropping outboard. As a matter of fact, he fell on the pin rail, and 6 inches farther would have dropped him into the water, from which rescue would have been impossible, for we were going 8 knots at the time. I expected to see him break an arm or a leg, for he fell like a sack of meal full 20 feet. But no sooner had he struck than away he went again, and in 3 seconds was astride of the spanker boom. Pete also gives us shocks by walking round the ship's stern on what is called the half-round, a narrow, convex strip of iron that rounds off the angle that would otherwise be formed by the juncture of the poop deck and the ship's side. I captured the monk in a manner as surprising to him as it was to me. Both mates, the steward, cook, and myself had been chasing him for a full hour, and it was as hopeless as the pursuit of a jack-o'-lantern, when Pete jumped on the spanker boom, for the pace had been pretty lively even for him. I sang out to Mr. Ryan to crawl up on one side of the skylight while I stopped on the other side to grab him if he should come my way. As soon as Pete saw the mate, he grasped the situation in a second and decided on one of his wonderful leaps. So he sprang from the boom to the weather mizzen royal backstay, but as he came flying through the air, I made a wild clutch, and to my utter amazement, closed on his long tail, and for some minutes after, the air was quite blue with monkey cuss words. Latitude 52 minutes north, longitude 26 degrees 32 minutes west. Sunday, August 19th. At last we are over the line. We crossed last night within a few minutes of 10 o'clock in longitude 27 degrees 30 minutes west, having been just 7 weeks or 49 days from New York. A precious long time, considering that it has been done many times under 21 days, the usual time being about 4 weeks. I was in hopes that we would witness some of the old sea larks so prevalent in crossing the line in days gone by. Those who had never entered the southern hemisphere were formally introduced to Neptune in the following manner. The bosun is generally chosen to represent the sea god, and he adorns his chin with a long oakum beard, paints his face, and then disappears over the rail forward. He is generally followed by a young seaman wearing a blanket for a skirt. Then, after a few moments, the bosun and the young sailor suddenly appear, representing Neptune and Aphrodite his wife, the former holding a wooden trident carved out by chips. Neptune then pursues the green hands about the decks, and after their capture, all hands parade about the main deck, blowing whistles and beating tin pans after the manner of savages before a sacrifice. One of the sailors, who impersonates Neptune's barber, carries a bucket of what is known as deep-sea mystery, composed of tar and soft soap and an immense wooden razor. The victims are then blindfolded and seated on boards placed over tubs of seawater. They are then lathered with the horrible mess above mentioned and shaved with the wooden razor, after which the planks are pulled from under them and down they go into the tubs of water. This is called an introduction to Neptune and is productive of a prodigious amount of hilarity, for sailors are like schoolboys and a practical joke affords them unlimited amusement. What has become of the old sea customs, and why have most of them disappeared completely from sight? And why is it that the old superstitions no longer hold good that used to influence Jack's life in so curious a manner? 50 years ago, the skipper who would sail on Friday was judged a madman, if indeed he could find a crew to sail with him, while it was thought, when the corposant, otherwise known as Jack-o'-lantern and St. Elmo's fire, appeared on the yardarms, that the ghostly lights were placed there by long-departed spirits. Seamen in the old days had an aversion to sailing with fins, believing that they understood and were versed in the black arts, and a whole crew has more than once deserted a ship in which there happened to be one of the despised race. There is still another superstition, to which I have alluded before, that once prevailed generally throughout England and Holland, which related to the Flying Dutchman that cruised off the Cape. Any ship so unlucky as to fall in with her was never afterwards heard from. Those at home little suspect that we have just crossed the equator, thinking, no doubt, that we're somewhere near the Cape by this time, and so we would have been if such vile luck had not attended us in the North Atlantic from the Gulf Stream to the Northeast trades. At the present time, we consider a passage of less than 140 days improbable. Latitude 1 degree 11 minutes south, longitude 28 degrees 1 minute west. End of section 8. Section 9 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 9. August 20th. The trades are sending us along in splendid style, and if today is a sample of what the next 10 will be, September 1st will see us near the 30th parallel, and we should be taking the strong westerly winds that will blow us across the 5,000 miles of Southern Ocean. In a discussion that arose at dinner today as to the time that would probably elapse between now and the day on which we'll cross the line in the Indian Ocean, I was laughed at for saying that, in my judgment, we would require 62 days to cover the distance. But when I offered to put money up, though, the skipper and mate found something else to talk about. I forgot to say yesterday that my wife was going to explode a package of firecrackers under my chair on the poop when we crossed the line, but she forgot all about it. Firecrackers are singular things to find aboard ship, but the Mandalore came home from Hong Kong last voyage with a cargo of tea, firecrackers, silk, and Chinese paper fans, and several packages of the crackers were left aboard or else belonged to the skipper. Of all cargoes, tea is said to be the best for fast passages and is least wearing on the ship, while nitrate of soda that is carried in immense quantities from the Chilean and Peruvian coasts to America and Great Britain is by all odds the worst, settling down in a solid mass in the ship's hold without an atom of give to it. Indeed, wooden ships do not last long in the nitrate trade, however strongly they may be built. Old sea captains say that they would rather go to sea in a wooden than in an iron ship, insisting that in bad weather the former, by reason of the material used in its construction, is naturally more buoyant, and as wooden ships of similar tonnage are much more beamy than iron ones, their stability is very much greater. In fact, this is in a measure proved, as a large number of British sailing ships that round the Horn emerged from the battle with that stormy headland minus one or more boats and often with the loss of their bulwarks, simply because these iron ships, being long and narrow, with but little natural buoyancy and scarcely any freeboard, will not rise to the seas as wooden vessels will. American ships, on the other hand, built chiefly of oak, seldom suffer damage doubling the Horn. I remember reading an interesting account of the first round voyage of the great Bath four-master Shenandoah, and my attention was directed to an incident that happened near Cape Horn. A good breeze was blowing at this particular time, and the Shenandoah was making good headway bound to the westward, when she was overhauled and passed by the British ship Kensington, the latter's crew jumping into the rigging to cheer. The Yankee skipper didn't say a word. The next day a heavy gale came on, and under its impetus the mammoth clipper swept grandly on, overhauling and passing the Englishman, who was hove to with bulwarks smashed and making very heavy weather of it, the Shenandoah surging along as though over a summer sea. Subsequently, the Kensington had to bear up for the Falklands for repairs. Of course, satisfactory comparisons cannot be drawn from any one case, but still the above illustrates the buoyancy of wooden ships and the ease with which they ride heavy seas in comparison with iron ones. We made fairly good southing yesterday, and at noon our position was latitude 3 degrees 18 minutes south, 29 degrees 50 minutes west. August 21st. Before breakfast this morning there was but little wind, and heavy clouds hung over the eastern skyline. By 9 o'clock, though, the clouds had vanished and a strong breeze was once more singing through the shrouds, freshening later into the freshest breeze we have had since we took the trades. At noon we were a trifle to the southward of San Roque, going 9 knots, steering south-southwest under sky sails with the lee scuppers awash. Remarkable to relate, we have seen no sea serpent yet, that everyone who goes to sea is supposed to fall in with sooner or later. Nearly everyone laughs at the idea of there being any such animal in existence, although whenever one of the so-called serpents appears in Long Island Sound, the papers are full of it for days. I myself have always believed more or less that large serpents, or whatever they may be called, do dwell in the sea, and my argument is this. The largest terrestrial animal is the elephant, the largest marine animal the whale. What is the difference in size and weight? The largest elephant will not weigh more than 5 tons, while whales attain a length of 80 to 85 feet and a weight of at least 40 to 50 tons. If, then, the largest creature that dwells in the sea exceeds 10 times the bulk of the greatest land animals, does it not seem probable and reasonable that there should exist marine serpents or gigantic eels that exceed greatly in length the python and boa constrictor? Latitude 5 degrees 54 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 36 minutes west. August 22nd. This was a fine morning with a good strong wind, and the old ship is going nobly. Indeed, from noon yesterday to noon today we logged a greater number of miles than any day since we left the Gulf Stream, doing 190 miles. And yet, what a small run this is compared with what the Mandalore would have done had she docked in New York, particularly when it is remembered that she is one of the smartest ships in the Eastern trade. My wife has not exhibited the least sign of seasickness since we left the Gulf Stream, which I consider remarkable, inasmuch as 6 months ago she could not cross New York Bay without feeling the motion of the ferry boat, and when yachting during the summer, as soon as we cleared any harbor, my wife would turn in and stay in her bunk until the anchor was let go again. It is true that during this voyage we have not had any bad weather since our knockdown in the first week. Still, for 10 days, there has been a long southerly sea running, and sometimes we pitch into it at a very lively rate, and I consider this motion a much more severe test than rolling. Most people will not agree with me in this, but I am confident that those who do not have never been in a really heavy-head sea. Besides, I once had ocular demonstration of it. It was during a passage across the North Atlantic in February, on one of the Cunarders. On the second day out, we encountered a heavy beam sea that set the big steamer rolling and wallowing about in a startling fashion. Yet 3/4 of the passengers showed up for luncheon. On the fourth day, we ran into a high head sea on the Grand Banks, into which the steamer was forced at full speed, and only 22 people out of 170 first-class passengers sat down to their midday repast. This clinched the opinion in my mind. Those whose misfortune it is to be liable to seasickness under moderate conditions are, in my way of thinking, hopeless as far as a permanent cure is concerned. For instance, I believe that although my wife is cured for the time being, if she stopped ashore for a year and then went to sea again and had fairly bad weather at the start, such as one would be likely to meet in the Atlantic, she would have to endure the same suffering that she went through a few weeks ago. Latitude 8 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 30 degrees 52 minutes west. August 23rd. There was not a superabundance of wind this forenoon, but at 11 we had a severe rain squall, after which it cleared up and the wind came out strong again, and once more we went bowling joyfully along, the sea flecked with dancing whitecaps. Before breakfast a school of porpoises showed themselves alongside, and then, moving ahead, took up a position under the bows, where they held us fascinated by their graceful antics as they leaped 4 or 5 feet clear of the water in their gambols. Surely they are the most elegant of all the deep sea inhabitants. Perhaps elegant is not just the word I want, but nothing can excel in grace and beauty the different attitudes attained by porpoises at play. They lack the marvelous coloring of the so-called dolphin, but make up for it by their exceeding gracefulness. I forgot to say that we had some fried dolphin the other day for supper, and both my wife and I thought it delicious. The flesh is perfectly white and firm, something like the white meat of a turkey, and while it might not taste as well to those who live on pâté de foie gras and truffled pheasant, it seemed better to us than cod or haddock, and the cook had prepared it very nicely by frying steaks of it in breadcrumbs. Speaking of the cook, it reminds me that not once have I heard him alluded to as the doctor, a term that shore-going people always imagine is applied to a ship's cook. There are many other expressions, too, that landsmen think sailors use, when in fact one never hears them. Whenever a sailor in a novel is annoyed, he first hitches up his trousers, then shivers his timbers, and finally damns his own or his messmate's eyes. Such expressions are, of course, never heard at sea. It is astonishing how badly and slovenly men can dress. I never thought that sailors rigged themselves out as they do until I had seen the men on the Mandalore. I should think they would wear blue dungaree suits such as steam yachts crews wear. It seems to me that clothes of this sort would be much cheaper and more comfortable than the threadbare undershirts and thick, unyielding woolen trousers that the men turn out in hot weather, and the dungaree would last much longer than the clothes sold from the slop chest on board. There is another peculiarity about merchant sailors, though chiefly confined to the officers, and that is their hatred for uniforms. They seem to think that when they don any sort of uniform whatever, they are transformed more or less into slaves, and that their freedom is gone. It is a strange and unaccountable whim. For example, I asked the mate the other day why he didn't enter the Navy, or, better still, try and get a berth on some big yacht. His answer was short and dry. "I wouldn't wear no uniform for all the money you'd give me." Latitude at noon, 10 degrees 13 minutes south, longitude 31 degrees 10 minutes west. August 24th. This morning we discovered that the wind had backed to the eastward more, enabling us to steer a south by west course. There is a perceptible difference in the temperature, especially at night, when it is really quite chilly. I forgot to lower a thermometer over the side at the equator to get the temperature of the sea, but I think the mercury would have registered between 81 degrees and 82 degrees. Just now we are abreast of Bahia, and if we are going to continue to eat up nearly 3 degrees of latitude a day, another week will take us to 30 degrees south. Pete parted his chain again this afternoon, and had a merry but very short dance on the main deck. I caught him in 5 minutes by shutting the cabin door after he had gone in. The wretch fixed his teeth in my wife's finger yesterday, proving the old saying that a monkey will not recognize two masters. We had a very splendid view of the Southern Cross last evening, as we are now far enough south to see it to advantage. My wife was much disappointed in it, as her imagination had led her to picture a constellation of stars of the first magnitude, and of the brilliancy of Sirius, being misled probably by poets who sing of the flaming stars of the Southern Cross. In reality, the constellation, while perfectly well defined, is not exactly a cross, the stars forming a figure like this, the long diameter being canted a great deal, though this was probably due to the hour at which we saw it, the cross in its transit seeming to roll through the sky, as it were. Having seen the constellation before from the south side of Cuba, though dimly, I was not disappointed in its appearance. Indeed, I was very favorably impressed with it, and it seems to be by far the most conspicuous figure in the southern sky. Another curious phenomenon to be seen on this side of the line are the Magellan clouds, 3 nebulae composed apparently of an inconceivable number of stars. They look like detached spots of the Milky Way, though the stardust seems to be much finer and more minute than the latter. I had always thought of the Magellan clouds as vapor and similar to other clouds. It never occurred to me that they were small nebulae or luminous spots. They are, of course, in the southern sky and begin to be visible from a point somewhat farther to the northward than we are now. Latitude at noon, 12 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees 26 minutes west. August 25th. Fresh trades blew throughout the morning watch and increased in the forenoon so that we had to hand the skysails at 10. It is Captain Kingdon's intention to make the island of Trinidad in 20 degrees south for the verification of chronometers, rather than run the risk of missing Tristan da Cunha, which is often made by vessels for the same purpose. The skipper appeared on deck very unexpectedly last night in the middle watch, and found the ship a point and a half off her course. He gave the helmsman a dressing down, and the man actually answered him back. What happened then I do not know, as Mr. Kelly had the watch from midnight to 4, and he is always very reticent as to any little disturbances that occur. Captain Kingdon stayed on deck till the watch was changed, and then told both the mates to take no back talk from the men whatever, but to answer any show of bad temper with a belaying pin. The skipper has been very easy with the men, and I fancy that the reason is to be found in my wife's presence on board. A row with sailors is always a nasty business, and of course it would frighten my wife so that the rest of the voyage would be a sort of reign of terror for her. The good-hearted skipper bears that in mind, I'm sure, and things have gone very smoothly as far as I can see, though 2 of the men are beginning to get ugly, Carson and the man with the master's ticket. It is remarkable how fond sailors are of skylarking and playing practical jokes on one another, but particularly in this case on the cook, who is made the butt of most of their silly pranks. The latter is very skillful with his pocket knife in whittling out various articles, particularly bamboo flutes. These he carves out exceedingly well, and then discourses lively tunes on them, to which the men dance with much gusto. I was standing at the galley door this morning watching him prepare rice, which he does with all the skill of an East Indian, and in the course of the conversation he looked at me very hard and asked me if my name wasn't Stevenson. On my replying, he remarked, "I know a man by that name. He keeps a fish stand in Fulton Market. Are you any relation to him?" On my being obliged to confess that to the best of my belief no ties of kinship existed between us, he told me that his friend was rich and owned a sailor's boarding house on South Street. Every evening in the second dog watch, after everything has been coiled away and the decks wet down to keep them from opening under the fierce sun of the tropics, all the foremast hands form in single file, and with each man's hands on the shoulders of the one ahead of him, they march in lockstep around the forward part of the ship, coming no farther aft than the main hatch, between which and the galley they pass. The one who is leading always sings a sea ditty of some sort, and at the end of every verse they bang away like mad on tin pans and nearly blow their hearts out on the cook's flutes. What all this means I cannot imagine, but the men seem to find a vast lot of amusement in it. 3 or 4 of them spar very well, and last week they made a pair of boxing gloves out of canvas, stuffing them with odd pieces of oakum and hemp. The American, Carson, is by far the handiest man in the ship with his fists, and can do up some of the others with one hand secured behind his back. The only man who takes no part in the fun is the musical genius with the license. He always selects the opposite side of the deck from the rest of them, and paces moodily up and down as though hatching out some nefarious scheme. I saw a good illustration once of how utterly irresistible is the impulse of mischief doing among most sailors. I was making the round voyage through the West Indies on a steamer 3 or 4 years ago, and we had reached Cienfuegos on the south coast of Cuba, where we were to lie 3 or 4 days. We hauled into the wharf on the second day to load sugar, which the big black stevedores rolled into the hold in immense hogsheads. The second mate, a young daredevil Nova Scotian, had been given shore leave, and at 10 o'clock I saw him, rigged out in his finest, sauntering up the long wooden pier. Presently his eye caught a fruit vendor's cart lying by the roadside, and the temptation was too strong. The cart was a 2-wheeled affair with a stick supporting one end so that it should remain level. As the second mate went by, he kicked the prop away, and down came the stand, scattering oranges, bananas, and pineapples in the black, sticky mud. I have never seen anyone in so great a rage as that Cuban. For a full minute he couldn't say or do anything at all, then ripping out the inevitable knife, he darted after the unsuspecting joker. The latter heard him just in time, and the last I saw of them they were sailing up the wharf at full speed, the enraged fruit seller grabbing frantically at the other's horizontal coat tails. When the second mate came back that afternoon, I told him I saw the whole affair, and he showed me a long scratch on his elbow from the Cuban's knife, so that he really did have a pretty close call. After seeing this little escapade, I readily understood why so many sailors get shore leave and never return to the ship. They can't all run as fast as this one. Latitude 15 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees 56 minutes west. Sunday, August 26th. 8 weeks at sea today, and 8 delightful weeks they have been. I only hope that the next 2 months will be as agreeable. But that is hardly to be expected, for, when we take the westerly winds, good-bye to fine weather. Then ho, for tall seas, heavy gales, and flooded decks. Then it's a case of oilskins day and night for the men, though they aren't much good with 2 feet of water on the main deck. When we are going to take these winds, it is, of course, extremely indefinite. The trades are light, and we are not doing more than 4 knots an hour. But then the wind is a point free, which makes up for it. Last night it shifted and blew from northeast for a while, and the ship's head was put southeast by east 3/4 east by steering compass, or southeast 1/2 south true, so as to fetch Trinidad. At noon, that island lay 220 miles nearly southeast of us, and if capricious Euros doesn't alter his intentions, we ought to pass it sometime within the ensuing 36 hours. On the other hand, if the wind cants even 2 points more to the southward, we shan't fetch the island at all, and the skipper won't waste any time looking for it. There is one spot of land that I should like to see, and that is Tristan da Cunha. There is no gorgeous scenery there, nothing but a great mountain peak and some waterfalls, but I should like to say that I had seen this, one of the most isolated points on the globe. I don't really believe that we will sight any land, though, till we make the low-lying coast at the mouth of the Hooghly, called the Sunderbunds. I have had some wonderful yarns from that old second mate during the first watch every other night. He tells them in an offhand way and jerks his words and sentences out in a startling and curious manner. He spun one very lurid yarn about a gale of wind he was in the M.P. Grace, when she was hove to under bare poles inside the Falklands. This line to under bare poles is hard for those who have never been to sea to believe, as those who know little about square riggers always believe that they heave to under a lower maintop sail and mizzen stormstay sail, and so they generally do. What is to be done if the wind is too strong for a rag to be set to heave to under? The only thing possible under those conditions is to heave her to under bare poles, and Captain Kingdon thinks this is the best thing to do anyway, and for 3 reasons. Firstly, the vessel drifting broadside or nearly so to leeward carries a wonderfully smooth wake to windward, preventing the seas from breaking aboard that can do much damage. Secondly, not having any canvas set, there is nothing to blow away and lose. Thirdly, when hove to under canvas, the ship is continually running up into the wind and then falling off again, meeting the seas and suffering thereby more damage than if always drifting away from them. There are plenty of men who laugh at the idea of lying to under bare poles simply because they've never been forced to do it. Those who have been compelled to furl everything, or whose canvas has been blown away, acknowledge that they were better off without it. Then there is another mistake that the uninitiated make in supposing that when a square rigger is hove to, she rides continually head to wind, nearly, with the sea on the bow. This is a mistake, for she is constantly coming up and then falling off, with the wind and sea often 2 or 3 points abaft the beam, running up to within about 5 points of the wind, so that a ship hove to generally has the wind and sea nearly abeam. I can work the most difficult Sumner in Ainsley now without the least difficulty, an accomplishment of which I am quite vain, as Ainsley had a genius for elaborating the most intricate problems, particularly in Greenwich date and rating the chronometer, which he introduces in all his time sights, laying innocent-looking but deadly pitfalls for the embryo navigator. I am almost through the book, but the mate is going to make me go over it twice more if we have time, and every day until we reach port I will have to do a complicated day's work. Latitude at noon, 17 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees 20 minutes west. End of section 9. Section 10 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 10. August 27th. We were treated to a calm last night by way of variety. The wind was so light from the eastward yesterday that everyone expected a calm spell, though this is pretty far north to fall in with one. So we lay rolling about in a light swell all last night and up to 9 this morning, when we had a shift to southwest with a squally look to windward. The watch had just rigged the machine for scraping the bilges, but as the wind freshened, it was impossible to use it. So operations were suspended and the yards swung, putting us on a starboard tack for the first time in a long while. I must say that the southeast trades haven't used us as well as they might, for they have seemingly left us away up here in 18 degrees south instead of carrying us 10 degrees farther. We took them in about 4 degrees north, so that they have wafted us through 22 degrees of latitude, though at no time were they what could have been called strong. It was a lady's breeze all the time. And now we fear they have left us, our only hope lying in the fact that the southwest wind is beginning to freshen, and the horizon in that direction has a breezy look. After dinner the wind grew cold, little Pete feeling the change very quickly, and hereafter I will have to keep him below, except between 10 and 4. He has broken loose 3 times in the last 2 days, appearing very suddenly as I was reading in the cabin after dinner. The chain I brought for him is wearing out, and I shall have to make him fast with marline or something of that sort. We did not make much yesterday, at noon being in latitude 18 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees west. August 28th. A dark cloudy day with a fresh breeze from south by east were the meteorological conditions that greeted us this morning. Just before dark yesterday the wind became very puffy, and under the strain the standing part of the foretop gallant halyards parted, and all the weight of the heavy yard coming on the lifts, the lee one went a second after the halyards, and here was a hurrah's nest. Carson was sent aloft to clear the wreck, and such swearing I never heard as he indulged in. Every few minutes he would get into a passion and rage and tear around up aloft at a terrible rate. He is certainly a most undesirable person to have on board, even if he is the smartest seaman in the ship. The halyards must have had a flaw in one of the links, they are made of heavy chain, as they never would have parted otherwise. How curious that they should have carried away here, and not in the Gulf Stream in that heavy squall. During the morning watch today, the puffs came so strong that the royals were stowed, and at 9 a certain rent in the lee side of the mizzen-top gallant was seen to be rapidly enlarging, and to save the sail it was stowed at 9:30, leaving us under pretty snug canvas. Sail was further reduced in the afternoon watch by the hauling up of the crossjack, necessitated by the ripping of one of the seams in the after leech. How naked the yards and spars looked in comparison with their appearance when crowned with the light upper sails. I wonder how they'll look when we're under lower topsails off the Cape. And this reminds me that my wife is beginning to express fear of the Southern Ocean and the doubling of the Capo del Bona Spes, as the early navigators called it. Unfortunately, I told my wife the other day that Admiral Fitzroy mentions a gale he was in off Good Hope, during which he estimated the height of the tallest seas from crest to trough at 70 feet, and this has so alarmed her that she looks with dread and apprehension towards the next month. I somewhat smoothed it over by afterwards assuring my wife that it was on the Agulhas bank that Fitzroy encountered these tremendous seas. I believe it is the general impression that the Cape of Good Hope is at the southernmost extremity of the African continent, but Cape Agulhas extends 30 miles farther south and really terminates that dark, vast country. Quite a sea made during the day, and the motion is more severe than for many weeks. The worst of these southerly winds is that they are surprisingly raw and biting, though we are yet north of 20 degrees south. I suppose that away down in 42 degrees south the winds have the true Antarctic sting. Poor old John, as we call him, the oldest man in the ship before the mast, is pitifully weak, and going aloft is out of the question for him. He tried yesterday and couldn't haul himself above the sheer pole. The skipper is very kind to him and gives him various draughts and compounds calculated to improve his condition, but apparently they are without effect. Old Kelly, the second mate, and the ugliest man I ever saw, is very anxious to have his photograph taken with the kodak. Perhaps I will before we get in. We are away off course, heading east-southeast and making good east by south. If this keeps up, we will wear ship in the morning. We had no sights at all today, and by dead reckoning made only 4 miles of southing, though 1.5 degrees of easting. Latitude at noon, 18 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 30 degrees 30 minutes west. August 29th. Wore ship this morning at 6 and stood over on the port tack, steering southwest by south. We are going very slowly. Indeed, we are making barely 4 knots, although there is a fresh breeze blowing and we ought to be doing 8. Yesterday afternoon at 5, sighted a large bark bound north under royals. She has a fine chance and ought to be up with the line in 5 days. The weather is cold enough now for light flannels, as the wind has quite a sharp edge, particularly when it comes roaring out of the after leach of one of the courses. Although if you curl yourself up under the lee of the companion house, there is plenty of heat left yet in the sun. We are all intensely interested calculating whether we will see Trinidad tomorrow or not. We are very close to it, and my only fear is in passing it after dark. Latitude 18 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 28 degrees 40 minutes west. August 30th. Shortly after daybreak this morning, Mr. Ryan put his face close to our forward port and yelled, "Land ahead!" with the noise of a steam calliope. It was very alarming, and I started up with such a rush that I brought up with my head against the deck beams, not with a dull thud, but with a splitting crack, so that I fell back, consigning the mate, as well as Trinidad, to everlasting punishment. I did not turn out till just after breakfast, and then, on looking out over the bows, a bluish cloud on the horizon showed me that land was in sight. After we had finished our matutinal repast, Trinidad showed up much more plainly, but still not well enough defined to show anything but its rough and broken outline. And it was not until 11 o'clock, when we had approached to within 10 miles or so, that we saw or appreciated the rugged beauty of this solitary monolith. Nothing that I ever saw could so completely embody the picture of profound solitude and desolate bareness of the sharp, jagged peaks, the high vertical cliffs of rock, and the almost total absence of any particle of green that would relieve the eye. But there is nothing to break its gray monotony, and as one gazes spellbound at the grandeur of the lonely volcanic rock, the thought occurs, how dreadful to be cast away on this dreary place with a few wild goats and seabirds for your only companions. Looking upward towards the highest point of the land, one sees, on approaching the westerly side of Trinidad, a sort of undulating plateau, divided by deep ravines and almost completely surrounded by jutting, ragged masses of rock, having the appearance of elaborately carved church steeples. It is here that the scenery rises into sublimity, and one is lost in admiration as he contemplates this gigantic pile and marvels at the mighty forces that upheaved the mass from the depths of the sea. A very curious formation is to be noticed when approaching from the northward and westward. It is an isolated, symmetrical column of basalt about 1,000 feet high, and looks exactly as though the Titans had been at work there in bygone ages. I do not know when anything has impressed me as has this island of Trinidad, a dot in the mighty South Atlantic. It was so much more solemn and grand than I expected that I was the more affected by it. When we came abreast of the land, we saw large numbers of gannets skimming along just above the surface of the water. They are white and about the size of ducks, while numbers of great frigate birds sailed in stately circles over our mastheads. Altogether, it was a morning that I will not soon forget, and though some of the islands in the Southern Ocean, Tristan da Cunha, for example, may be loftier than Trinidad, I have many doubts whether they can compare with it in fascinating beauty and rugged grandeur. Inasmuch as we passed to leeward of the island and not more than 7 miles off, we lost nearly all the wind by reason of the height of the land, the loftiest pinnacle towering 2,020 feet above the sea. During the afternoon, both wind and sea went down, and in the first dog watch we were going smoothly and quietly along. At noon, being then immediately abreast of Trinidad, our position was latitude 20 degrees 31 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 19 minutes west. August 31st. We had very light winds this morning, and before breakfast the scraping gear was rigged, the main topsail having been laid to the mast. The affair is such a fussy thing that it puts everyone in a bad humor who has anything to do with it. The skipper and the mate had a few words over it shortly after breakfast and again after dinner, when Mr. Ryan averred that no one could teach him much about his duties as mate, the skipper having recourse to the crushing inquiry as to who was in command of the ship. If coming events cast their shadows before, we may soon be treated to an exhibition of the power vested in the commander of a ship, as Captain Kingdon didn't fancy the mate's manner in the least. Speaking about the power of a skipper, I had an argument with a man not long ago as to the relative powers of a naval and merchant captain. My opponent in the argument was an Englishman who upheld the theory that the captain of a vessel in the Royal Navy was the most powerful man afloat, for he could give a man under him 60 days in a cell. This is, no doubt, very severe, but it is more than equaled by the merchant skipper, who can put a man in solitary confinement for the whole voyage if he likes. It matters not his rank, whether he be chief mate or prentice. And how about the severe punishments meted out on some vessels to refractory seamen on the west coasts of North and South America? Frequently on the arrival of a ship from either of these localities, we see in the newspapers harrowing accounts of men strung up by the wrists and flogged, and other equally severe punishments. Such actions are, of course, not countenanced by the law, and yet the skipper and mates often get off with a light fine. We saw more frigate birds today, and I never weary of watching them as they sail about in wide circles, their long forked tails alternately opening and shutting, and with never the slightest movement of wing, as though those appendages were fixed and immovable. Their buoyancy must be very great. English sailors are said to have given them the name of frigate birds on account of their rapid flight when pursuing their prey, and the fearlessness they exhibit in attacking much larger birds. Although they generally fly very high, often looking like dots in the sky, they fly low, so it is said, just before a gale of wind. Boobies are the frigate bird's greatest prey, swooping down with incredible speed when the unfortunate booby has succeeded in catching a fish and compelling it to relinquish it. I think the temperature was a little higher today, which was very welcome. Latitude 21 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 40 minutes west. September 1st. We have made but little southing in the past 24 hours, for the wind has been very light. We looked up to within 2 points of our course, though, most of the time steering about south. It is really singular that we have not more wind, and when we do manage to run across something more than a gentle breeze, it is quite certain to come out ahead. Equally strange is the fact that we sight no vessels. We ought to see 2 or 3 every day, for we are in the great highway of vessels bound not only to the east, but round the Horn as well. Perhaps they run in shoals, as they do when they arrive at New York. Frequently I have known a week to pass by without the arrival of a single long voyage ship. Then 7 or 8 will come in 48 hours, to be followed by another week's cessation, and it may be the same here. A very long, though not a heavy swell is rolling up out of the south, as it nearly always does this far to the southward. Indeed, it is often felt at the equator, showing how heavy the wind and how immense the seas must be in the Southern Ocean to drive the swell through 40 or 45 degrees of latitude, fully 2,500 miles. Latitude 23 degrees south, longitude 30 degrees west. Sunday, September 2nd. A raw wind from the southward made the day disagreeable on deck. We have been 9 weeks at sea today and ought to be on the other side of the Cape. But 50 degrees of longitude had to be cut first, to say nothing of more than 10 degrees of latitude. Today we saw for the first time half a dozen Cape pigeons. Jolly little birds, about twice the size of our domestic pigeons and very plump and sleek looking. I understand, though, that there is scarcely any meat on them, their fat appearance being due to an immense amount of feathers and down with which their bodies are protected. These birds are seen in great numbers all over the Southern Ocean from South America to Australia, and belong, I believe, to the great petrel family, whose representatives vary in size from the tiny stormy petrel to the giant wandering albatross. A great many varieties of petrels are met with in this part of the world, including what sailors call the stink pot, from the strong odor of musk that they emit. I cannot elicit further information about the afflicted bird from anyone on board, so that my description of him must end with his opprobrious title. The Cape pigeon, as I said before, is a happy, joyful little fellow, eternally on the lookout for bits of food, on account of which he is provided with the most remarkable acute sight, and he will see and instantly devour the smallest particles of slush or fat that may be thrown overboard, no matter how fast he may be skimming along. We tried to catch one with a very small hook temptingly baited and towed over the stern, but they were all too wary, and after an hour's unsuccessful fishing we gave it up as a bad job. Besides, as they are said to vomit up the contents of the stomach on being hauled on board, perhaps it was just as well that success did not crown our efforts. It is very amusing to see them squabble over bits of fat, hustling one another out of the way, and behaving just as a crowd of street urchins do ashore if a penny is thrown to them. When a large quantity of fat or slush is hove overboard, the pigeons will settle down on the water, and will not rise till every last vestige of the fat has disappeared. And when they have finished they make a curious pattering noise by striking the water with their broad webbed feet, gaining an impetus sufficient to raise them from the water. For this reason they cannot fly away if placed on deck, unless they are at the break of the poop, when they will fall off and then catch themselves before striking the main deck. The derivation of the word petrel is odd, and it sounds very silly, but I am told it is true. It comes from the belief or supposition that some of the family have the power of walking on the water, and they are called petrels after St. Peter, who essayed to perform the same feat. Latitude at noon, 24 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 30 degrees 30 minutes west. September 3rd. Last night the wind shifted to east-northeast, as it ought to in this locality, and at the present moment we are slipping along at 8 knots, the course having been altered to south-southeast. This is only the second or third time since the voyage began that we have gone so fast. Cape pigeons to the number of a score or more are following us, and if one were fond of shooting, an excellent opportunity is thus offered, though the killing of such happy little creatures would seem to me the height of cruelty. The weather today is fine and bracing, and my wife feels the exhilaration of the keen air, though she has been in splendid health since the 5th day out. In the afternoon we asked the skipper to hoist out our trunks, so that we could get at our heavy clothes. So the mate and a couple of seamen lifted off the mizzen hatch covers and soon had our trunks on deck, they having been stowed on top of some spare sails, which in turn rested on the upper tier of oil cases. One of my trunks is of sole leather, and was the admiration of the men, one of whom exclaimed, "I'll bet you didn't get that for $5." I had provided myself with heavy woolen underclothes and knitted socks so thick as to be almost inflexible, and though I had demurred in buying them, Captain Kingdon advised me to get the heaviest of everything, adding, "Unless you want to spend the whole of every cold day below, just wait till you feel that southerly wind at the 40th parallel." Therefore, I went to Howard's place on South Street and bought an outfit of the thickest clothes I could find. But I never will bring white canvas suits to sea any more. I have them washed once a week, but the steward hates to do it, and I regret every day that I didn't bring brown canvas or holland instead. The skipper has changed his suit of pongee silk to a double-breasted frock coat and trousers of some thick stuff, and his pith helmet for a soft felt hat. Another sign of the approach of cold weather was that this morning the awning was unbent and stowed under the mizzen hatch with the spare canvas, and we have seen the last of it for 5 or 6 weeks. Both mates are overhauling the running and standing gear and in other ways making ready for the southwest gales, while the men are busy battening down the hatches and tightening the ports in the forward and midship houses. In old days the skysail and royal yards were generally struck for doubling the horn, and indeed top-gallant yards were often sent down and secured on deck. But these precautions are seldom observed nowadays. Steel masts and standing gear have rendered the practice obsolete, except in the case of whalers who still adhere to the practice of sending down their upper spars when bound to the westward around Cape Horn. We made quite a good run yesterday, and at noon today our position was latitude 26 degrees 32 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 30 minutes west. September 4th. Another grand morning with the wind at northeast, having backed 2 points since yesterday, and at 9 o'clock I think we were going fully that number of knots. It is glorious, and the ship with the wind a little abaft the beam, under all possible canvas, and a casket of foam under her forefoot like a steamer's cutwater, is a sight to quicken the blood in one's veins and send one skipping along the decks for very joy. We are heeled over till it is necessary to rest the lee side of the soup plate on one of the racks on the table. But were it not for this, there is nothing to indicate that we are under way, for there is no motion at all from the sea, and, thank the gods, no grinding of machinery. The spanker was set today for almost the first time, though why it has not been set all the time I cannot understand. Chips has started working on a new foretop gallant yard. The old one is nearly gone and would certainly carry away when we get into the bad weather. It is very interesting to watch him working at the big spar that has hitherto been lashed under the starboard rail. First he makes profound calculations and covers the big log with strange hieroglyphics in chalk. But as I am ignorant of the rudiments of carpentry, I haven't the least idea what so many mysterious figures mean. When he had passed the whole of this morning in figuring, the adze was brought into use, and the spar soon began to assume the appearance of a ship's yard, though 2 or 3 days' work will be needed before it is crossed. My wife is also much interested in the metamorphosis of the spar, and as the carpenter is much gratified at the interest we take in his work, and is very affable, we often pass away hours sitting on an empty oil case, watching the skill with which he manipulates chisel and gouge. Captain Kingdon last evening told me the story of what he considers his narrowest escape in all his 42 years' experience at sea. The incident, which was so nearly an appalling accident, happened about 6 years ago, when the Mandalore was on a voyage from Cardiff to San Francisco with coal. It was on the night of the 16th of April, 1888, that the Mandalore was fighting her way round Cape Horn in the face of a heavy southwesterly gale. It was snowing hard, and a tremendous sea was running, one of the worst that the skipper ever remembers. The passage had been a slow one, and Captain Kingdon was trying to beat up against the gale instead of lying to, as he otherwise would have done. The night was so bad that the skipper himself stood the first watch with the second mate, all hands being ordered to keep a good lookout. Everything was going as nicely as possible under the circumstances, when suddenly there was an awful shout from the watch. "Ship on the weather beam! My God, she's into us!" At the same instant the skipper saw her and ordered the helmsman to put the wheel up for his life, and the next instant a giant four-masted ship rushed by so close that during an instant's lull the skipper heard the officer of the watch on the other vessel sing out, Why the hell don't you keep your lights burning?" This was a bluff, for the Mandalore's lights were not only shining as brightly as the furious snow squalls would allow, but they were and are nearly 3 times as powerful as Lloyd calls for. When the ship had passed, for she was bound to the eastward and swept by like a ghost, Captain Kingdon says his legs actually gave way beneath him, and it was many an hour before his hands stopped shaking and he was himself again. He thinks the other ship did not clear him by more than 20 yards. A collision would have meant death to all the men on both vessels, and what a spectacle it would have been as the 2 big iron ships came together on that night in the worst month in the year, 60 miles off the Diego Ramirez in a Cape Horn gale and sea. The incident reminds me of the narrative of the Wreck of the Golden Mary by Dickens. I can't imagine where he got his knowledge from, for the story is told in quite a seaman-like manner. Latitude 29 degrees 3 minutes south, longitude 26 degrees 10 minutes west. End of section 10. Section 11 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 11. September 5th. No fault could be found with the weather this morning, for when I went on deck a glorious wind was blowing out of the north and the ship was doing better than 9 knots. Indeed, we averaged 9.5 for the 24 hours, the distance run being 224 miles, as good as we have made since we left New York. There came near being another row last night, the helmsman steering a very bad course. I heard the other day that it is hard to maintain good discipline on a ship bound to Calcutta, owing to a parson who comes aboard when the vessel reaches the moorings in the river, and asks each man individually whether he has any grievance against the master or mates. In fact, in Calcutta, Jack's word is as good as the skipper's. This, of course, is known by the foremast hands all over the world, and gives them great assurance of manner, so that they will behave on a Calcutta-bound ship as they would on no other. Captain Kingdon, of course, knows the port as well as the men, and I think there would be some fighting in spite of the parson if my wife were not aboard. Neither of the mates has ever been to Calcutta, but the boatswain spins such yarns about a seaman's rights in that port that they seem to hesitate about speaking sharply to them, as that generally leads to back-talk and then blows, and the old second mate seems to have a horrible dread of an Indian jail. The boatswain has also told him that the natives of India are nothing less than a gigantic band of cutthroats, and that it is as much as a man's life is worth to go ashore there. To my surprise, old Kelly takes it all in and swears he won't set foot on Indian soil as long as the ship is in port. The boatswain, cook, and 2 of the seamen, besides the skipper, are the only ones on board who have ever been to Calcutta. The musician with the license is, I believe, to be disrated when we reach port. He signed as able seaman, the definition of which is that he must be able to reef, hand, and steer. He can do the first 2 all right, but he can scarcely steer at all, for he's so nearsighted that he must leave the wheel and shove his head into the compass bowl to see the card, and even then he is often a point off his course. As a lookout, he's positively useless, for he couldn't see a vessel's lights till she was aboard of us. I don't know what the law is concerning disrated seamen, but I fancy they don't get much of the pay due them when they reach port. Latitude 30 degrees south, longitude 23 degrees west. September 6th. Today was raw and cold on deck. Indeed, below it was not what could be called torrid. The old fore-top gallant yard was sent down this forenoon, and in the afternoon the new one was crossed in its place. The second mate, a splendid seaman if nothing else, had the handling of the job, and, considering that he had only 7 men to help him, he sent the new spar up very neatly and quickly, Carson being stationed aloft to superintend matters up there. When they were lowering away the old yard, it was so rotten that several times I thought it would break in 2 and hurt someone. At the slings it was so decayed that I picked the wood to pieces with my fingers. What held it together aloft is more than I can see, for it seemed to me that a man's weight on the foot ropes ought to have broken it. The new spar is a little larger than the old one, but it is very full of sap, and will be a good bit smaller when it dries out. This forenoon the mate put his head into the companionway and sung out, "Come up and see the first albatross." So my wife and I ran up as quickly as possible, and there, sure enough, was a large grayish-black bird, sailing in wide circles over the sea 200 or 300 yards away. I was a little disappointed, though, in his appearance, and when the skipper, who had been examining the new yard, came aft, he asked us what we were looking at. I told him that we were looking at an albatross. "Where is he?" asked. "Right there, dead astern of us," I answered. Then he asked us who said that was an albatross. On my replying that the mate had said so, he called him over and said, "Mr. Ryan, haven't you ever been around the Cape?" "Yes, sir," said the mate. "I went out to Saigon in the Tamar-E Marshall 2 years ago with a cargo of oil." "And you call that bird an albatross?" "Well, it isn't. It's a gunny." And when the second mate came on deck, he clinched the matter by remarking, "That ain't no albatross, it's a gunny." I was very glad that this was so, for if it had been an albatross, my estimation of that bird would have been rudely cut down. As a matter of fact, the gunny, I suppose that's the way to spell it, is a very fine creature, but not half as large as the albatross, nor so majestic looking. My wife is getting along nicely in navigation, and has mastered the intricacies of a chronometer sight and can work up the ship's position by dead reckoning. But, like all women, she has trouble with the sextant, finding it difficult to bring the sun down accurately to the horizon. It seems strange that this should be a stumbling block for all women navigators. Our course has been gradually altered, and is now about southeast, as may be seen by comparing our position today with that of yesterday, which shows that we made about as much departure as difference of latitude. Latitude 33 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 19 degrees 38 minutes west. September 7th. There is still a strong northerly wind blowing over our quarter, and our course is now east-southeast true. As yet there has been no evidence of the big seas that Fitzroy and other navigators tell us about in this locality, though we are not far enough south yet. Not only that, but we are still 1,700 miles to the westward of Cape Agulhas, though in the same latitude, and we have 5,000 miles of easting to run down before turning the ship's head to the equator. So we have a month yet in which to see some of those famous waves. Fitzroy mentioned seas on the Agulhas bank that he estimated were 70 feet from crest to trough. This great height is not generally believed, and is particularly disbelieved by sailors that I have talked with. But I must add that those men, when questioned closely, admitted in every case that they had never tried to estimate the height of waves in a gale, saying that they had as much as they could do to take care of the ship. This is very likely true, but it is no reason for a sweeping denial by all of them of Fitzroy's estimate, particularly when he, by long observation and residence in the Southern Ocean, one might say, was peculiarly well adapted for expressing an opinion on the subject. I came across a copy of a little paper on board not long ago, called The Fisherman, of Gloucester, Massachusetts, and in it was an article of the height of waves, the author of which employed a unique method, and it seems to me a very accurate one, of obtaining correct measurements of waves. And as the subject is of almost universal interest, I am going to set down what he wrote to the Liverpool Mercury, a great shipping journal, in response to that paper's editorial asking merchant skippers to obtain accurate measurements, if possible, of the waves running off Cape Horn in a gale. Mr. T.A.H. Oxhall, who wrote the following letter, belonged to the bark Lurley on the Chilean coast, when he read the Mercury's editorial, and he determined to try and prove the height of waves himself. I will copy verbatim from his report. Quote, "On the 8th of May last, in latitude 50 degrees south, longitude 79 degrees west, when running before a heavy northwest gale, I went up into the main rigging to get, if possible, the top of the wave coming up astern, in a line of sight from the mast to the horizon at the back. The reason I selected the mainmast was this: that as a rule it is nearly amidships, and when the ship is running, the sea ahead and from aft lifts the two ends, forming a hollow amidships, the actual foot of the wave, below the main draft, equal to the slight elevation. The observer is necessarily above the true height. I found this to be a far more difficult task than I had imagined, as I had not only to watch the top of the wave, but also the perpendicular of the mast. In fact, it required the agility of a monkey and the eye of a hawk to catch the golden moment, which lasted only a couple of seconds. However, after many failures, I succeeded in getting some very good observations, leaving a mark in the mast for each. On measuring the distance from these to the main draft, I found them to be as follows: 58, 60, 63, and 64 feet respectively, varying in length from 750 to 800 feet. These waves seldom broke, but there were others independent of the former, rising suddenly without any warning to the height of from 12 to 15 feet, playing havoc with what we sailors call the gingerbread work, leaving the more solid parts to be dissected by the booming artillery coming up behind." End quote. The writer continues at greater length, but I have copied all that has any bearing on the question of the altitude of the largest waves, and it would seem from the above that Fitzroy is not far wrong in his estimate of the height of seas, if indeed he is wrong at all. Latitude 34 degrees 57 minutes south, longitude 15 degrees 58 minutes west. September 8th. The glorious north wind is still driving us on at an average of 10 knots. The weather is dark and disagreeable, a drizzling rain adding much to the discomfort of the day. And a more desolate spectacle it would be hard to find than that which greeted me when I put my head out of the companionway before breakfast this morning. Everything was gray. The sea, the sky, the very air seemed to be of the same somber hue. While a heavy westerly swell had come rolling up, the great seas rushing under our counter with such force as to nearly take the wheel out of the helmsman's hands, for we are still under royals, which makes the steering hard. A little way astern hovered a flock of Cape pigeons, fighting over bits of refuse thrown overboard from the galley, while at a distance of a quarter of a mile two great albatrosses, real ones this time, were sweeping through the air in magnificent circles, giving one the idea of absolute freedom and boundless space in which to exercise it. Sweeping is, I think, the best word to describe the flight of these splendid birds. It has been the desire of my life to see this, the largest and most powerful of web-footed birds, in his native haunts, and what with tradition and the realization of my long-deferred wish, it almost takes my breath away to watch the tremendous swoops of these great creatures. The younger birds are of a brownish black, while the old ones are light gray in color and easily distinguished by their size. But the wee Cape pigeon is not to be despised. I love to watch one as he soars up to windward and then, turning, comes down the wind at a speed so astonishing that I cannot estimate it at less than 70 miles an hour. And being so light-hearted and gay, they form a striking contrast to the gaunt, grim albatross. Sailors generally divide the latter genus into three species: the wandering, the yellow-billed, and the sooty albatross. The first two are the most common, the wanderer being the largest known seabird, specimens having been taken measuring 17 feet in allure extent and weighing 25 pounds. It is found in all parts of the Southern Ocean and also on the coast of Asia south of Bering Strait. The yellow-billed albatross is equally common, those that we saw this morning being of this species. Their favorite breeding places are the Crozets in the southern Indian Ocean and the South Shetlands, 600 miles southeast of Cape Horn. I am in possession, however, of two of their eggs, brought to me from the Diego Ramirez, 60 miles west-southwest of the Horn, by an old acquaintance, an ex-skipper of Stonington sealers, who passed many years in the vicinity of Cape Horn, wintering at Sandy Point, and in summer penetrating far to the southward in quest of seals. We killed our first pig today, and if tradition holds good, we'll have a gale of wind tomorrow. They butchered the little porker up forward, and after he had been cleaned and hung up under one of the boat skids, he tipped the scales at 34 pounds. All hope of sighting Tristan da Cunha has been abandoned, as we are passing too far to the northward of it. I am very much disappointed in not seeing Tristan, commonly spoken of as the most isolated spot on the globe. But this is a mistake, as I found land on the chart 300 miles southeast of it, called Go Island, not to mention Nightingale and Inaccessible Islands. But the latter two and Tristan are so close together that they are generally spoken of as one group. Tristan da Cunha is only 7 miles in diameter, but it has a mountain 7,000 feet high, so that the island is a very conspicuous place in the South Atlantic. The climate is said to be very healthy, and the inhabitants number 100. From my own calculations on the chart, I should say that the most isolated spot on the globe is Dougherty Island, in 59 degrees south and 119 degrees west. The nearest land shown is Cape Horn, away over in 67 degrees west, a tiny speck called Nimrod being the only land between Dougherty and New Zealand, and that is as far to the west as the Horn is to the east. As a matter of fact, it is very difficult to find an island 500 miles from any other land, and there are not more than one or two such places on the globe. Amsterdam Island, in the southern Indian Ocean, would be one were it not for St. Paul, only 70 miles away, and Kerguelen Island would be another, in 50 degrees south and 70 degrees east, were it not for McDonald Island, 250 miles southeast of it. The New York Journal of Commerce said, not long ago, that probably the most isolated spot yet discovered is Trebos, but I have unfortunately forgotten the location, and it is not down on any chart on board. We got no sights today, and our dead reckoning put us in 35 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 11 degrees 21 minutes west. We logged 240 miles. Sunday, September 9th. 10 weeks ago today, the little tugboat cast us off abreast of the Sandy Hook lightship, and they've been the shortest 10 weeks I ever remember. I'd like to go back and start all over again. We are doing splendidly, having averaged 11 knots and a half for the 24 hours. The wind was very strong in the middle watch, and in the 4 hours we logged just 50 miles, pretty fair for a foul ship. By observation today, we made 301 miles since yesterday, which showed that our dead reckoning of yesterday was at fault, for during only a short time in the 24 hours did we log 12 knots. Tomorrow at noon we ought to be very close to the Greenwich meridian, and then only 20 degrees to the Cape. It was so cold this morning that the skipper had a soft coal fire started in the grate, a most welcome luxury, for we've been shivering with cold for 2 days. As a result of building too large a fire at first, some of the woodwork about the grate was scorched and the varnish cracked and blistered. The steward soon made everything all right, and then went forward to where the willy old second mate was standing, and, with a good show of alarm, announced that there was a fire in the cabin. Instantly Mr. Kelly was all excitement and sung out, "Lay aft both watches with buckets, the cabin's afire," at the same time waddling aft as fast as his circular legs would let him. As soon as he was in the entryway, he saw the joke that had been played upon him, and, as he cordially detests the steward, I look for a few minutes' fun some day when he pays him back. Old Kelly says that on American ships the steward is always ready to give a piece of pie or cold sago pudding, or whatever may be left in the pantry, to the officers during the middle and morning watches, putting it on the cabin table before turning in. But that never a morsel can he get out of our steward except a cup of coffee when he turns out at 4 in the morning. I believe the steward is very mean, and I have often looked down through the skylight when he and the second mate are at dinner and seen him appropriate the best of everything that was left. Certain it is that the men are beginning to grumble at the food, though they have all the soft bread they can eat. And speaking of eating, reminds me of the pig we had today at dinner. I had heard before we started on the voyage about sea-fed pork, but what we had today went away beyond my expectations. I never tasted such pig meat in my life. It was enough to tempt a Jew. It fairly melted away in one's mouth, and the flavor was the most delicate and the brown crisp fat the most succulent that Vitellius or Lucullus himself ever dreamed of. This is a pretty strong statement, but I believe it's true, and I am at the same time making allowance for the fact that we have not tasted fresh meat for 2 months. Captain Kingdon did not exaggerate when he told me that I would find sea-fed pig the best eating in the world. The little pig ought to last us 3 or 4 days, as the only parts given to the men are the head and feet. I am lying in wait for the pork chops tomorrow for breakfast. Latitude at noon, 35 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 5 degrees west. September 10th. Today came on with lowering sky and heavy sea that kept the decks full of water. That is, there would often be 2 feet of water in the scuppers when she rolled. The big square ports in the bulwarks have been opened and iron gratings lashed across them to prevent the men from being sucked through as the water runs off. These ports are about 2 feet square, and there are 3 on each side, so that they will free the decks in considerably less than a minute. The wind shifted in the morning watch, and at 8 bells was at north-northeast, so that we had to brace the yards up a couple of points, bringing the wind abeam. A regular cloud of pigeons follows us all the time, and the albatrosses, too, are becoming much more numerous. 50 years ago, a seafaring man would no more have thought of killing an albatross than he would one of the crew, a fact graphically set forth by Coleridge in his Rime of the Ancient Mariner. But so completely has the superstition passed away that some calamity will happen if an albatross is harmed that the skipper this morning sent a Winchester bullet whizzing after one. But though the aim was excellent, the ball apparently passing through the wing, only a shower of feathers and quills followed, the great bird keeping right on. I noticed then for the first time the extreme narrowness of the wing in proportion to the length. It affords my wife much pleasure to feed the swarms of pigeons. She has made quite a habit of whistling in a peculiar way just before she begins to throw them the fat, and the little fellows have learned so quickly that as soon as they hear the first notes of the whistle, they collect in great numbers close to the mizzen shrouds, ready to fall upon the teeniest particle of fat. It is really a very pretty sight, and reminds one somewhat of pictures of a girl feeding pigeons in a barnyard. Only in this case the barnyard is the angry surface of the South Atlantic, and these pigeons are more agreeable at a distance than at close range. If Captain Kingdon missed the albatross this forenoon, he was more successful after dinner, as he was lucky enough to catch one of the pigeons, and we had a good chance of examining one of these interesting birds. Fortunately, his stomach was empty. He was about the size of a gull, only not so slim, and to look at him one would think he ought to be good to eat. But I never heard of anyone who had the temerity. After we had tired of looking at him, we placed him on the edge of the poop, off of which he instantly flopped, and then, catching himself, he flew away and was soon lost in the midst of his companions. About the middle of the forenoon watch, the sea began to make very rapidly, and the wind freshening considerably, the royals were stowed at 10, followed by the top gallants half an hour later, the wind being very strong with savage squalls. At 2 in the afternoon the main top gallant was set, though there were still strong puffs, and the sea was increasing. I wanted to go forward to the carpenter's shop just after dinner, so I started out very bravely, hugging the lee side of the mizzen house, in spite of the warning from the mate, who sung out from the poop never to try to go forward on the lee side in heavy weather. I had pretty lively work to dodge one sea between the poop and the midship house, but I got along all right till I let go the handrail of the deck house and was about to traverse the worst part just abreast of the main hatch, when I heard a sea coming. It was too late to save myself, and as I looked up, what seemed to me a mountain of water appeared over the weather rail and came roaring and tumbling across the deck. I clutched madly at the tarpaulin on the main hatch, but I couldn't hold on. Then I grabbed a rope, but it wasn't belayed, and I fetched away and slid over into the lee scuppers, bringing to in a good deal more than 2 feet of ice-cold water without suffering any damage. A perfect hurricane of laughter, not only from the poop, but from all sides, taxed my temper to the utmost. I tried to laugh too, but I could do nothing but gasp and sputter, and it was fully 10 minutes before I got my breath back and my teeth stopped clicking together after my cold plunge. Our sights today were very poor. The horizon was thick and the sky almost constantly overcast. Latitude 35 degrees 43 minutes south, longitude 0 degrees. End of section 11. Section 12 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 12. September 11th. There was less wind this morning than yesterday, and all sail was clapped on. Last night at 10 the fore and mizzen-top gallants were set, and at 11 the main royal. In this morning's watch the fore and mizzen royals were spread to the breeze, and at 10 o'clock all three sky sails followed. Even though the wind is lighter, we've crossed the Greenwich meridian, and are still driving to the eastward at the rate of 4 degrees a day. At least 150 Cape pigeons and a score of gunnies are astern of us, besides a dozen or so of slate-colored birds about the size of the pigeons, but not nearly so plump, being something like a gull, but much darker. While some distance astern of all, 4 immense albatrosses are wheeling through the air, as if disdaining to mingle with the hoi polloi ahead of them. I watched them closely for a long time this morning, and only once in 15 minutes did any one of them flap his wings. I think this is very remarkable, as, unlike the frigate bird, the albatross often flies close to the surface of the water, following the undulations, dipping down in the hollow between the largest seas and rising again just in time to escape the foaming crest of the following wave, and all this without a single motion of the wing. The skipper, about 9 o'clock this evening, brought out a lot of popcorn and then set the steward for an iron pot, which he half filled with coarse salt. I couldn't imagine what he was going to do with this till he explained that it was one of the most successful ways of popping corn, as the salt, as soon as it becomes very hot, pops the grains much more uniformly than the familiar iron cage, which generally burns them. Captain Kingdon enjoys everything of this sort as much as a schoolboy, and he often romps with Pete almost by the hour, the cat coming in for his share of attention. We have a jolly time every evening, particularly when we are not rolling too much for cards or dominoes. The skipper is very fond of three-handed euchre, and we have great tournaments when the weather permits. There is an immense quantity of back number magazines on board, Harper's, Scribner's, and the Popular Science Monthly. They make the most interesting reading on an occasion like this, and as there are fully 150 copies of these magazines on board, not to mention several years of Chambers' Journal, handsomely bound and presented some time ago to the skipper by the owners, there is no fear of the supply running short. At 4 this afternoon, the wind had lightened to a gentle breeze and backed to west by north, with a swell setting from the westward. The sights were very uncertain. Latitude 36 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 4 degrees 50 minutes east. September 12th. A gloriously clear morning, with the wind blowing a wholesale breeze from right aft and not a cloud in sight. It is most unusual weather to experience in this part of the world, and it cannot last long. Just after dinner, we saw a whale blowing on the weather quarter and coming rapidly toward us. Before long he was abreast of us and not more than 100 yards away, and I had hopes that he would stop with us a while so that we could have a look at him. The skipper, who is possessed of considerable knowledge of whales, said that he was a right whale and seemed to him a very large specimen. Just as we were congratulating ourselves on having so good an opportunity of examining the great beast, he suddenly became alarmed at something, spouted violently, and, clapping on all sail, rushed forward at a tremendous speed and vanished. It was very surprising to see so clumsy an animal propel itself at such an astonishing speed. He seemed to lift himself clear out of the water with every motion of his tail, and as he swam close to the surface, his back was visible until we could no longer follow his progress. Captain Kingdon told me today, in answer to an inquiry, that during his experience as master he has been cast away in 2 ships, and that one foundered with him 400 miles east-southeast of Cape Agulhas. The first vessel he lost on the coast of Borneo during a typhoon in the China Sea. The second was wrecked on the Great Barrier Reef that extends for 1,200 miles along the northeast coast of Australia. While, as I have said before, the last vessel that he lost foundered in the Southern Ocean, all hands having a providential escape. The vessel, which was a very old one, had sprung a leak in a heavy gale to the eastward of the Cape, and was making a great deal of water, so that the skipper, when the gale was over, decided to bear up for Table Bay. But a second gale coming on, he had to run before it, deeming that his best chance. It was not long, however, before all hands knew that the foundering of the ship was a matter of but another day at the outside, as it was impossible to keep the water down with the pumps. Here was a terrible position to be in, the chance of rescue being infinitesimal, for, though they were in the track of ships bound to the east, in so vast a sea the chance of being picked up was not worth mentioning, and the nearest civilized land was now 700 miles away, dead to windward. Toward the close of the afternoon, though, when they had almost abandoned hope, a large vessel, called by the English a four-masted bark, hove in sight, and though the gale was still very heavy, all hands were encouraged, and the skipper set the signals, "I am sinking," to which the stranger replied by running down to the foundering vessel and heaving to, Captain Kingdon, after hard work, having brought his ship to the wind on sighting the other vessel. Then he launched a boat, which was instantly stove against the ship's side, but was more fortunate a second time, though the sea was so heavy that the skipper's wife and daughter had to be lowered into the boat by a whip from the main-yard arm. Finally, though, after a long struggle, all hands were transferred and landed at Newcastle, New South Wales, the ship foundering actually before their eyes. We had fine observations today, which put us in latitude 36 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 7 degrees 39 minutes east. September 13th. Last evening we were visited by a thunder squall of considerable violence, so violent indeed that sail had to be shortened in the quickest possible time. We had not been doing so very well all day, the wind shifting back and forth between west and north-northwest, with a heavy swell setting from the westward. Nothing stronger than a fresh breeze had blown since the morning watch, and all day we had carried the three skysails without fear of splitting them. While we were finishing supper, the second mate stuck his bewhiskered, crimson face in the cabin doorway and said, "There's sharp lightning in the nor'west, and it looks like a heavy squall, sir." We went on deck at once, and, looking over the port quarter, we saw an immense black cloud, covering the whole western sky and fairly writhing with tremendous electrical discharges. Captain Kingdon looked at it for a minute or two, then walked to the break of the poop and sung out to the mate, "Mr. Ryan, get the skysails, royals, and fore and mizzen-top gallant stowed. Haul up the mainsail and cross-jack, and let the outer jib run down." Both watches jumped into the rigging, and though the men worked as hard and fast as they could, it was a great many minutes before the canvas was furled, so very short-handed do square riggers go to sea nowadays. Before the men came down from aloft, the skipper ordered in the maintop gallant, leaving us under very short sail and fit to encounter anything short of a tornado, all the remaining canvas being the topsails and foresail. I thought we were going to be caught right in the center of the squall, and so we took firm hold of the weather rail, braced for the impending shock. But when the squall had approached to within half a mile or so, it seemed to change its course, just grazing us, and we could see the surface of the water to windward seething and bubbling furiously. Our precautions, therefore, while fully justified by the sinister appearance of the sky, were not necessary after all, though perhaps it was just as well that we had furled the top gallants, for, while we escaped the full force of the squall, we experienced a heavy blast that made the old Mandalore tremble beneath the shock, and sent the wind gods shrieking through the rigging. We were the witnesses also of a magnificent electrical display, the dazzling flashes reaching from horizon to zenith in a perfect network of fire, though the thunder was muffled, probably by the roar of the wind. For a few seconds after the most vivid flashes, the eye was quite blinded so that it was impossible to distinguish anything, so very brilliant were the discharges. The disturbance passed in an hour or so, and at 10 p.m. we had the fore and main royals set, but nothing above the mizzen-top sails, the wind coming from the westward as before, and moderate. The approach of a heavy squall at sea is a very impressive sight. The skipper is on the poop restlessly pacing fore and aft, at every turn casting a searching glance at the black cloud bank rapidly approaching. In a few minutes come the expected orders to the officers, delivered in our case in a deep, resounding voice that thrills one as he listens. The mate repeats the commands to the men, who jump into the rigging and swing themselves aloft and work their way out on the yards like great monkeys, each man striving for his life, for the squall may dismast the ship, and no one knows what is behind it. Before it strikes, though, the sails are all furled, the gaskets secured, and the men are just laying down from aloft, when, with a curious sort of scream, the squall strikes the ship, and she careens till her rail nearly touches the water, only to recover, and quickly gathering way, off she tears before the wind, through the drenching rain that accompanies these squalls. At 10:30 I went up forward to have a look around, and as I passed the galley I heard voices raised as if in dispute, and creeping stealthily up I saw a group of men standing close to the head pump, though I could not make them out till a cloud that obscured the moon had passed by. Then I saw that the men were old Kelly, the second mate, Carson the American, and the Finn, Carson's right-hand man. The latter was jawing Kelly at a great rate, and before long I heard him say, in a most sarcastic tone, his words plentifully interspersed with sea oaths, "You ain't got no second mate's ticket." "Yes, I have," answered old Kelly. "You lie," said Carson, "and how are yer going to get away from Calcutta without one? Yer'll find no American ships there." I couldn't hear what Kelly answered, but by and by I caught from Carson, "Ah, I'm sicker you and the MP Grace. Yer couldn't get a second mate's berth on the W.R. Grace, and I know why, 'cause they wouldn't have yer." I left them at this juncture, for I didn't want them to know I had overheard them, wondering why the second mate allows a foremast hand to talk like that to him. A moment's reflection, though, showed me that Mr. Kelly fears Calcutta and the sailor parson, and as the second mate and Carson have probably been shipmates in American vessels in the Frisco trade before this, the latter is doubtless getting in some fine work in retaliation for sundry thumps Kelly has very likely given him in days gone by. But, Calcutta or not, I cannot see how the second mate of a ship can allow a foremast hand to blackguard him. Carson is spoiling for a fight, and the Finn thinks he's the finest thing on earth, and tonight looked as though he wanted only a word to jump on the second mate. Latitude at noon, 37 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 11 degrees east. September 14th. There is a sea running today that would, I think, satisfy nearly everyone, though the waves are not so large as I expected. Still, I think that a great many people wouldn't like to hear them come roaring over the weather rail as they are doing now, or experience the tremendous rolling. I sincerely trust, though, to see some of the Fitzroy seas before we show our stern to the Southern Cross. A very amusing incident happened last evening after the squall that I forgot to note in yesterday's log. The shortening of sail had been an all-hands job, and according to custom, every man on board was entitled to a drink. So the skipper produced a demijohn of very powerful rum, half filled a bucket with it, and then poured in water till the pail was full. The grog was then served to the men, all hands collecting aft to receive each man his tot. When all had been served, except the Norwegian prentice, who refused it, the mate, who poured out the grog, emptied the last drop into Mr. Kelly's mug. "Aren't you going to have any?" I asked him, upon which he looked very knowing and winked as he said, "Nah, the old man's going to give me a hot Scotch, I guess." And he kept on guessing, for not even a smell of hot Scotch did he get, the skipper having mentioned it and then forgotten it. I don't believe the mate will ever hear the end of it. I asked Captain Kingdon this morning if he ever felt the least nervous in very bad weather. He answered, "No, not in the Mandalore," though he had been through heavy gales off the Horn and the Cape and in the North Atlantic. He said, however, that he must honestly confess that he was very nervous in a severe thunderstorm and in a cyclone. And now that I remember, the skipper was very restless last night in the thunder squall, though we were not in the worst of it. When I asked him further whether a cyclone at sea was very much worse than a violent gale, he said it was so much worse that the two could no more be compared than could a strong breeze and a gale, and that the aspect of the sea and sky, as well as the tremendous fury of the wind, were appalling beyond words. And as the old skipper had been in 3 typhoons in the China Sea and one each in the Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean, it is fair to presume that he is qualified to speak on the subject. To use his own words, I dread a cyclone. So do most skippers, but they won't own to it. The second mate today bet Mr. Ryan that we'd have a gale of wind before we were in 30 degrees east, observing that, though he'd never doubled the Cape before, he'd back his opinion with a silver dollar. It is a curious fact that, though the second mate has been to sea fully 40 years and has weathered the Horn 64 times, he has never doubled the Cape before. Latitude 37 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 13 degrees 53 minutes east. September 15th. This is my dear wife's birthday, and an incident occurred to mark it. We caught 3 albatrosses before dinner. The wind was light all day, and the weather favorable for the purpose. So about 10 this morning, not having much way on, a moderate-sized fishhook was secured to a stout hemp line and baited temptingly with pork fat. As soon as we put it over, a flock of pigeons darted for it, and began their usual fighting and squabbling for bits of the meat. I was afraid that they would tear all the fat off the hook before the albatrosses would see it, for they were some distance astern. But at length, attracted probably by the actions and cries of the pigeons, they gradually circled up to us, and catching sight of the tempting morsel, one of the boldest dashed into the midst of the pigeons, who disappeared as if they had melted away, and, seizing the lump of fat, attempted to rise from the surface of the water, where he had settled in order to take the bait. We let him have time to swallow the hook, or nearly so, and then, giving the line a sharp tug after the manner of anglers, we hooked him and hauled him through the water, struggling and resisting with all his great strength, and up on deck, where, after much trouble, we disengaged the hook from his mouth. It was astonishing to see the big bird extend his webbed feet to the utmost and spread his wings to hold back as we dragged him through the water, he resisting and bracing his feet out in front of him as though this were not the first time he had been caught. I was never more surprised than I was on a close examination of the great creature. Instead of having a scraggly look such as vultures have, he presented a really grand appearance. He had a fine head and was possessed of an enormous curved bill, at least 10 inches long, the upper side forming a kind of hook. But his eyes were particularly attractive, being not so fierce and wild as an eagle's, but larger, perfectly black, and full of luster and positive dignity. They also showed an amount of intelligence surprising in a bird. The most startling thing about him, though, was his size. I didn't suppose that his wings would have been more than 6 feet across, but I found by actual measurement that he was 10 feet and a half from tip to tip. What the big 16 and 17-footers look like I cannot conceive. It seemed a pity to keep such grand birds captive, and indeed one was let go through a mistake of one of the men, who misunderstood when the skipper said to take him forward, and hove him overboard. The 2 that were left were killed for their feathers and down, and the red, beef-like flesh thrown to the chickens, who greedily picked the carcasses perfectly clean. The skipper told me that he has often hauled an albatross on board quite dead, having been drowned while being pulled through the water, and one of those we caught today sputtered and choked for 10 minutes. If one is placed on deck where people are passing, it is necessary to tie his beak with a piece of marline or something, as they have a disagreeable way of snapping at one's fingers and legs, and as their bills are very powerful, a bite from one would be a very serious affair, for I dare say that under the most favorable conditions they could break the bones of a man's finger. Thus we celebrated my wife's birthday, with the addition of a glass of Ruinart Brut at dinner. As for the day, I said before that the wind was light and a heavy roll prevented our sleeping last night, as it was utterly impossible to stay in the bunk without holding on. The wind shifted to the northward late in the afternoon and blew a fresh breeze. Latitude at noon, 37 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 16 degrees 43 minutes east. Sunday, September 16th. 11 weeks at sea today, and at 10:30 this morning we doubled Cape Agulhas. That is, we were on the same meridian as that headland, and when skippers say they have been so many days from the line to the Cape, they always mean from the equator to the longitude of Agulhas, even though they may be 7 or 8 degrees south of it. As the Cape is in about 34 degrees 40 minutes south, we are, therefore, 240 miles to the southward of it, and have been 77 days at sea and 29 from the line. This is about the average time from the equator, but what a tremendous muddle we made on the first part of the voyage. We have had a great breeze from northwest all day, the best possible quarter, as it is not so cold as the biting southerly winds, and we have done better than 10 knots since daylight, which would be 13 if the ship were clean. What surprises me more than anything else since we took the strong winds is the ability of a ship to carry sail with the wind aft. I have known the Mandalore to lug a main skysail when there was a very strong wind blowing, and a heavy sea to boot, so that close hauled we couldn't have shown anything above a main top gallant, and perhaps not that. I recall one morning 4 or 5 days ago when Captain Kingdon hung on to his main skysail when the tops were blown off the seas, and I looked every minute to see something go, for the royal masts were bending so that it seemed that a single pound more pressure must carry them over the side. I should like to see a schooner yacht in this sea, for while she would take the big billows easier than we do, there are plenty of seas from 6 to 8 feet high that have no effect on us that I should think would sweep the decks of a yacht continuously, and the larger seas come rushing at you with 4 or 5 feet of foam on their crests which no small vessel with low freeboard could get away from. No matter how heavy the seas are or how flooded the decks, the men still have to come aft at midday for their lime juice, and each man has to drink his tin mugful before he goes forward again. This is what is called fortified lime juice, and comes in bottles holding about 2 quarts. A certain proportion is added to a bucket of water, and then each man, as I said before, is compelled to drink 1 mugful. I used to think that the men objected to taking it, but they don't, realizing that it prevents nearly entirely that terrible sailor's scourge, scurvy. It is in charge of the steward, who personally doles it out. On American ships, I do not think that the drinking of lime juice is compulsory, but on all Englishmen on long voyages it is, and hence the name lime juicers. The law must be a good one, though, for one seldom hears nowadays of scurvy in comparison to the tales one used to hear of half the crew of a ship succumbing to the dread disease. Latitude at noon, 38 degrees 39 minutes south, longitude 20 degrees 13 minutes east. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 13. September 17th. Last night we were favored with some very heavy rolling. Indeed, the motion was so violent that we, hardened by 11 weeks at sea, could sleep but little. The wind was nearly aft and a heavy sea running from the westward, and of course, under these conditions, the inevitable happened. With the wind anywhere near abeam, the pressure of the wind on the canvas prevents to a great degree the more violent oscillations. But last night, the wind being almost dead aft, and the yards therefore laid square, we were hustled about almost abominably, the ship taking large quantities of water on board over both rails by sheer rolling. Let the yards be braced up even a couple of points, and the violent motion is arrested at once. This holds good in a calm as well. This morning, about the middle of the forenoon watch, we had a heavy squall. Took in the three skysails and the fore and mizzen royals for it, and hauled up the weather side of the mainsail and both clews of the crossjack. It was a nasty squall, but it passed in half an hour, when it partially cleared up and commenced to blow a strong breeze from west, canting southerly. As one continues to sail on for days and weeks in the same direction, the ship's head pointing to the rising sun, one cannot help marveling at the loneliness of the great southern ocean, and at the immense solitudes encompassed within its boundaries. Sailors generally confine its limits to that part of the ocean extending from the 35th parallel to the Antarctic Circle, and extending almost completely around the world. South of latitude 45 degrees, there is nothing to break its continuity but the southernmost extremity of the New World, and it is between this and the Antarctic continent that the fierce westerly gales sweep in all their wild freedom throughout the year, and the tremendous seas roll on around the world with nothing to break their majestic progress save the narrow strip of Patagonia and one or two desolate clusters of islands. In the Southern Ocean, one might encompass the globe without sighting a vessel or anything fashioned by the hand of man. Indeed, although we are so far in the northward, we have seen nothing for many days, which goes further to show the immensity of this expanse of ocean, for the trade to Australia and the Far East around the Cape is very great. As for the seabirds, being companions and friends in this lonely ocean, I think they rather serve to increase one's sense of desolation, particularly the grim albatross, which seems to me the very embodiment of solitude. We covered a good deal of ground, or, should I say, water, in the last 24 hours, and at noon we were in 38 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude 24 degrees 45 minutes east. September 18th. This morning came on with a fresh breeze. It rapidly increased, and by 10 o'clock there was a strong wind and sea, so we furled the fore and mizzen sky sails. The ship yawed and sheered about a good deal all day, but did not take much water on board, considering the sea that was running. Every 10 minutes or so a whopping big billow comes along, and she rides them nicely. Notwithstanding, once in a while, with a roaring and rattling, a sea falls over the weather side and washes waist deep into the lee scuppers. A heavy sea coming aboard sounds differently from what I supposed it would. The noise is very alarming until one grows accustomed to it, for the seas crash and rattle against the iron deck houses like volleys of musketry, and when our first big sea boarded us, I thought it had smashed everything to pieces. It is also very curious why, when running before a heavy quartering sea, the seas never fall inboard till they are abreast of the fore rigging. That is, a large wave will appear on the quarter, and you think that if it doesn't break on the poop, it will certainly come aboard at the mizzen rigging. But it doesn't, but seems to run along the outside edge of the rail till it gets well forward, when the whole mass breaks right against the forecastle. It must make it pleasant for the men asleep on the weather side of it. Nothing can be more exhilarating to watch than the advance of one of these great seas, for it will often be visible some hundreds of yards astern, and you can follow its progress until at last it rushes over the rail, completely burying everything in its way for the time being. We have as yet had no water on the poop except once, when the wind blew the crest of a very tall sea aboard, half of it flying over the helmsman. The Mandalore, from the way in which she takes a following sea, ought to be able to run out a heavy gale of wind, which, indeed, the skipper says is the case. In reality, the weatherly qualities of a vessel do not depend upon her size, some of the largest sailing ships afloat being the worst sea boats, in addition to being almost unmanageable in a gale of wind. One reason for this is to be found in the very size of the vessel, as ships of over 2,500 tons are too large for one sea and not large enough for two, with the natural consequence that they make very bad weather of it in a gale, shipping seas that a smaller ship would rise to without trouble. I have in mind one of our large American ships, a wooden one, of course, the skipper of which told me himself that she was one of the wettest ships he ever commanded. I have often wondered how La France, the largest sailing vessel in the world, behaves in bad weather. Her registered tonnage is, I think, about 3,700, and she is the only five-masted ship afloat, being square-rigged on all but the fifth mast. She was built on the Clyde for a Bordeaux firm, I believe, for the South American trade, and is a fine carrier. Before we sailed, I heard of another five-master that is to be built in Hamburg, called the Potosi, whose net tonnage will be 4,000, thus taking the feather out of the cap of La France and giving the German ensign the honor of waving over the largest sailing ship in the world. Some years ago there was another five-master called the Marie Rickmers, built for the great firm of Rickmers and Company of Hamburg. I once heard a skipper say that she carried double royal yards, but as that was about the time that double-top gallants were coming into more general use, I suspect that that was what he meant. The Marie Rickmers was built for the salt trade between Hamburg and the Indian Ocean, sailed on her maiden voyage, and was never seen again. It is thought that she foundered near Mauritius. Latitude 39 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 26 minutes east. September 19th. The wind shifted last night and blew a moderate breeze from west-northwest. A little after noon, it backed to southwest and blew hard for an hour, had to stow the royals. At 2:30, they were set again, but from the present indications, we shan't carry them long. We were ready for and expected a gale this afternoon, but though it is blowing pretty hard with a heavy sea, I don't think it will amount to anything serious. Pete, whom I have not mentioned for some time, has to be kept below nearly all day on account of the cold, but the little fellow is making fine weather of it. When there is no sun, of course, he has to be boxed up all day. Last night we were boarded by a sea that took old Kelly off his feet and washed him away into 3 feet of water in the scuppers. He swore frightfully in a steady stream of oaths for perhaps half a minute after gaining the poop, and then sung out for Mike, the boy, to get him a thick coat, for it was his watch on deck and he couldn't go below. As a matter of fact, though, he did leave the poop for a minute to get a light for his pipe, and it was just as he was coming out of the forward cabin door and about to mount the poop again that the sea caught him. He not only got wet, but lost his pipe as well while he was washing about in the scuppers. He is also afraid the skipper heard him below, and if it is so, he'll get a dressing down for leaving the poop in squally weather. Just after Mr. Kelly's unexpected bath, a sea fell over the side that was really a big one. I was on the poop at the time, and as I have been watching seas board us for some time, I could approximately estimate the size of this one. The water was, I should think, about 18 inches deep all over the main deck on the level, and reckoning the area of the deck at 5,000 square feet after deducting the space occupied by the hatches and deckhouses, this would make the weight of water that came aboard in that one sea about 225 tons. This immense volume of water will be better appreciated when I say that, although all the 6 big deck ports in the bulwarks were open, the water was flush with the pinrail every time the ship rolled at the end of a minute. The weight of 225 tons, too, is apt to be lightly thought of by most people until reduced to a smaller denomination, for it means 500,000 pounds. I thought the chicken coops would go, but they had been firmly lashed on top of the main hatch, and stuck there in spite of everything, though actually half buried in water. As for the pigs, they were nearly drowned, for their cage was secured to ring bolts in the deck and was subjected to a regular Niagara at every roll. I did not think the bulwarks themselves could stand such a bombardment as they did for a couple of minutes. The entryway into the cabin was flooded, but the inside door being closed, no water penetrated within. This idea of a sort of vestibule is a very good one, and its usefulness was proved tonight. It is about 3 feet square, and there is an outer and inner door leading into the cabin, each with a sill a foot or more high, so that even if the outer door is carelessly left open, As it was tonight, the inner one will prevent the entrance of water. The entryway serves also as an excellent place to hang wet oilskins and boots. We had to go by dead reckoning today, for we got no sights. Our position, as near as we could judge at noon, was latitude 39 degrees south, longitude 34 degrees east. September 20th. At 1 o'clock this morning we had a heavy squall from the westward, during which we carried away the starboard mizzen-top gallant clew iron and ripped the upper mizzen-top sail. It made a very nasty mess, and the second mate, who had charge of the deck, was afraid the top gallant sail would blow away, and, as it was a brand new one, the loss would be considerable. It was an exceedingly difficult job for the men to secure the sail, as it was slatting at a terrible rate, the broken clew iron threatening death to anyone who approached. And as the night was dark as a pocket, and the rain during the squall fit to knock the men off the yard, it really required a great deal of skill to properly stow the sail. The upper mizzen topsail had to come in too, and there will be plenty of work for sails today. It was fairly clear for an hour or so after the squall, but the glass began to fall with lightning in the southwest, and the squalls continued, gradually increasing in strength, and when I went on deck this morning I found the ship running before a strong southwest gale under lower topsails and foresail and a very heavy sea on. It was a regular storm rig, and we wanted it. Last night, in a savage squall, the crossjack split from head to foot, and it was with difficulty that the sail was saved, though it was not such hard work as the men had with the mizzen-top gallant. And at the change of the watch at 4 this morning, the skipper thought best to put the ship under lower topsails. Oh, it was a grand spectacle that greeted us as we emerged from the companionway after breakfast. I never saw such magnificent seas as these that came rolling up in splendid majesty out of the southwest, the crest of each 6 feet deep with boiling foam, the billows themselves as regular as the pendulum of a clock. There were no confused pyramidal seas to break the advance of the great rollers, and we could watch each one as it came rushing on with resistless force, holding our breath lest it should break on the poop. And then, as it marched grandly by and fell aboard up forward with its deep resonant roar, followed instantly by the rattle of the spray, an involuntary "ah" escaped us, and we felt repaid for all the inconveniences of the voyage just by this one exhibition of what we had so longed for. At 3 o'clock the upper top sails were set, and at 5 the main top gallant, though the puffs were still very heavy. After supper we had a succession of hard squalls with severe hail that pattered against the binnacle hoods and iron ventilators like small shot. The ship took in large quantities of water from the lee side all day, and lifelines were stretched along the main deck for the men. The weather is very cold, and it is impossible to stop on deck more than a few minutes without being chilled, even though wrapped in the heaviest clothes and oilskins. This southerly wind is the most piercing, stinging blast I ever felt, and seems to bid defiance to everything. The sky was clear all day, and we got good sights, which put us in latitude 38 degrees 28 minutes south, longitude 38 degrees 52 minutes east. September 21st. I went on deck before breakfast to find the ship under royals again and a light breeze blowing from southwest. During the past 12 hours we have not made much, the wind being weak, and we rolled horribly all night. Generally, the skipper will brace the yards up a couple of points if possible, so as to ease the rolling. But last night, the wind being light, he wanted to make the most of it, and he wouldn't touch the braces. Of course, we never mention it when he does not. The rolling really was tremendous, but perfectly regular from the even run of the tall southwest swell, giving one the idea of perpetual motion. But, notwithstanding the discomforts, no one who has not made a long voyage can understand the coziness and actually home-like interior of the saloon after the lights have been lit and the supper things cleared away. A coal fire glows with a comforting cheer in the grate, and my wife is generally sitting braced on the floor, engaged in the more or less difficult operation, considering the savage rolling, of the manufacture of candy. I am usually seated at the organ, where by long practice I have learned to balance myself in all but the most violent heaves. The genial, good-tempered old skipper then claws his way over to the sideboard, extracts a bottle of Squareface or Scotch whiskey, jams a kettle of water on the coals so that it will not capsize, and before many minutes has brewed a heartwarming cordial for us, with a tumbler full of the steaming mixture for the officer of the watch. Nothing adds to the comfortable interior as does the riot and confusion without. Above all, the ear catches the roar rising and falling of the wind in the rigging, then the heavy dash of rain on the skylight over our head, and the thunder of the seas boarding us and rushing in cataracts across the deck. All this goes to make up a night in the great Southern Ocean, and a feeling of gratitude arises that it does not fall to our lot to stand 4 hours in the storm and rain, trying to take advantage of what little shelter is afforded by the ventilators on the poop. The picture is completed when the young, boyish face of the mate looks down the companionway to the stentorian Mr. Ryan from the skipper. Then down he comes, the water streaming from his yellow oilskins in rivers as he takes the smoking tumbler of grog, and, with a hearty "Thank you, sir," jumps on deck again to finish the remaining 2 hours of his dismal watch. On alternate nights the fierce whiskers and red nose of the second mate's rugged countenance take the place of young Mr. Ryan's, but he has bad manners and doesn't even say thank you when he has drained the steaming glass, though he goes on deck muttering that he's not a bad old man after all. Well, well, these are pleasant evenings for us below, to be sure. Our relatives and friends at home are doubtless pitying us and giving vent to such expressions as, "I'll bet they wish they hadn't gone, now that they're down in the bad weather," while our immediate families are doubtless offering up prayers that we may emerge in safety from the dangers that beset the travelers who go down to the sea in ships and double the stormy headland of Agulhas. But my wife and I always look back to these evenings in the Southern Ocean with joyful recollections, and the gray-bearded countenance of good old Captain Kingdon as he bends over the fire to the grateful warmth will never fade from our memory. Latitude at noon, 38 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 42 degrees 53 minutes east. September 22nd. This was a glorious morning, with the highest temperatures we have had since we lost the southeast trades. Pete had a good time on deck in the middle of the day, and there really was a little heat in the sun's rays. The wind, though, is still from the southward of west, but very light, and we have been rolling dismally without cessation. Things go flying about at table despite the racks, which are 6 inches high. It is very uncomfortable to eat with these great partitions on the table, for one has to scoop up his food from the plate as though his dinner was at the bottom of a bucket. The easy motion of the ship, though, even in the biggest seas, is remarkable. When she begins rolling sometimes, as 3 extra-large seas come marching up, after she is inclined to a great angle, you think, now surely this is as far as she'll go. But no, she keeps on heeling, and you keep on gripping tighter whatever you can reach, until you are certain the masts will roll out of her. Then, when you think she has about reached the vanishing point, she slowly stops and very leisurely begins to roll back again. The first 24 hours of this sort of rolling you think is bad, though you can stand it well. At the end of 48 hours, your patience has been sorely tried, from the necessity of constantly holding on, that you begin to lose your temper and find fault with everything. And on the third day you lose more religion than there is any hope of regaining. Then, all unexpectedly, you grow accustomed to the motion, and by the 4th or 5th day you don't mind it at all. At least, this has been our experience, and I expect it would be the same with nearly everybody. For the enlightenment and erudition of those whose misfortune it is to make land tax all their lives, I will set forth, in as concise a manner as I can, my daily program, to which I strictly adhere. At 7:30, breakfast. 8:30 to 10, I work navigation problems with the help of Norrie's epitome. From 10 to 11:30, my wife and I struggle with the backgammon board. Then the noon sight claims a few minutes, immediately after which comes dinner. From 1:30 to 2:30 on alternate days, lesson in navigation with the mate. 3 to 5:30, reading. 4 to 5 every other day, navigation lesson. 5:30, supper. 6:30 to 8, I usually spend at the harmonium, and for the next 2 hours, the skipper and ourselves play dominoes or cards, when the rolling permits, and after a chat with the officer on watch, we turn in about 10:30. Thus passes the day, and each one flies. I never knew anything, though, so exasperating as trying to play backgammon in a heavy sea. My wife and I are just now playing a match of 500 points, and often, when we are at the crucial point of a game, the ship will give a heavy lurch, and away will go the men, sometimes overboard, as half a dozen did the other day, when we were silly enough to try and play on deck under the lee of the companion house. Chips made us some new men out of a block of teak, and as all those that we lost were black, we stained the new ones with ink, and now we're all right again. We had very good sights today, and at noon were in latitude 38 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 45 degrees 42 minutes east. Sunday, September 23rd. At sea 12 weeks today, and, as if in recognition of the fact, the sun crossed the equator, entered Libra, and commenced his southerly declination. The morning broke very fine with a fresh breeze, the ship at 8 bells, going 9 knots, with the wind at northwest. Our third pig was put to death yesterday, and but one little porker remains. I am afraid that we welcome the Sabbath more from the fact that it brings us a change of diet than from any religious feelings. What we will do on Sunday when our last pig has been eaten is sad to contemplate, but I suppose we'll fall back on baked gutta percha, disguised under the name of roast chicken. One of the pleasantest places on board during these cold days is the carpenter shop, situated just forward of the galley and separated from it only by a thin iron bulkhead against which the range is built. Chips's workshop is a very comfortable place to lounge in, and, if you are on good terms with him, an excellent place for drying out wet clothes and boots. Indeed, the heat from the galley range is so great that if the lee door were kept closed, the place would be a good substitute for the hot room of a Turkish bath. After dinner, you will generally find Chips, one of the sailmakers, an apprentice, one of the mates, and occasionally a sailor or two, seated on the long workbench, listening to yarns that invariably accompany these gatherings. Every now and then the speaker, generally Chips himself, is interrupted with, "That's a bloody lie," from one of his audience. But with simply a withering look he proceeds, and I must do him the justice to say that his yarns are interesting and probably true. The narrow room is soon so thick with rank tobacco smoke that someone opens a crack of the weather door, when in rushes a blast that whirls ashes and cinders out of half a dozen pipes, and there is a rush and a scramble to put out any stray spark that chanced to light among the shavings. And, invoking a sea blessing on the head of him that opened the weather door, all hands troop out and turn in. For, of course, it is only those whose watch it is below that have been warming themselves in the carpenter's snug retreat. On one subject Chips refuses to talk, and that is Norway, his native land. It is strange, but I can get nothing out of him about the magnificent fjords, Hammerfest, the northernmost town of Europe, or the midnight sun. At Hammerfest, the sun for 2 months in the year remains above the horizon. Towards supper time this evening, quite a cross sea made, caused by the northwest wind meeting the long southwest swell, and in the event of its coming on to blow hard, there'll be a nasty sea running that will keep our decks full of water. Latitude at noon, 38 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 49 degrees 15 minutes east. End of section 13. Section 14 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 14. September 24th. This morning was a bright and beautiful one, though cold. Wind west-southwest. Last night came on windy, and between 6 and 9 we had half a dozen heavy squalls with much rain. Furled the skysails before supper, at 6:15 all the royals, and at midnight stowed the mizzen-top gallant in a hard squall, the wind being then dead aft. The whole night was a dirty one, but when I went on deck this morning, all the muck and heavy clouds had given place to a deep blue sky and a fresh though biting wind, and we carried the main skysail all day. Since we have been running our easting down, the wind has been very variable, never blowing more than 18 hours from any one point, and generally shifting at intervals of 12 hours or so between northwest and southwest, the former usually bringing rain, just as the southerly winds do in the northern hemisphere. Having brought a number of Marryat's novels along, I was reading them with a degree of pleasure I never experienced with any other books. Of course, almost every boy or man has read Peter Simple and Midshipman Easy, but the majority of people who like sea stories are quite ignorant of his other works, and knowing nothing of the delights of Frank Mildmay, Jacob Faithful, Newton Forster, and King's Own, while even the book of short stories called Olla Podrida is interesting from cover to cover. Where could a more charming little story be found than Southwest and by West 3/4 West? While I do not see how a boy of 15 who is fond of the sea could resist joining the Navy after reading Frank Mildmay. The great charm of Marryat's works lies in the fact that his wit is acute, spontaneous, and usually unexpected, and the reader is kept in a constant state of explosive mirth. Marryat, indeed, does have sentimental moments, but he expresses his thoughts beautifully, and none of his books contains the morbid apostrophes to the heavenly bodies that make up so great a part of modern sea novels. At 2 in the afternoon, the wind shifted from west-southwest to south-southwest, and of course we had a corresponding decrease in temperature. Latitude 38 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 54 degrees 7 minutes east. September 25th. Last night we experienced what was very nearly, if not quite, a calm, reminding me of the light weather in 30 degrees north, except for the cold. The day was as fine a one as yesterday, and little Pete appreciated it as much as we did. Indeed, I think that in a week or 10 days we can dispense with the cabin fire. It makes everything below dreadfully dirty, for we use bituminous coal, and anyone who has used this cheerful but troublesome combustible knows to what a condition things are reduced in a few days. Having been 3 months at sea, and listening daily to the conversation of Captain Kingdon, I have come to the conclusion that he is a remarkably well-read and well-informed man, considering that about 9 months out of every 12 for 40 years have been passed at sea. The skipper is particularly fond of the works of Herbert Spencer and Huxley, and he talks well on questions involving eternity and the future life, and I should think that scarcely any other profession is so conducive to thoughts of this kind than that of a mariner, provided he is a thinking man. Week after week, for months at a time, the deep-water skipper paces alone the weather side of his poop, with no one to interrupt his flow of ideas, and constantly surrounded by nature in all her varying moods, from glassy calm to raging hurricane. And it seems to me that a man so situated cannot but dwell on subjects of eternity and the universe. I do not mean to say that sea captains, as a rule, are God-fearing men, though some are, such as Captain Samuels of the Dreadnought. But I do say that they are so close to nature, and often so completely in her power, that their thoughts must turn to the question of whether or not there is a ruler of the universe, no matter which side he may take. Marryat is of the opinion that in the Navy the seamen have a deep-rooted religious feeling, born in them by the very nature of their calling. He argues that religion in a sailor, that is a common seaman, is not a passive but an active feeling, and does not consist in reflection and self-examination, but it is in externals that his respect to the deity is evident. Marryat goes on. Witness the Sunday on board a man-of-war, the care with which the decks are washed, the hauling taut and neat coiling down of the ropes, the studied cleanliness of person. most of which duties are performed on other days, but on this day are executed with particular attention because it is Sunday. Then the strict attention paid to divine service, which would be a pattern to a congregation ashore, the little knots of men collected in the afternoon between the guns, listening to one who reads some serious book, or the solitary quartermaster poring over his thumbed testament, all prove that sailors have a deep-rooted feeling of religion. The same author says that he knew a first lieutenant to receive a severe rebuke from a ship's company. Seeing the men scattered about listlessly one Sunday afternoon, he ordered the fiddler up that they might dance. The ship's company thanked him, but said that they had not been accustomed to dance on that day, and requested that the music might be sent below. It is Marryat's opinion also that because sailors carouse and drink ashore is no reason for thinking that they have no religious feeling. He compares them on shore leave to a mountain lake whose waters are constantly increasing. All is unruffled till their own weight has forced its boundaries and the roaring cataract sweeps everything before it. Latitude at noon, 38 degrees, 2 minutes south, longitude 56 degrees, 45 minutes east. September 26th. This was a bright, comparatively warm day, though there was but little wind. 3 or 4 very large albatrosses have been with us for several days and are so fearless that they occasionally fly right over our heads, one of them this morning striking the monkey gaff with his wing. We have been doing some revolver shooting during the last week, popping away at bottles suspended from the awning stanchions on the poop. My wife is very expert with a pistol, and shoots better with it than the skipper, the mate, or myself. This forenoon she thought she'd like to have a shot at the albatrosses, so the skipper brought up his Winchester rifle, put only 2 or 3 cartridges in the magazine so that it would not be too heavy, and gave it to my wife. She watched her chance and fired at the nearest albatross as he sailed by, and to our astonishment down came the great bird, apparently instantly killed. At any rate, he floated off with his head under water, and it is safe to infer that had his health been good, he would not have chosen this unusual attitude. It was a splendid shot, and it is not given to many women to be able to say that they have killed an albatross on the wing with a rifle. Thus is the old superstition done away with, though I am not certain that there are not 1 or 2 on board who look with disfavor at the slaughter of the bird, and are not certain of reaching port without disaster. We are all agog with excitement over the coming total solar eclipse, which interesting event will transpire next Friday or Saturday. I have not figured it out, but I believe it will occur on Friday. Oh, for a clear day with a perfectly transparent atmosphere! If the wind god will be but propitious and send us a breeze from anywhere between west and southwest, the chances of a clear day will be good. Anything but a northerly wind, for 'tis then almost certain to rain. Last night the rolling was abominable, indeed, the worst we've had yet, and I observed that even old Kelly, with his bowed legs, could not stand on deck without holding by the backstays or bracing against the skylight. I wish I had a clinometer, so that the angle of roll might be ascertained. I know nothing about estimating the angle of inclination, so I cannot approximate it. An idea may be obtained of the rolling when I say that a tumbler not half filled with water and secured on the table so that it could not capsize, overflowed at nearly every oscillation while we were at supper last evening, and the rolling was much more severe in the first and middle watches than it was during supper. On such a night as the last, Captain Kingdon does not turn into his bunk at all, but lies down on his sofa, which is fitted with a lee board and is just wide enough for his body, that is, about the dimensions of a coffin, and on or rather in this sofa he can repose at ease in the heaviest sea. Would to heaven we had some arrangement like this, for I did not sleep more than 3 hours during the whole of the night. During each lull I would doze, only to be nearly spilled out of the bunk in 5 minutes, and only the practice of 3 weeks saved me from being projected to the other end of the room. Latitude at noon, 37 degrees, 57 minutes south, longitude 60 degrees, 50 minutes east. September 27th. Much colder this morning, with a strong wind from south-southwest and a fine rain blowing in horizontal lines across the decks. This is unusual, as most of our southerly winds have brought us a clear sky, though blowing a gale. As the day wore on, the wind shifted, and at noon it was at south, blowing up fresh, while at 4 in the afternoon the yards were braced up and the ship, close hauled, was lying over a good deal, with the wind at south-southeast. I have often read of the careless handling of firearms during which the unexpected happens, but I didn't think that I'd ever come as near being a murderer as I did today. It happened in the following manner. About 3 this afternoon the rain ceased, and the weather clearing up a bit, we brought some empty bottles on deck and began popping away at them with the Smith & Wesson. But after half an hour's amusement we concluded it was too cold on the deck, and my wife went below, leaving me on the poop with the mate. I took up the rag I used for cleaning the pistol and was about to disconnect the barrel from the stock when I thought I might as well snap the trigger a few times just to make sure there was not a stray cartridge in it. 'Twas simply a case of didn't know 'twas loaded. There was a cartridge in the cylinder, and as I continued to snap the hammer the revolver went off, and the ball, whizzing by the helmsman, buried itself in the wheel box after passing through his oilskins, which he had just taken off and placed on the grating by the wheel. The bullet did not miss him by more than a foot, and had it hit him it would have most likely killed him, there being no one on board fit to probe for it. But yet so little do sailors think of an escape, however narrow, or a danger once passed, that John Simmons, the man who was steering, allowed his face to relax in a faint smile as he glanced at me, and then glued his eyes to the compass card again without ever changing color. Indeed, he didn't want to accept the new oilskins that I felt in duty bound to present him with, saying that he could patch up the holes the bullet made in its progress through the old ones. But as the coat had been chucked down in a heap, the bullet had perforated it in half a dozen places. Simmons is, next to Carson, the best seaman in the ship. Indeed, in a tight place I believe Simmons would be a better man and a much steadier one. He shipped as boatswain in the ship Lydgate that sailed from New York a week or two before we did, but with several other men he deserted her, refusing to go to sea in a ship whose cargo was stowed as hers was. So they jumped overboard one night and swam ashore at Staten Island, Simmons signing for Calcutta in the Mandalore immediately afterward. Latitude at noon, 37 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 64 degrees 48 minutes east. September 28th. If the present indications amount to anything, we will not be favored with a glimpse of the solar eclipse tomorrow. After a night of tremendous rolling, the wind came strong out of the northwest this morning, bringing with it a lot of flying scud that would very effectually obliterate the celestial phenomenon. By noontime, all the skysails and royals had been stowed, and at 1 the fore and mizzen-top gallants were furled, the skipper hanging on as usual to his main-top gallant. This sail, as the saying goes, marking the difference between a strong breeze and a gale of wind. That is, if the main-top gallant can be lugged, it is not a gale to a sailor. A heavy sea ran all day and broke aboard at intervals with a booming crash that sent shivers through the Mandalore's stout iron sides. I proposed to my wife that we await our opportunity and run up forward into the forecastle head and watch the great seas coming up astern. She wouldn't have it at first, but at last I persuaded her, and watching our chance in a smooth, we fled along the main deck and reached the short iron ladder that leads to the forecastle head none too soon, for my wife had just put her foot on the third round when a big fellow came roaring over the rail, the forehatch and everything else on deck disappearing for fully half a minute. My wife was very much inclined to cry with fear, but when I showed her that the forecastle head was perfectly dry and safe, she recovered, and going as far forward as we could, we sat down, one on each side of the heel of the great bowsprit, and made ourselves comfortable. The spectacle looking aft was grand beyond words. From where we were, the seas looked gigantic, and when we sank into the hollow between two, they seemed, and probably were, as high as the crossjack yard. Whenever a big one overhauled us, it looked as though it were going to break on the stern and sweep everything before it. but the good old Mandalore rose to them with a buoyant heave of her quarters, and down would go the bows till it seemed as though we must be washed off the forecastle head. Then the stern would settle, and the whole forward part of the ship would rise clear out of the water, the sea at that moment boiling over the weather rail. Yet nothing more than a dash of spray ever reached us, and we sat there in perfect safety for half an hour watching the magnificent spectacle. And as there were no headsails set, no slatting of canvas prevented our thorough enjoyment of the scene. The wind out of the foresail, though, was enough to blow my wife over the side unless we used every caution, and half an hour in our position satisfied us. And again, choosing our time, we got aft without a drenching, though we had to jump on the main hatch to escape a spiteful little sea that very unexpectedly fell on board. Latitude 37 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 67 degrees east. September 29th. When a man anticipates with joyful expectations a certain event that is about to transpire, he is often most miserably disappointed. This is the case with us this afternoon. We have been looking forward to what we supposed would be a total eclipse of the sun for 2 weeks or more, and believing that we were going to witness something startling, we were filled with subdued excitement at breakfast time and awaited with ill-conceived impatience the unusual phenomenon about to be disclosed to us. Even the men exhibited some degree of interest, and indeed it seems to me that the wildest savages could not but be impressed when the light of day is suddenly obliterated and darkness takes the place of the noonday glare. As I said before, we thought we were going to witness a total eclipse, and as soon as we had finished our matutinal repast, each of us repaired to the poop with sundry squares of colored glass, the skipper having removed the shade glasses from an old sextant and distributed them among us, not forgetting a piece for the mate who had the watch. I asked the second mate if he weren't going to stay up and see the eclipse. His answer was characteristic. "To H with it. I've seen too many." Sure enough, at 9:30, the shadow was observed eating its way into the sun's disk, though very slowly. I went forward to the forecastle head so as to get a better view, as the lee side of the mizzen-top gallant obstructed the range of vision. So very slowly, however, did the shadow encroach upon the orb that I lost patience after sitting for 3/4 of an hour with a piece of red glass glued to my eye, and I noticed at the same time that if the shadow continued on its present course, it would not completely obscure the sun's disk. So I went aft and finally below, where I commenced my navigation work. Becoming absorbed in it, to my utter amazement when I went on deck again, I found that the eclipse was nearly over, and the dark shadow just visible on the edge of the lower limb of the sun. We had been deceived, for, far from being a total eclipse, the light was at no time reduced to half its intensity, while the shadow was not more than an hour and a half crossing the sun, instead of several hours, as we understood from the almanacs. The reason was very simple. The eclipse was to be central in 86 degrees east and 34 degrees south, and while I was aware of this, I was ignorant enough of astronomy to believe that, as we were within 900 miles of the center, we would see the eclipse in its totality. As for the day, it was perfect, a light breeze blowing from west-southwest. The few clouds visible were so small and diaphanous that they in no way interfered with the vision. Latitude at noon, 36 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 71 degrees 15 minutes east. Sunday, September 30th. Today, 13 weeks ago, we started on our voyage, so that we have been a little more than 3 months out, and 40 days more will hardly take us in. We took the first true north wind that we have had in these southern latitudes this morning, and at noon there was every indication of a blow. But the fickle wind backed before long to west-southwest and blew a light breeze from that favorable quarter. Dan, the English boy, met with a curious and painful accident this forenoon. He was carrying the kid of beef from the galley to the forecastle for the men's dinner, when in some manner he slipped and fell. His first thought was for the beef, for he'd have been beaten to a mummy if anything had happened to the men's dinner. Therefore, instead of saving himself, his chin struck the deck with a crack that might have been heard on the poop, and his upper teeth, which are very prominent, were driven through his lower lip and actually protruded through the flesh. He howled dismally and ran aft to the skipper, who brought his surgical skill into play and put 4 stitches in the wound. In spite of all, though, his lip was swollen and inflamed to a shocking degree in 6 hours, and for many days he will be deprived of his favorite pastime of gorging himself with food. The mate says that in all his seagoing experience he never saw man or boy who could eat as much as Dan. He often stows away an entire loaf of soft bread and a very large tin pannikin of burgoo for breakfast, besides as much coffee as he can lay his hands on. Let it not be supposed that forecastle bread is similar to that so temptingly displayed in our bakery windows. Far from it. Soft bread at sea is of the substance and weight of white lead, though not quite so digestible. And as sour yeast is used in its manufacture, it would be difficult to conceive of anything edible more forbidding and repellent. Mr. Ryan says that before he saw Dan, he never came across a sailor who could eat more than 2 slices of it an inch thick at one time, and yet this youth eats it actually by the loaf. He will certainly die young of apoplexy, for after each meal his face seems to puff up, and he is then the flabbiest looking individual I ever saw. What a difference there is in Mike, the other boy. Always neat and clean. He is in splendid physical condition, as evidenced by the sparring exhibitions between the two nearly every evening. About 6 o'clock, the carpenter and cook, the sailmakers, boatswain, and one of the mates form a ring around the 2 prentices near the main hatch, and putting on some boxing gloves of rude but serviceable design, the boys go at it like gladiators. In less than a minute, the difference in the methods of the two becomes apparent. Dan's arms begin to revolve like a windmill pump. He loses his temper, butts with his head, and his face grows as red as blood, while he pants and blows like a porpoise. Mike, on the other hand, is as cool at the end as he was in the beginning, stops every one of Dan's wild passes, hits him where he pleases, and at last, with a tap on the nose, down goes the noble Briton on his knees, swearing like a pirate and blind with rage. Here the spectators step in and lay hold of Dan, who sometimes so far loses his temper as to catch up a belaying pin and advance on the hardy Norwegian with blood in his eye as well as on his nose. In 5 minutes so, he quiets down and then begins his eternal skylarking with the mate. In my opinion, Mr. Ryan is altogether too free with this youth, for no good ever follows the joking of officers and men aboard ship. During the last 24 hours we made less than 75 miles, a light breeze blowing from west-southwest. Latitude at noon, 35 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 72 degrees 30 minutes east. End of section 14. Section 15 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 15. October 1st. If the Mandalore were clean and free from the mass of barnacles on her bottom, this would be our last month at sea. But I feel sure that the voyage will last 10 days or so into November, rather to our advantage than otherwise, as the longer the voyage, the cooler the weather will be in India, the so-called cold season beginning about November 1st. The harness casks were cleaned out today for the first time since we began running our easting down, an occasion always dreaded by us. The harness casks are large square boxes into which the salt meat is dumped when a fresh barrel has been broken out of the lazarette and broached. The harness casks on the Mandalore are made of teak, beautifully varnished and lined with big slabs of slate, one single piece forming each a side and one on the bottom. If the casks are pleasing to the eye, they are most horribly offensive to the nose, for so vile an odor is diffused throughout the ship when one is opened even for a moment that a bone-boiling establishment would have to take a back seat in the presence of a ship's harness cask. A few minutes before the casks are opened, warning is given to us, and we close the ports in companionway so as to exclude as much as we can of the terrible smell. I never had sufficient strength of will to witness the cleansing operation, but it is done by removing the pieces of old decayed meat with as much of the brine as can be conveniently bailed out. Then, when the process has been performed to the satisfaction of the mate, the fresh barrel of meat is rolled over to the cask, the head stove, and two men with stout iron hooks lift the hideous, ragged chunks of beef or pork, as the case may be, into the cask, rejecting those pieces that are the most tainted. Sometimes half a barrel of meat has to be thrown over the side. Indeed, we had to heave 70 or 80 pounds of pork overboard today. This generally smells much worse than the beef, and as the great, dripping, reeking hunks of fat are lifted out of the barrel, I cannot but marvel how the men can bring themselves to eat it. No wonder lime juice plays so important a part in the life of the man before the mast. This sort of food accounts, perhaps, for the small appetites of sailors as a class, for, contrary to general opinion, they eat but little. Poor Bang, the skipper's setter, is the most pitiable object I ever laid my eyes on. Poor fellow, he was sick enough in the calm weather during the first part of the voyage, but ever since we ran into the heavy seas of the South Atlantic, he has been able to drag himself along the deck only a few feet at a time, and he is so wonderfully emaciated that we all wonder how his bones hang together. The half-starved curs of the east side would seem comfortably off compared with Bang, who has made no pretense of eating anything at all for several days. When he does try to eat anything, even in the smallest quantity, he cannot keep it down. The good old skipper has often showed what a kind heart he has by turning out at night in heavy weather, when he heard Bang howling in his kennel on the poop, and giving him something that he thought would ease his pain. I do not see how the dog can last 24 hours longer. We have had a nice breeze from northwest all day, and we have been slipping along at 8 knots or so. Latitude 35 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 76 degrees east. October 2nd. Today is decidedly milder. It is necessary yet to wear the heaviest clothes, but the biting quality has disappeared from the air, and it is now possible to sit down on deck with some little degree of comfort. A noteworthy fact is that we are no longer followed by seabirds, that a week ago hovered about us by the score in 4 varieties: albatrosses, gunnies, Cape pigeons, and a slate-colored bird as big as a kingfisher. Another significant fact is that the long swell that rolled incessantly out of the southwest has been left astern, and now we are almost without motion. At noon the lee braces were manned and the skipper hauled the ship to, the course given to the man who relieved the wheel being northeast by north half north, north by east true, and we are at length heading for the Bay of Bengal. The cabin fire died out this morning, and we are happy to have seen the last of it. This is different from putting the fires out in one's house in the spring, for one cannot tell when it may be necessary to start them up again for a cool snap. But when once the ship's head has been turned to the equator, every day is certain to bring a higher temperature. The little grate full of glowing coals was a source of much joy and comfort to us during the cold weather, but I fear that we are ungrateful enough to rejoice that we can henceforth dispense with artificial heat. I had hoped that we would have sighted Amsterdam Island, and perhaps called there for potatoes, our supply of which, horribile dictu, gave out 2 days ago. But we passed to the northward of Amsterdam and its neighbor, St. Paul, and our last opportunity of replenishing our stock of fresh vegetables has passed. The 2 islands are not 60 miles apart, and yet are totally different in character, St. Paul being as barren and rugged as Amsterdam is fruitful and green. Immense numbers of seafowl inhabit St. Paul, as might be supposed, and a great many seals used to be, and probably still are, taken in the neighboring waters. The islands are supposed to have been discovered by Van Diemen in the 17th century, and they lie almost in the track of steamers bound from Cape Town to Adelaide. Speaking of them reminds me of a strange account I read of about the Crozet, a group of islands lying in 46 degrees south and 50 degrees east. A ship bound to Australia foundered near the Crozet, the crew reaching those islands in the boats. The first day after leaving the ship, they caught an albatross, and, little dreaming that any good would result from the action, they scratched on a piece of copper words to the effect that their ship had foundered and that they were steering for the Crozet. This they secured to the bird's neck and turned him adrift. In the course of 2 days, the survivors reached the islands and proceeded to make themselves as comfortable as the circumstances would permit, and they were exceedingly surprised, 2 or 3 weeks afterwards, to see an English man-of-war off the islands, and in a short time they were transferred to her and landed at Hobart Town, Tasmania. It appears that the Albatross, a very short time after the men set it adrift, was found dead on the beach near King George's Sound, West Australia, by a man who caught sight of the bit of copper and, reading the inscription on it, notified the government. A war vessel was at once ordered to the Crozet to take the men off, and in a little while the shipwrecked mariners found themselves transferred unexpectedly to civilization, instead of dragging out their lives on a desert island in the Southern Ocean. This account, I am told, is perfectly true and can be verified by application to the Australian government. Latitude at noon, 32 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 78 degrees 35 minutes east. October 3rd. A calm, a flat calm, so calm that the sea reflects every spar and sail like a sheet of shining metal. The sun, too, has grown very perceptibly warmer. Today the sea was almost without motion, and it was only at intervals of 15 minutes or so that a slow, deep heave would roll up from the southward, followed by a rattling of blocks and slatting of canvas. Then would ensue a period of absolute rest, very grateful after the violent motions of the past month. The ocean has returned to its old Prussian blue color, transparent as air, instead of the greenish tint that prevailed farther south, so that, if we had not known to the contrary, we should have supposed for 3 weeks, by the color of the water, that we were on soundings. Last night, so still was everything that the words spoken by one of the watch in a low tone at the break of the forecastle were plainly audible on the poop, while heavy breathing at the forward side of the mizzen hatch suggested the possibility of Dan's having succumbed to the somnolent influences. Investigation proved the truth of the supposition, and the hapless youth was rudely awakened by the shock resulting from the application of the end of the starboard maintop gallant brace, adroitly wielded by the lusty arm of the mate, who foretold the horrible punishments that awaited Dan should he ever be found guilty a second time of sleeping on watch. Old John, the poor, feeble foremast hand, has tried of late to bear up and take part in the various duties assigned to the men, and succeeded up to a couple of days ago, when his strength failed and he had to knock off work. Ever since he has been growing worse, in spite of Captain Kingdon's efforts to relieve him, and he is now in the ship's hospital, a spare room in the midship house. He has the appearance of a death's head, though he receives no kind word or look from anyone, proving that the most miserable being in the world is a sick sailor. What little food he can eat is shoved into him through a porthole by the steward, who curses him for not being quicker in taking the pannikin given him. I feel very sorry for the old man, who is better fitted for an inmate of a sailor's hospital than a seaman on a blue waterman. The skipper imparted to us today the cheerful information that we will cross the Bay of Bengal at one of the worst seasons of the year, that is, the first part of November. At that period the monsoon changes from southwest to northeast, and it is then, and also in May, that the terrible cyclones sweep across the northern part of the Indian Ocean and its adjacent coasts, devastating the land and often blotting out of existence the largest and finest ships. In May, the worst hurricanes occur, showing that the atmospheric disturbances are more severe at the end of the northeast monsoon. Latitude at noon, 31 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 78 degrees 43 minutes east. October 4th. We were comforted this morning with a nice little breeze that came dancing along out of the north, and though it jammed us on the wind and headed us off toward Australia, no murmurs were heard fore or aft about the weather after yesterday's calm. I am almost certain that we're going to have trouble with the men before we get in. Carson in particular is behaving in a very insolent manner, swaggering about the decks and talking in a very loud voice in the forecastle. He and his pal, the Finn, are together constantly now, which bodes no good. The rest of the men seem to be in pretty fair shape, but how long they will remain so we cannot tell. A sea lawyer like Carson, or the musician with the master's ticket, can brew trouble in a very few days. As far as I can ascertain, the food will be the cause of any row that we may have. The steward, a double-faced, sneaking rascal, who licks the skipper's boots to keep in his good graces, serves out the worst stuff he can lay his hands on to the cook, in the hope that when we reach port the captain will reward him for having saved the owner's money. The skipper, though, having made a voyage or two before this, has seen quite through this little ruse, and is only awaiting a fit opportunity to administer what novelists call a stinging rebuke. Today we sighted a vessel. That is, by the aid of a pair of glasses, we saw a vessel's topmast above the horizon in the southwest. One of the men at work on the upper main topsail yard saw her first, and although barely visible from the deck with the unaided eye, the glasses showed her to be a steamer with 4 masts, square rigged on the fore and main. She was probably 35 miles away. This was the first vessel we have sighted for 47 days, during which time we sailed more than 6,000 miles. We hope to take the southeast trades tomorrow or the next day, from which I gather that the trades in the Indian Ocean blow farther south than in the Atlantic, where we lost them near the 25th parallel. Latitude at noon, 30 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 79 degrees 22 minutes east. October 5th. As yet there are no indications of the trades. We have a light northwesterly wind, and for the past 24 hours we made good a north-northeast course. The weather is charming and growing quite warm again, making it pleasant to sit on deck once more. I read today in a nautical magazine on board of a strange and gruesome derelict discovered not long ago off the island of Prince Edward, 1,000 miles southeast of the Cape of Good Hope. Various pieces of wreckage, together with dead bodies most shockingly mutilated, had drifted ashore there, the fact being reported to a passing vessel. A couple of days later the ship discovered the cause of the disaster by falling in with a burning ship. Her lower hold, it was discovered, was filled with coal and petroleum, and her 'tween decks had contained emigrants bound, it is thought, from Russia to Brazil. The cargo had caught fire, generating gases which, it is supposed, suffocated the unfortunate people, and when the conflagration had reached a certain limit, explosions occurred, rending with terrible force the bodies of the hapless victims. These ghastly remains were then carried along by a current that sets by Prince Edward Island, and being cast up on the shore, spread consternation among the handful of people whose lot it is to dwell on this speck of land. I thought when I had finished the article that it was the most curious and out of the ordinary disaster I had ever heard of, and reminded me very forcibly of Clark Russell. Indeed, were he to hear all the circumstances, I am sure he could weave an exciting romance about this remarkable case. I wish I were well versed in the question of free ships versus home-built ships that has so long agitated the maritime population in the United States. Captain Kingdon and I had a conversation on the subject last night, but I found that I was so very ignorant on the subject that I had to let him do the talking. He argued rather on the free ship side, though he expressed no decided opinion. As the law stands now in the States, no foreign vessel can obtain American registry unless, after having been purchased, 2/3 of her value have been expended in making alterations or repairs. An example of the law is the case of the splendid British steel shipentine Kenilworth. She was built a very few years ago on the Clyde, if I mistake not, and her builders were given carte blanche to construct what was intended to be, and what probably was, the finest sailing vessel under the English flag. Not long after she had been in commission, she went to the northwest coast of America, where she caught fire and was partially destroyed before the fire could be extinguished. She was subsequently bought by Arthur Sewall and Company of Bath, Maine, who spent the requisite amount of money on her in repairs, obtained an American registry for her, and now the Kenilworth is one of the very best sailing ships under the Stars and Stripes. She is handsomely finished below, indeed remarkably so, and actually has a white enameled iron bathtub for the men under the forecastle head. The Henry B. Hyde, one of the largest three-masted sailing vessels afloat, about 2,500 tons net, was formerly considered about the smartest of our ships, until the Kenilworth came along and was put in the same trade, to San Francisco out of New York. The two ships have met several times, but neither seems to have gained a decided advantage, though either of the skippers would probably tell you that he outsailed the other 2-to-1 whenever he had a breeze of wind. This seems to be the favorite excuse among deep-water sailors as well as yachtsmen. How often have I heard friends of mine say, "Oh yes, so-and-so's boat is a little faster in light airs, but just give me a breeze of wind and you'll see." I have never yet met a yachtsman whose boat was not a flyer in a strong breeze. Another English vessel to change flags was the steamer Persian Monarch, that was bought by Charles R. Flint and Company and called the May Flint. She is a very large vessel, of some 3,000 net tons, I believe, although, having been a steamer, she is very narrow, and must, I should think, be very wet in bad weather. To the best of my knowledge, she is the only straight-stemmed sailing ship in existence. Latitude at noon, 28 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 81 degrees 12 minutes east. October 6th, and still no trades. The weather is so superb, though, that I never think about the speed of the ship. Indeed, throughout the voyage it has been a matter of absolute indifference to me, except that I should like to have covered 300 or more miles in one day, so that I could say that we in a sailing vessel had logged a greater number of miles in 24 hours than most of our coasting steamers could. It is true that the Morgan boats to New Orleans make a good deal better time than 13 knots an hour, and there are some of the plant steamers that make fast time. But the great majority of first-class coasting steamers do not make 300 miles a day. As I said before, the weather is perfect, and last night was simply glorious in the transcendent beauty of the heavens. Never a cloud was visible from horizon to zenith, and it was just such a night as poets love to sing of, about the silver crescent of the moon and the flaming stars of the Southern Cross. The first is all right, but the stars of the cross do not flame because they are not bright enough, not being of so great magnitude as our Great Bear or anywhere near it. For all that, though, it would be difficult to overestimate the beauty of these evenings, for the moon is not yet old enough to dim the luster of the stars, and she adds immeasurably to the loveliness of the scene when she sets, a silver feather in the western sky. Some of the stars glitter with a splendid effulgence, Sirius, of course, taking precedence, and Aldebaran shining with his peculiar red light. Our wind has been light from west-northwest, though it has allowed us to lay our course, and we have been making fairly good progress. I think that one of the most remarkable circumstances of the voyage is the absence of the smell of kerosene oil. I expected that after we had been at sea a month or so, during warm weather at least, a slight odor would be present continually in the cabin. But on the contrary, not the least smell of petroleum has been perceptible in any part of the ship. Even when I put my head down one of the ventilators on the poop, I could detect nothing but the clean, fresh smell of the pine wood cases that the tin cans of oil are covered with. And the same result was noticed after an investigation in the uptakes near the main and mizzen masts. I fear that old John in the hospital is getting no better. He is dreadfully weak and cannot stand without holding on to something. Indeed, he lies in his bunk all day and only rouses himself when the steward comes to pass in his bread and tea to him through the port. When we are near the line, a fortnight from now, I do not see how he'll be able to stand the heat. Latitude 27 degrees 31 minutes south, longitude 81 degrees 46 minutes east. Sunday, October 7th. We have reason to believe that we have taken the southeast trades. Immediately after coming on deck today after dinner, we noticed a dark blue line approaching us over the oil-like surface of the sea from the southward, or right astern. So we braced the yards in for it and had the satisfaction of seeing the breeze increase instead of decrease, and soon it was patent to everyone that it was the trade wind, and not a mere cat's paw, as we feared it might prove to be. How joyously the men sung out as they braced the yards around, throwing their weight into their work with a hearty heave pleasant to see. The little mate was as busy as the devil in a gale of wind, tailing onto the maintopsail braces one moment, only to jump onto the poop the next and nearly pull his heart out, swaying up the mizzen skysail yard, and all the while singing out, "Well the fore royal, well the main royal, well the mizzen top gallant," and other similar orders to the men, the old skipper pacing the poop with a happy smile as he glanced astern now and then at the fast roughening water. We have been 14 weeks at sea today, and I think I can truthfully say that there are but few people who would have enjoyed every minute of the voyage as my wife and I have. This morning was really hot before the wind came, and it was out of the question to sit on the poop without the awning. During a calm spell such as we had this forenoon, it is a never-ending source of amusement to me to hang over the side and gaze down into the clear, deep blue ocean, following the sun's rays through fathom after fathom of absolutely transparent water, until it almost seems as though my sight could penetrate to the bottom, 2,500 fathoms below, so tranquil and beautiful is this deep sea water. No wonder that sailors cast away in an open boat often cannot resist drinking it, for a more enticing-looking fluid I never saw. The deepest part of the entire Indian Ocean lies between Java and northwestern Australia, where soundings of 3,000 fathoms have been made, while all that part around the islands of St. Paul and Amsterdam is much shoaler, being of a depth of only 1,000 fathoms. Indeed, similar soundings have been taken all over that part of the ocean lying south of the 35th parallel. The water shoals to the depth of 1,000 fathoms also to the northwestward of Madagascar and southwest of the Indian Peninsula, around the Maldives and Laccadives. But throughout the remainder of the great Indian Ocean, the sea is very deep, averaging 2,500 fathoms right up to the partially submerged Malayo-Australian continent. The bottom of that part of the sea adjacent to the islands of Borneo, Java, Celebes, and Moluccas, and the Philippines is an elevated plateau rising abruptly from the profound depths of the surrounding ocean, the water over an immense area being not more than 50 fathoms deep, and of course filled with shoals and coral ledges, so that when ships are bound around the Cape to China and Japan during the northeast monsoon, they sail clear around Australia rather than beat up through the Straits of Sunda and China Sea, the latter to the northwestward of Borneo, presenting a perfect nest of shoals and reefs. Latitude at noon, 26 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 82 degrees 12 minutes east. End of section 15. Section 16 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 16. October 8th. A bright, fresh morning with a little more wind than we had last night, though the trades are yet very light, and we didn't make more than 1.5 degrees of northing yesterday. It is reasonable to suppose that when we get a little farther north, we will make 180 miles a day, even in our foul state. Our bill of fare is somewhat reduced owing to the potatoes and onions having given out. The former particularly we miss tremendously, and people until they go to sea have no idea how really good potatoes are. We have plenty of tinned vegetables, and the last barrel of beef we opened was particularly good, so that we have at least some sort of substitute for the fresh pork, which is, of course, all gone. If we could only catch some large fish, it would make an excellent addition to our larder. Flying fish are commencing to appear again, and my wife often has a couple for breakfast, but as they don't come aboard in any great number and are no longer than a smelt, I haven't tasted any yet. It is really astonishing, though, how little one feels the absence of fresh food at sea, and it seems as though I could go on in this manner indefinitely, though my wife, I think, would give a good deal for some fresh fruit and vegetables. In navigation, I am now quite expert and can easily and quickly work nearly any problem in Ainsley or Norrie, with the exception of lunars and longitude by the stars. Mr. Ryan has also been teaching me marlin spike seamanship and the masting and rigging of ships, and by the time we reach port I ought to have a fairly thorough knowledge of the duties of a sailor. It has made me very anxious to start on a deep-water voyage in a 50-ton yawl, ketch, or schooner, handling and navigating the boat myself. Plenty of our yachtsmen are quite capable of doing all their own sailing themselves, but because they have a sailing master who knows more than they do, they relegate the working of the vessel to him whenever they enter a harbor, or there is any reefing to be done, often because of lack of confidence in themselves. It must be a delightful sensation to be at sea in one's own boat and absolutely in command of her, supreme in all matters of navigation, seamanship, and the setting and stowing of canvas, without having to say, "Mr. So-and-so, don't you think you'd better turn in a reef in the mainsail?" and having the sailing master only half agree with you and end by continuing to carry the whole mainsail. Latitude at noon, 25 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 40 minutes east. October 9th. We have been just 100 days at sea, and when I look back upon those many weeks, it does not seem more than a month since Sandy Hook lightship sank into the sea and the highlands of Navesink disappeared behind the horizon. We had strong trades all day, but the wind has been east-southeast, about abeam, and with so foul a ship we did not dare do more than 7 knots at any time. In the morning we crossed the Tropic of Capricorn, and have therefore once more entered the South Tropic Zone. As a result of the mate's familiarity with Dan, I witnessed a remarkable spectacle this forenoon. Some of the men were doing odd jobs about the deck, when Mr. Ryan ordered Dan aloft to do some work on the lower mizzen-top sail yard. Instead of jumping into the rigging at once, he continued some bit of skylarking with the steward near the cabin door. So the mate picked up a rope's end with which to emphasize his order, when to the amazement of everybody who was looking on, Dan, who it seems was not in a particularly gentle mood, skipped over to the rail, whipped out an iron belaying pin, danced back in a rage to the astonished mate, and, lifting the heavy pin above his head, he shook it at Mr. Ryan, yelling at him in a voice quite thick with passion, "Now, by gee, you come for me." I think we were still more astonished when the mate, looking Dan in the face for a few minutes, or moments rather, dropped the rope without a word, passed over to the lee side, and strolled forward. It was a complete victory for Dan. I don't know that I ever felt my blood boil as it did then, and if I had been the mate, I think I should have stepped over to the midship house, in the after end of which was a row of capstan bars, and I'd have taken the belaying pin away from that youth and cracked his head for him, so that he'd have jumped at the next order as though electrified. No one knew better than Dan, though, how rigidly the English law protects apprentices at sea. But in spite of it, and the fact that the mate himself was partly to blame, before I would let the whole watch have the laugh on me, I'd have beaten the dirty little English Jew to a mummy, even though I were fined 3 months' wages in Calcutta. What must the men think of the discipline on board, when a boy threatens the first officer with a heavy weapon, and that officer, instead of making the most of this excellent opportunity for an exhibition of his authority, slinks away forward and allows the boy to swing himself leisurely into the shrouds and crawl aloft, conscious that he has gained an open victory over the chief mate? I wish Captain Kingdon had seen the affair. Law or no law, Dan would never have forgotten the next 10 minutes. Much of the watch were in the mizzen rigging at the time, putting chafing gear on the backstays, and I can see their grinning faces now as they leered down at the scene below them, chuckling away at the defeat of the mate, and mentally sizing up how far they can go with Mr. Ryan and the skipper without laying themselves open to mutiny. I have an idea that Carson had something to do with the affair, and as soon as he hears of Dan's victory, he is sure to be more insolent and defiant than ever. Latitude 23 degrees 1 minute south, longitude 83 degrees 24 minutes east. October 10th. Had fresh to strong trades during the past 24 hours, but being well to the eastward, we did not slip along as we ought to have. We made nearly 3 degrees of latitude, though, and at midday found ourselves close to the 20th parallel. A strong head sea from northeast set in during the night, and of course this stops her considerably. I have always wanted to see the old Mandalore with a head sea and beam wind, and I must say she presents a splendid appearance as she rises to the crest of some of the larger seas and poises for an instant, with the weather leeches of the mizzen royal and skysail just lifting before she takes the downward plunge into the valley below. She would make a fine subject for a marine artist, though I doubt if anyone could infuse into the painting the life and vitality of the scene. This is the first severe pitching we have done since we left, as all the heavy seas we have hitherto experienced have come from astern, so that this fore and aft motion is a moved change from the rolling and heaving in the Southern Ocean. There is only one reason that I have for wishing to reach port, and that is to hear the result of the racing of the Cup defender Vigilant against the English cutters Britannia, Santa Anita, and Valkyrie II in their home waters. In a fair race where the tides and currents do not demand the presence on board of a man born and bred in the place, and if the other boats do not pocket her, Vigilant will, I am certain, render a splendid account of herself. I hope she will keep out of the Thames matches, for that river is a perfect nest of currents and eddies, which make it bad enough for a native to successfully handle a yacht in those waters. While racing on the Clyde is nearly as bad, for tremendous squalls come tearing down from the hills, making good racing there almost as impossible as in the tide holes of the Thames. It is difficult for merchant skippers to understand what a large, well-found yacht is like, and they are apt to sneer at them, and particularly at yacht owners. Nor can I blame them for the latter. When I think of a man who has a splendid, big, sea-going schooner yacht, who sends her to Southampton or Cowes, while he follows in the Majestic or Lucania. What is more remarkable, though, is to hear merchant masters and mates sneer and deride navy men, as I have heard on several occasions. One would think that it would be just the other way, and that the Navy would look down on the merchant service. But I have often heard skippers and mates, too, say, "Navy men, what do they know about the sea? What can they be expected to know when 3/4 of their lives are passed in a safe harbor where they are stationed, or that they run for it when it blows a capful of wind? All they have to do is to walk the poop or quarter-deck rigged out in white duck or blue serge and receive visitors, while we poor devils have to take the ocean as it comes, calm or hurricane, heat or cold. There is no escape from it, while those fellows in gold lace and brass buttons talk about cyclones and great circles, when half of 'em get seasick when their vessel's nose is outside the bar." Thus reasons the worthy merchant skipper whenever you introduce the subject of the Navy, and perhaps there is much truth in what he says. There is a slight current setting to the westward. Latitude 20 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 7 minutes east. October 11th. Strong trades, hard squalls, and rough sea. We ought to have made 250 miles yesterday, but 200 was our run. All last night we had a grand breeze from southeast true, and the wind being well abaft the beam, we could carry on well even through the squalls. The northeast swell that is still running, when it meets the trade swell from southeast, makes a very dirty sea indeed. And though we do not take very much water on board, we shipped a heavy sea up forward this forenoon that completely buried everything nearly out of sight. 2 hands that were at work near the carpenter's shop saving themselves by monkey-like leaps into the fore-rigging. At 10, just as I was about to go below and thump on my wife's door, this being the hour for her to turn out, I saw an immense peaked sea rise up alongside without the least warning, and after seemingly to hesitate which way it would go, the whole mass fell aboard with a great crash just forward of the mizzen shrouds, a most unusual place. Thinking that my wife would be frightened, I lost no time in getting below, and found everything in our room drenched by the sea, part of which came hurtling in through the forward port. This port I never dreamed of closing in the heaviest weather in the Southern Ocean, and this was the first time a drop of water had entered in that way. The seas, while running our easting down, all coming from aft and falling aboard forward, we could keep our forward port open, even with 3 feet of solid water on the main deck, without being in danger of a wetting. My wife, therefore, was greatly shocked when she saw the water flying in through the port, and ever since I had been unable to persuade her that it was a chance sea, and that it was improbable that another would follow. We had to stow the skysails last night, and from present indications the royals will soon follow suit. At 5 yesterday afternoon, rigged preventer guys on the lower mizzen-top sail and cross-jack yards. Latitude at noon, 17 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 44 minutes east. October 12th. Strong trades and a rough sea continue to prevail. As I surmised, all the royals had to come in last night before dark, the sea being heavy and very ugly. The Mandalore, as she rose to the crests of the big beam seas, would heel over till the water boiled over the lee bulwarks, while the squalls fairly screamed as they tore through the shrouds and gear. To our great surprise, the wind shifted in the morning watch from southeast to east-northeast, which, of course, braced us sharp up with the yards touching the lee backstays. And when I went on deck this morning, I found the ship plunging along in a confused sea, but not going ahead much. We are therefore not doing well, in spite of the ripping breeze, and are not making good better than north by west on account of a fairly strong westerly current. We experienced another change also. From a temperate heat to a torrid humidity not only disagreeable, but very enervating. The change was due, of course, to the winds having canted northerly and blowing right off the steaming Malay Peninsula, where the wet season is just drawing to a close. I was very much surprised to find, while looking over some sailing directions, what a difference exists in the direction of the monsoon on and around the continent of Asia. We are accustomed to hear only of the southwest and northeast monsoons, and these indeed are the winds that blow in the Bay of Bengal in their respective seasons. At Shanghai, though, they blow from north to south-southeast, northeast and southwest at Rangoon, this port being in the Bay of Bengal, and north and west-southwest at Bombay. I am told that in the Arabian Sea the monsoon is very strong, and being well to the westward, the immense fleet of steamers running between Bombay or Colombo and Aden generally have a hard time getting across, their decks being continually swept. We are speculating how far north the trades will carry us, the skipper thinking they will leave us in about 10 degrees south. If they do, we'll have a dismal time of it between there and Calcutta, as there is no monsoon now to depend on, this being at the change from southwest to northeast, and there will be no settled wind for some time yet. If we had not been humbugging so long in the North Atlantic, we might have saved the southwest wind up the bay, which is one explanation of the skipper's wishing to make a fast passage this particular voyage. And besides saving the monsoon, we would reach Calcutta just in time to escape the hurricane season. There was a mistake in the observations yesterday owing to bad sights, and we were much gratified to find today that we were a whole degree farther north than we supposed, which put us in latitude 13 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 40 minutes east. October 13th. Moderate winds and a smooth sea. The heavy swell has entirely gone down, and we are now enjoying weather similar to that in the southeast trades in the Atlantic. The wind has gone back to south-southeast, the humidity has disappeared, every stitch of canvas is spread, and we are slipping along toward the equator at 7 knots, with hardly a motion. The breeze is so balmy and delicious that you can almost apply to it the poet's name of intoxicating, and nothing can equal the pleasure of lying in your bunk, reading by an open port, with the fresh trade wind gushing in over you, making joyful the very fact of being alive, added to the unspeakable delight of simply being at sea on a day like this, that everyone who truly loves the ocean must feel. The wind did not haul to southeast, though, till this forenoon, and during nearly the whole of yesterday we were forced to steer a north-northwest course. But we made 158 miles, some of which, unfortunately, was westing. When bound up the Bay of Bengal in the winter months, when the northeast winds are blowing, it is necessary to steer well over toward the eastern side of the bay, crossing the line at the 88th or 89th meridian so as not to be jammed on the Calcutta shore. There is at sea a prevalent notion that the moon exerts a baneful influence on those who sleep exposed to its rays in the tropics. I have always regarded this as moonshine, but an article in a nautical paper on board has made me think much about the matter, and from this account it would appear that the moon has a deleterious effect on the eyes of those who sleep under its rays without shelter. The article in question concerns the American ship El Capitan, that arrived at New York some months ago from Hyogo. The moon blink, as it is called, first struck the men when the ship was 44 days out from Hyogo. The weather was very hot, and several of the men, contrary to the advice of their shipmates, slept exposed to the rays of the almost full moon. At the end of 9 days, some of the men began to complain that they could not see at night, and at length it was discovered that from dark to dawn the men were almost totally blind, could not go aloft, and were perfectly useless, though their sight returned in broad daylight. A short time afterward their eyes became inflamed, necessitating constant applications of water, and at length ulcers made their appearance, together with a singular growth on the eyelids. Up to this time the skipper of El Capitan had always laughed at moonblink, and several years before had clapped a man in irons because he said he was moonblind and couldn't work. But on this occasion he acknowledged that there must be something in it, as those who had slept in the forecastle were perfectly well and in their normal condition, while those who had reposed under the full influence of the moon were totally unfit for duty. I cannot pretend to say whether there is really such a disease as moonblink or not, but that it is a widespread belief among sailors is proved by an experience of my own. I was making a voyage from Nassau to New York on a Norwegian tramp steamer, the Johannesbrunn, on one occasion having missed the mail boat. The first night at sea I deposited myself upon an immense manila hawser coiled away in the stern, and had just composed myself for a delightful nap when I was awakened by someone tugging me by the sleeve, and looking up I saw Captain Weisenberg gazing at me with consternation written on his face. Get up," he said. "Don't you see you're sleeping in the moonlight? She will make you blind. You must not sleep here. Come below." And I was actually not allowed to stay where I was, but was forced to retire to my cabin. I was reminded of this last night when I saw the carpenter, who had been dozing on the main hatch, get up and rouse the cook, who had also been nodding away, as soon as the moon's rays appeared over the rail. Both the men rose without a word, and at once went aft to the midship house. Latitude at noon, 11 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 82 degrees 54 minutes east. End of section 16. Section 17 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 17. Sunday, October 14th. All today we had a delicious breeze from the eastward that sent us along right merrily. It was much fresher than we expected, and the skipper is beaming with joy at having so strong a breeze so far north. It was sizzling hot on deck, though, and for the first time in many weeks the awning was spread. We needed it several days ago, but the wind has been too strong, as it has seen its best days, and a good fresh breeze would doubtless whip it into ribbons. Last night, the most dreaded catastrophe that can happen a vessel at sea befell us. Fire broke out forward. As near as I can tell, it was the carpenter's fault. We were going smoothly along with everything set, the night being fine and clear. The wheel had just been relieved at 4 bells in the first watch, and Mr. Ryan and I were walking the poop, calculating how much longer we would probably be at sea, when one of the men came aft, the one who had the wheel during the knockdown in the Gulf Stream, and, mounting the poop ladder, said very quietly, without the least show of excitement, "Mr. Ryan, the ship's afire forward." Not deeming it necessary to awake the skipper, who had turned in, the mate jumped off the poop and ran forward as hard as he could go, I following immediately after. And a sight greeted me when I had passed the galley that I'll never forget. Both watches stood grouped about the forehatch, those who had turned out being almost naked, gazing with fear in their eyes at the port lighthouse, the interior of which was a mass of flames, that cast a deep red glow over the whole forward part of the ship. A fire at sea takes the heart right out of a foremast hand. He will witness without flinching the approach of a tropical cyclone, or sleep peacefully through a howling Cape Horn gale, surrounded by a fleet of icebergs. But fire seems to sap his courage, and I actually saw a couple of hands blubbering a little. When we had approached as close as we could, we saw that the great port light, almost 3 times as large and powerful as Lloyd calls for, had exploded from being filled too full, and the burning oil was scattered over everything, not only in the lighthouse, which was iron, but also over the paint shop under the lighthouse. Things looked very bad, and I own to a dominant sense of uneasiness and dread, until I thought of the iron deck under the wooden one between us and the oil below. After this I was somewhat reassured and could survey the proceedings with calmness. We had not been forward more than a minute or two before the wooden ladder by which access to the lighthouse was obtained from the paint room caught fire, and the whole of that apartment was then a mass of flames. Mr. Ryan looked around and, picking out 2 of the coolest hands, Simmons and the one that gave the alarm, ordered them to bring up some strips of canvas and wads of oakum, wet them down under the head pump, and then together they would see what could be done in the way of smothering the fire. The canvas, etc., was brought up in a few moments, pending which it was difficult to prevent the rest of the men from throwing water on the flames, a fatal proceeding, as it would have splashed everything in the vicinity with the blazing kerosene. Then the mate and 3 seamen did some really heroic work, entering right into the burning paint shop and fighting the fierce blaze with great dripping oakum wads. While this was going on, a stream of oil ran out through a little scupper hole in the paint shop and into the iron waterways, down which it flowed, a tiny rivulet of flame. I looked to see the running gear coiled over the pins catch fire, in which case the top hamper would have caught in an instant, for nothing scarcely is so inflammable as dry manila and hemp. While the top gallant, royal, and skysail yards being all of wood, we would have had a terrible fight of it if the halyards, etc., had caught. But the men, with more sense than I credited them with, ran along and lifted the big coils off the pins, placing them lengthwise on the pin rail, and the little rill of oil burned itself out before any damage was done. Meanwhile, the mate had fought valiantly, scorching himself badly, but extinguishing the flames so successfully that in 15 minutes nothing remained of the fire save that here and there a charred ember glowed in the darkness like a big firefly. When things had cooled off sufficiently, I went to the paint shop, which I found a complete ruin, together with all its contents, paints, varnishes, and brushes all being totally destroyed. A great deal of paint had been freshly mixed for repainting the inside of the bulwarks, preparing for port, and this was in open kegs, which had been overturned, thus wasting an immense quantity. I can assure those who have never been similarly placed that the sight I saw when I rounded the forward house would whiten the face of the sturdiest of men, and no one on board dared breathe scarcely till the last spark had been stamped out, and after it was all over I saw more than one brown fist tremble as some of the men lit their pipes. Never shall I forget the picture of the ship's company as they huddled in a bunch about the forehatch, the crimson light outlining with singular fierceness their rugged, bearded faces. If the fault really lies with the carpenter who has charge of the lights because he filled the lamp too full, I wouldn't care to face the music he'll have to dance to tomorrow for a good deal. What the damage will amount to I don't know, but I do know that such lights as we carry cost from 25 to 40 pounds, and every penny counts to the owners of a ship that receive only 12 cents a case for oil from New York to Calcutta. Latitude at noon, 9 degrees 36 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 10 minutes east. October 15th. We are having our first stroke of luck since the voyage began. I refer to our carrying the trades so far north. They have been quite fresh for 24 hours, and we have averaged 8 knots and over. We are now in the same latitude as, and about midway between the Straits of Sunda and the Chagos archipelago, and we ought, I should think, to sight sailing ships bound from the Straits to the Cape, though I am not certain what route they take at this season after passing Java Head. I never think of the Straits of Sunda that my mind does not revert to that fearful eruption of the volcano on the island of Krakatoa, situated almost in the middle of the strait in August 1883. It was the most violent ever known, and it is probable that the eruption of Vesuvius that buried Herculaneum, or those of Mauna Loa that periodically devastate part of Hawaii in the Sandwich Group cannot at all be compared to the dreadful catastrophe of Krakatoa. The eruption destroyed half the island, leaving water 200 fathoms deep where the volcano had stood, and frightful convulsions of the earth succeeded the explosions from the mountains. Half the town of Angier was blotted off the earth, 30,000 persons being drowned on the neighboring coasts by tidal waves, which then swept across the oceans, registering their arrival on the tide gauges in various harbors all over the world. The concussions of the atmosphere were so tremendous that windows were broken 100 miles away, and the explosions were heard all over the Malay archipelago, half of Australia, and half the Indian Ocean, as far as 3,000 miles from the scene of the disaster. Many will remember the remarkable red sunsets in the latter part of 1883. They were caused by dust and pumice stone ejected from Krakatoa, that were held in suspension in the atmosphere for months, and imparted to it a wonderful crimson glow in all parts of the world. The account of the eruption by an eyewitness, published in one of our magazines, I will never forget. He was one of a scientific party on a Dutch man-of-war, and landed on the coast of Java after the eruption, but prior to the earthquakes, and was a spectator of the partial, indeed nearly the total, destruction of Angier. His description was terribly realistic, and he told how he and his party had to run across a field of ashes so hot that their footprints, when they raised their feet, glowed with incandescent heat. I asked Captain Kingdon where he was at the time, and he said he was master of the ship Stockton off St. Helena, homeward bound from Rangoon, but that he saw the devastation wrought by the earthquake on his next voyage as he went out to Angier for orders, and rode all over the surrounding country, evidences of the convulsions being but too frequent and terrible. Latitude 6 degrees 59 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 50 minutes east. October 16th. A hot, rainy, and most dismal day. Just such a day as one's imagination pictures in West Africa, except that we are minus the fever. I never thought the atmosphere could be so oppressive or so saturated with humidity. Everything on board reeks with moisture. Soda biscuit, just brought from the oven and laid on the table, are actually limber in 10 minutes. Sheet music is so limp that it will not stand upright on the music rack, while the pages of my journal are so moist that the ink spreads, and it is with difficulty that I can make legible characters. To the discomforts of the intense heat and overpowering humidity is added that of an almost perfect calm, for we are not doing half a mile an hour as I write. The end of the trades has come, and here we are practically under the line with scarcely a breath of wind, while rain has fallen in torrents all day. It might be supposed by those who have never been in the tropics that this affords relief, but it doesn't, for the temperature is 87 degrees at midday and 86 at midnight. I don't think there are many women who could withstand the discomforts of such weather as this is as well as my wife does. What a week of it will do, of course, we cannot tell, but she certainly bears it well so far. as for myself, I do not suffer from heat at all. Perspiration streams from me, even from the back of my hands, so that I do not find this sort of weather at all unbearable. It is only the unfortunate individual who does not perspire much that suffers in high temperatures. No relief is to be obtained by going on deck, as it is necessary to put on oilskins, and enveloped in these impervious garments was similar to the steam room of a Russian bath. Two frigate birds stayed with us a while this forenoon, fascinating us with stately circles in which they sailed over our mastheads and the perfect ease with which they maintained themselves at any given altitude without movement of wing. The nearest land is the Chagos archipelago, fully 500 miles away, so that the birds are a long way from home. I didn't know they flew such a distance from land. They seemed to be smaller frigate birds than those we saw off Trinidad, a fact that I mentioned to Captain Kingdon, who told me that the breed inhabiting the eastern seas from Madagascar to the Moluccas is considerably smaller than the other, specimens of which we saw in the South Atlantic. As we got no sights at all today, and as the Indian Ocean is full of currents, the position of the ship by dead reckoning is probably wrong, though it is the best we can do. At noon we figured that we were in latitude 5 degrees 1 minute south, longitude 84 degrees 30 minutes east. October 17th. Another day of very great heat, with heavy downpours 45 minutes out of every hour. Sometimes the sky to the southward has a terrific aspect, tremendous masses of blue-black cloud forming while you look at them, and moving very fast, with a ragged, writhing under edge, come rushing up, and you think they're going to rip every stitch of canvas off the ship. Instead of which they pass by scarcely disturbing the surface of the water, showing that the atmospheric agitation is all in the upper strata of air. These accumulations of vapor are very alarming to one who has never had any experience in eastern waters, but the feeling of uneasiness soon passes away, and they always prevail during the southwest monsoon, which makes the skipper think that we will still save that precious wind up the Bay of Bengal. We had a nice little breeze last night and up to 11 this morning, but during the afternoon we had only occasional cat's paws from southwest and were practically becalmed. The noise made by the deluges of rain is quite alarming the first time you hear it. I thought I had seen heavy rain in the Atlantic, but my goodness, it wasn't much more than a shower compared with what we have here. Between the downpours there is not a sound to be heard, for there is no swell here, and no motion of the sea sufficient to move the ship, when suddenly, not gradually, as we are accustomed to, but unexpectedly and with full force, a perfect waterfall of rain will tumble down, the drops at times so large that if you are below they sound not unlike shot falling on deck. 3 little land birds flew aboard this afternoon. We think they belong to the swallow family, and that they probably followed some ship from Ceylon and were blown so far offshore that they were unable to make the land again. The poor little creatures were very tired, and it was singular to see birds at sea without webbed feet. Today I won the backgammon match that my wife and I have been playing for some time. We have kept a score of all the games we have played since leaving New York, and a fortnight ago, being about even, we agreed that if my wife won her 2000th game first, she would win a guitar, and if I were to finish first, she should give me a zither. I was fortunate enough to win, the score standing 2,000 games to 1,978, showing that there was a difference of only 22 games in almost 4,000. Poor old John, the ancient mariner, is growing weaker day by day, and I don't see how he can last to Calcutta. He is shockingly emaciated. The only notice taken of him, though, is when the boatswain swears at him for occupying the hospital, necessitating the removal of the rolls of duck and quantities of small stuff with which the place was filled, out on to the floor of the midship house in which the hospital is located. The steward also generally growls out an oath at him at mealtimes. I have never seen so pitiful a creature. As the sun didn't show himself at any time of the day, we had to rely again on dead reckoning, which put us in latitude 3 degrees south, longitude 85 degrees 46 minutes east. October 18th. We had to take in the skysails last night for a wicked-looking northeast squall. It passed, as most of them do now, without much disturbance, though a skipper cannot be too careful in the matter of shortening sail at this season in the Indian Ocean. And I have noticed that Captain Kingdon consults the aneroid 4 or 5 times a day now that we are approaching the Bay of Bengal, that hurricane hotbed. What the mariner would do without the barometer is painful to think of, for it is often the only certain warning he has of the fearful cyclones that rage in these seas at the change of the monsoons. Today we experienced some relief from the heat, for we had a light air from the westward that sensibly lowered the temperature, though we made but 34 miles of latitude in the 24 hours. The drinking water has become very warm, though it is still as clear and sweet as when first pumped into the tanks. My wife never drinks it though, preferring soda water and Apollinaris. Both the latter are at a temperature of 90 degrees, and when we open a bottle of soda 2/3 of it flies out with a loud report, in spite of all care. It is singular the readiness with which sailors can instantly detect the nationality of a vessel by the way she is rigged or sparred, though there are a great many oddities in the ships of various nations known only to him who does business in great waters. No matter how crowded a harbor may be, one can always pick out an American ship from the rest, even a landsman can. This is by reason of her cleanliness and being far better groomed and much more handsomely sparred and rigged than the ships of any other nation in the world. Never was this fact more clearly disclosed to me than on a certain morning just before we sailed, while I was taking my favorite stroll along the East River front. About half a mile below the bridge, the big American ship Shenandoah was loading a general cargo for San Francisco, in which iron gas pipe and steel rails seemed to predominate. Some of the merchandise was very cumbersome and difficult to handle, yet everything was done quietly. Not a single article was out of place. The decks were perfectly clear fore and aft, and the yards absolutely square, while a general air of man-of-war discipline was to be perceived throughout the ship, and this although the skipper was not on board. On walking a few steps down the river, I saw a big British ship loading case oil for Melbourne. What a contrast did she present to the Shenandoah! She was stowing a much easier cargo to handle, yet every one was yelling out at the top of his lungs. The decks were littered with odd bits of rope, tattered hemp sails, and old pairs of dungaree trousers, while the immense and unnecessary amount of brasswork was as dingy as old iron in a junk shop, in contrast to the Yankees, which shone like a yacht's. Aloft she was no better, for her trucks were set just above the hounds of the royal rigging, giving her a squatty, dumpy look, compared to the Shenandoah's slender skysail poles. This is not an isolated case, but one that can be met with any day. Scandinavian ships can always be told by their windmill pumps, which all of their vessels of 300 tons and upward are compelled to carry. An excellent idea, as the Norwegians are constantly buying up old ships of other nations that would not float long were it not for this wise precaution. Frenchmen have very long poles above their rigging, and the Spaniard can be discerned by his fondness for white paint and often by old-fashioned netting under his bowsprit. German and Dutch ships can be picked out by their very small ports and doorways in their deckhouses, as though they were afraid of fresh air, while Nova Scotians are proclaimed such by their short spars. There is an infallible way of distinguishing an English ship from a Yankee before her hull has risen, and that is that the Englishman always has a greater drop to her courses and correspondingly narrower topsails than our ships, which was still more apparent when the old single topsails were used. Almost all European ships have standing gaffs for their spankers. American ships never, while the latter generally have square sterns and wheelhouses and carry carvel-built boats. If a full-rigged brig is seen nowadays, it is safe to assume that she is a Greek, this being the only nation nowadays that clings to this almost obsolete and clumsy rig, while almost all the sailing vessels under the Italian, Austrian, and Norwegian flags are bark-rigged, though the Italians lately have built a number of ships for the Horn trade to Frisco, Ak came being part of the name of each one, whatever that may be. Latitude at noon, 2 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 86 degrees east. October 19th. Hotter today, if anything. Many people will ridicule the idea that it is really and truly hot when the temperature is not above 90 degrees. I myself have experienced a temperature of 104 degrees in the shade in central New York, but that was nothing to this suffocating humidity. If anyone thinks it isn't hot here, I would exhort that person to make an Indian voyage in an iron ship and enter the Bay of Bengal during or at the end of the southwest monsoon. The iron sides of the ship become heated to an extraordinary degree, so that it is impossible to bear the hand for a moment on the rail, while great waves of heat rise up from the deck and are seen shimmering and undulating to the height of 8 or 10 feet. I wish I could take the temperature in the sun up by the main hatch, but my thermometer reads only to 120 degrees, and, as it is the only one on board, I cannot. On any other ship I fancy the temperature would be 95 degrees day and night, but the Mandalore saloon was constructed just for this sort of weather. Her skylight extends almost the whole length of the cabin, while 6 doors leading into it from passageways afford every opportunity for draughts. My wife continues to stand the weather wonderfully well. She never could have done it in the state of health she was in before we left New York, and it is very gratifying to see the change wrought in her by 4 months of strong, life-giving salt air. I am sure that the lives of many people would be saved if they could be persuaded to start on a long ocean voyage, leaving delicacies and gouty wines ashore and relying upon the health-giving properties of sea air, varying from the heat of the tropics to the icy blasts of the Southern Ocean. It is the very changes themselves that benefit those in search of health, and I can imagine nothing more conducive to the building up of one's constitution than after a few days close to the line in the Atlantic under a broiling sun to have the southeast trades begin to blow, a wind as soft as velvet, yet stimulating and revivifying to an extraordinary degree. When you take the southeast trades in the Indian Ocean, bound north, you do not notice it, of course, having just left a cold climate. But when you take them in the Atlantic, after a scorching week of light westerly winds, the effect is simply electrical, and you feel as though you had swallowed the elixir of life. We made 39 miles of latitude yesterday, and I think most of it was due to currents, for the only breeze we had was from the draughts of air out of the sails when the ship wallowed about in the light swell. Pete is getting on famously in this sort of weather, though his bill of fare, now that the potatoes and onions are gone, is very much reduced. He is still at war with the second mate, whose hands show scores of marks from Pete's sharp little teeth. Latitude at noon, 1 degree 47 minutes south, longitude 86 degrees 20 minutes east. End of section 17. Section 18 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 18. October 20th. The great heat continues. It is quite impossible for words to convey any meaning of what it is like. Still, for all that, I prefer this to the icy squalls of the Cape, and I cannot truthfully say that it is too hot for me. We have been compelled to knock off our noon grog, for even a tablespoonful of any sort of liquor produces a most disagreeable result. "Sail ho!" was the cry just as we finished breakfast, and on looking over to the westward we perceived the topsails of a large ship. In another half hour we could see her courses, and at 10 the hull had risen above the sea line. We were in sight of each other till dark, as throughout the entire afternoon we experienced an absolute and perfect calm. I never saw the ocean in this state before. During the previous calms we had been in, small dark blurs on the surface of the water every 15 minutes or so would show us that currents of air, however light, were in motion, and if a ship were thrown over the side it would be out of sight in 10 or 15 minutes, our upper canvas on these occasions doing the work. and I should say that we seldom made less than half a mile an hour, not counting currents. But this afternoon the ocean was as motionless as a sea of ice. Not a breath of wind disturbed its surface even for a moment, and not the smallest undulation rattled the blocks or broke the deathlike stillness. The absence of sound was positively uncanny. Even the rudder head ceased to kick, and our own voices alone broke the oppressive silence. I knew also for the first time what sailors mean by a sky of brass and a copper sun, and there was a curious phenomenon to be observed in connection with the calm and heat. It was this. Right alongside, the water was still of the same magnificent royal color, but at a distance of perhaps scarcely 100 yards, the blue seemed to merge into a whitish vapor that arose from the sea like a thin steam, extending to the horizon, though not far above the surface, giving the whole ocean a curious appearance and dazzling the eyes with its glare. The decks give off more heat waves than ever, and I marvel how the men can work under such a sun, especially when painting. Every long voyage ship, before she reaches port, receives a thorough overhauling alow and aloft, and the repainting of the vessel is one of the principal parts of it. That is, the inside of the bulwarks, the deck houses, bitts, chocks, capstans, in short, everything but the topsides, as the painting of that part of the ship would be but a patched-up job at best, though it is the part that needs it most, for the black paint is streaked with iron rust to such an extent that it seems as though nothing could ever reclaim the hull from its present dilapidated appearance. When the men had finished their dinner at noon, the whole of the port watch, mate as well as seaman, turned to and knocked and scraped the old paint off the ironwork, after which the new coat was applied under a sun that fairly sizzled. Marryat spins a facetious yarn about broiling steaks on the rocks in Egypt, but it seemed to me that you could have roasted 4 ribs of beef on the main deck at 3 this afternoon. The fumes of the paint, too, clung to the ship and penetrated everywhere, there being no breath of air to carry them away. As there is not too much ozone in the atmosphere anyhow, the fumes of the white lead and turpentine were anything but welcome. Desiring to take the temperature of the surface of the sea today, I lowered a thermometer over the side and suspended it, as near as I could judge, 1 foot below the surface. And when I drew it up at the end of 15 minutes, the mercury stood at 84.5 degrees. A pretty high temperature to find in the open sea, but nothing compared to that often recorded in the Persian Gulf and Red Sea, where 95 degrees is not infrequent. While it is a fact that on 4 successive days the temperature of the Red Sea was found to be 100 degrees, 106 degrees, 100 degrees, and 96 degrees. Latitude at noon, 1 degree 20 minutes south, longitude 86 degrees 32 minutes east. Sunday, October 21st. 16 weeks at sea today. The weather has changed a little, as we have been going ahead at about 2 knots an hour, having made 46 miles of northing since yesterday. It was another intensely hot day, but somewhat cloudy in the afternoon, and about 5 o'clock we saw several immense waterspouts. I observed 4 of these strange phenomena depending from one black cloud, and as we were quite close to them I could distinctly see their manner of formation. First, 4 small projections were let down from the cloud toward the surface of the sea, having somewhat the appearance of fingers. They very rapidly increased in size and strength, and immediately the ocean beneath each funnel was agitated into foam, showing that the rotary motion generated in the cloud reached the water before the cloud finger had touched the surface. As the latter descended still farther, the water boiled and seethed and seemed to smoke as the funnel dipped down and appeared to touch the sea. I failed to see the hourglass shape of the cloud so often shown in pictures, where both ends are greatly expanded and the middle constricted. The upper ends of those we saw flared out a good deal, but the rest of the funnel reached to the sea in a straight line till it met the seething water at the base of the column, which looked exactly like a cloud of steam escaping from a vent in the ocean. It was a curious sight, and although I had previously seen great numbers of waterspouts in the Caribbean Sea, I never saw them so close as we did today, when we were probably not more than a mile away from them. It is known that the water in these spouts is perfectly fresh, though many who have given the matter no thought imagine that all the water in them has been sucked up from the sea and is consequently salt. My wife continues to bear up splendidly against the heat. We are looking for a light westerly wind that ought to blow from the line up to 10 degrees north at this particular season, and when we get it, I think it'll take some of the overpowering humidity out of the air. Mr. Ryan told me today that he never before felt such hot, enervating weather. He has made one eastern voyage before this to Saigon, but the northeast monsoon was blowing then, and there was not this great sultriness that renders the heat nearly unendurable to most people during the southwest monsoon. Most of the mate's experience at sea has been in the North Atlantic Ocean between St. John and the United Kingdom, taken as a whole, one of the worst bodies of water on the globe. In proof of which, sailing vessels are not allowed to load within 5 inches of the Plimsoll mark for a voyage to the westward across the North Atlantic in the winter months. The most tempestuous part of the whole Atlantic is in the neighborhood of 45 degrees north and 45 degrees west, and is known to sailors as the Devil's Blowhole. An account of a violent gale in that part of the ocean is well described by Captain Samuels in his book, From the Forecastle to the Cabin, during which the old dreadnought had a terrible experience, and Samuels himself was nearly killed. Latitude at noon, 34 minutes south, longitude 87 degrees 2 minutes east. October 22nd. We rendered yesterday immortal by making just nothing at all. It is a fact. Today's observations put her in precisely the same latitude and longitude that we were in yesterday. This very rarely happens, as a vessel in 24 hours generally makes some headway or sternway or drifts broadside, but we remained perfectly stationary not 35 miles from the equator. When I had worked up the sights, I thought I had made a mistake in figuring till I compared my work with the skipper's and found that we exactly agreed. Our kodak is out of order and has been for some time, an unfortunate circumstance, as I wanted to take a picture of the second mate, for I don't believe there's another human being on earth that looks anything like him. Strange to say, he is very anxious to have his photograph taken, as I thought this class of men were not particularly anxious to have their features transferred to paper. Neither have we a picture of Captain Kingdon, which I regret deeply. I have been intending to ask him to let me photograph him, but kept putting it off, and now I can't do it at all. When we packed our trunks to come to sea, I threw into them a collection of yacht photographs, some of the Vigilant, Valkyrie II, and Volunteer, besides some pictures of our big racing schooners, and having an excellent opportunity this afternoon, I took them into the mate's room and showed them to him. Like all merchant sailors, he affected a disdain for such vessels. But by and by, in spite of himself, he grew interested, and presently I could see that he would like to get command of a large cruising yacht, and after he had become accustomed to the discipline on board, he would make a first-rate sailing master, for he is a fine navigator, a splendid seaman, and if anything unusual occurs, he never loses his head, but keeps absolutely self-possessed. Latitude 34 minutes south, longitude 87 degrees 2 minutes east. October 23rd. All hail, Zephyr and Auster. We are deeply beholden to thee for thy bounty, and a libation has been offered up as a reward for thy good deeds. In plain language, by the combined efforts of the westerly and southerly winds, though the very faintest of breezes, we crossed the equator in the morning watch, close to the 87th meridian, entering the northern hemisphere, as near as can be figured, at 4:15, 37 days from the Cape. Thus we have now entered upon the last quarter of our voyage, for a voyage like this is divisible into quarters. The first from New York to the line, the second from the line to the Cape, the third from the Cape to the line, and the fourth from the line to Calcutta. Our luck has been good lately, bar the last 2 days, when during 48 hours we covered only 45 miles of latitude and 18 of longitude. An incident happened, though, to mar the day. At 10 o'clock this a.m., the starboard watch being on deck, Carson was heard blaspheming in a terrible voice forward and threatening the steward with a handspike. The fin was nearly as bad, and as the row seemed about to become general, the second mate thought he'd better tell the old man. So aft he went, and when he had placed the facts before the skipper, he was ordered to tell Carson and the Finn to step aft to the quarterdeck. They did so, swaggering along with an insolent leer, though I thought the Finn looked a little nervous. When they had reached the mizzen hatch, Captain Kingdon went down on the main deck, and, addressing himself to the Finn, asked him what his grievance was. In broken English and a trembling voice, he answered meekly enough, but with black scowls at the galley, that the steward didn't give the men enough to eat, that the tea and coffee wouldn't go around, and, what was worse, they had no sugar nor molasses. The skipper said he would look into it, and the Finn was ordered forward to give Carson his chance. It was a wily move on the skipper's part, as he well knew that Carson was the one with whom he had to deal. He began in a blustering way, actually swearing in the skipper's presence. He was told to belay his jaw, and Captain Kingdon then said, "Now, Carson, I propose to talk to you like a man. You are a man, aren't you?" To which he answered, throwing out his chest and looking defiantly at the skipper, "Yes, I am a man. I am a man." "Then tell me what the matter is," said the captain. But instead of quietly spinning his yarn, Carson began his loud talking again, saying that he'd have the life of that blank steward when we got into port. Then the skipper thought it was time to stop that sort of thing, and dropping his mild tone of voice, he thundered at Carson, "I'm tired of this. Get forward and don't let me hear anything more from you, or I'll make you suffer. And don't forget that we've got firearms enough aft to go around, and that we know how to use 'em." Carson went forward, but when he reached the main hatch, his passion got the better of him again, and he fairly shrieked with rage. If the steward had been near, he would certainly have hit him with whatever he could reach. Probably the men have a grievance against the steward, but if I were skipper, Carson would be in irons the rest of the passage. We will probably have light weather from now on, and could very well dispense with his services. And he is so full of brag and insolence and defiance, and is hunting so assiduously for trouble, that putting him below for a couple of days anyhow would have a most salutary effect on the men. If my wife were not on board, I am sure Carson would sing a very different tune. But good old Captain Kingdon, with his customary forethought and consideration, hesitates about taking any extreme measures. For putting the irons on a powerful man is no easy job, and would frighten my wife to death probably, and spoil the latter part of the voyage for her. Latitude 11 minutes north, longitude 87 degrees 20 minutes east. October 24th. Oh, happy day! Oh, joyous hour! Once more we are forging ahead with streaming decks and gushing scuppers. For the glorious west wind has come, and everything animate and inanimate is, as it were, imbued with new life. We are able to lay our course and a point to spare, which allows everything to draw freely, and the wind is a fine skysail breeze. It came last night in a heavy squall just before midnight. I had remained up later than usual yarning with Mr. Ryan, and had just turned in when the order came from the mate, unexpected and breaking the silence like a pistol shot. "Let go all skysail and royal halyards, quick now!" The tramping of feet followed, and then came the roaring of the wind, the clattering of the yards when the halyards had been cast off, and the slatting and thrashing of the canvas. For the wind had struck us abeam with the yards squared. But nothing parted, the braces were quickly manned, and in half an hour the royals and skysails too were spread to the fresh breeze that came singing out of the westward after the squall had passed. And ever since we have been bowling along as handsomely as you please. But the full glory of the day was reached at 3 in the afternoon. The wind had freshened till we had all we could swing to under the skysails, and had canted a point or so southerly. And being a little abaft the beam, the very best point of sailing, the brave old ship did her 10 knots within the hour as of old. While the flashing crests of the sea, the wonderful Prussian blue of the Indian Ocean, the schools of flying fish breaking away in silvery flight from the vessel's side, and the almost lifelike motions of the ship herself, with every sail doing its work so silently and steadily that they really look like what they have been often compared to, carvings of ivory. All this was so entrancing and full of life and vigor that it more than repaid us for the days of heat and calm. And by the way, it is marvelous how a breeze, however light, cools the air and renders bearable and even pleasant an atmosphere that but 5 minutes before was oppressive with stifling heat. One of the redeeming features of those hot days was the extraordinary beauty of the twilights, which, though all too short, were so exquisite with the colors of sunset in the west and the rising stars in the east that they lingered in my mind till the dusk had passed into the blackness of night, and the lighting of the cabin lamps reminded me that it was time for the customary evening organ playing. There is a magic beauty in the rising of the different planets and stars, some of them as they mount higher in the heavens, casting a wake on the sea like the young moons. Then the Pleiades and the splendid constellation of Orion begin to show above the horizon, adding immeasurably to the fairness of the picture. Just now, though, the horizon is shrouded round about in dense masses of cumulus cloud, while sharp squalls come ripping along at intervals out of the westward, and the men are constantly standing by the skysail and even the royal halyards. We have been making fine progress since midnight, and at noon found ourselves in latitude 1 degree 49 minutes north, longitude 88 degrees 19 minutes east. October 25th. Sad to tell, our grand breeze let go last night after a severe squall, and since daylight we have been fanning along at 2 or 3 miles per hour. The heat and sultriness have returned and are almost as bad as they were 2 or 3 days ago, though the sky is overcast and a tremendous quantity of rain fell this forenoon, more than I ever saw in my life in so short a time. In consequence, the men are rubbing off the teak on the poop with pumice stone, preparatory to revarnishing. Rainy weather is the best time to do this, as otherwise every man would have to have a bucket of water by him. The ship will soon don her holiday appearance and look like she did the first day I saw her at Pier 49, East River. Pete has to be kept below now, as when I take him on deck he seems to think that the men's bare feet were made for his own special gratification, and before he had been on deck 10 minutes this morning he had tried his teeth on more than one heel and otherwise so interfered with the men that I had to take him below again. As we continue to advance farther and farther into the region of cyclones, my interest in them increases, and I am reading assiduously Rosser's Sailing Directions for the Indian Ocean and Bay of Bengal, and that vidi mecum of navigators in eastern waters, Peddington's Sailor's Horn-book. This is not, as the name would imply, a reference book for Cape Horn, but an exhaustive digest of the laws of rotary storms, and containing extracts from the logs of hundreds of vessels caught in cyclones in various parts of the world, but chiefly in the Indian Ocean and Bay of Bengal, Hornbook really meaning a primer. Why Peddington should have called his book by that name is rather a mystery, as he treats his subject very minutely, particularly in the readings of the glass at the different stages of each cyclone. Dreadful as the thought may be, the idea of passing through a cyclone is a fascinating one to me, and I would like to experience one in the bay. Besides, it is something to boast of to say that you have been through a hurricane in the East Indies. Among other notes in Paddington is one taken from the log of the British ship Photo Rosac, Captain Rundle, that took a cyclone in the southern Indian Ocean in 1843. The note relates to the appearance of the sea in the hurricane, and the description is so good that I am going to copy it verbatim. Quote, I find the barometer considerably fallen, with an exceedingly long swell from the southward, and at 7 a.m. a high north-northwest sea, meeting the southerly swell, created an exceedingly turbulent sea. In the squalls, the sea has a strange appearance. The two seas, dashing their crests together, shoot up to an amazing height, and being caught by the west wind, it is driven in dense foam as high as our tops. The whole horizon has the appearance of ponderous breakers. End quote. Later in the day, when involved in the cyclone, Captain Rundle says, quote, P.M. wind northeast, tremendous squalls blowing with inconceivable fury, the sea rising in huge pyramids, yet having no velocity, but rising and falling like a boiling cauldron. I have never seen the like before. I was in the height of the terrible West Indian hurricane of 1834. I have been in a typhoon in the China Sea, in gales off Cape Horn, the Cape of Good Hope, and New Holland, but never saw such a strange or confused sea." End quote. Captain Sproul of the ship Magellan thus describes it from observation in the China Sea. Quote, "I never saw anything equal to the sea. You could not say it was running from any one point, but meeting from all quarters, impinging one against the other, and flying into the atmosphere in pyramids of foam, falling again on the spot whence they rose." End quote. So much for the state of the sea in a hurricane. Latitude at noon, 4 degrees 9 minutes north, longitude 90 degrees 35 minutes east. End of section 18. Section 19 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 19. October 26th. This was another day of light winds, hot, sultry atmosphere, and heavy downpours of rain. We made but a little more than a degree of latitude, and in addition were driven over to the eastward by a northwest wind. We have reached the bay at the worst season for a fast run-up, and we may be seesawing about in the same place for days, like we did in the North Atlantic, except that we haven't the delightful, balmy atmosphere of 30 degrees north and 40 degrees west. The mate continues to skylark with Dan, and this afternoon treated him to a much-needed bath. It had been raining in a perfect deluge for an hour or so, but as there wasn't much wind, the awning was set, which kept off most of the rain, so that we could stay on the poop with some little degree of comfort. The forward end of this awning extends some distance beyond the poop, both corners being lashed to the mizzen shrouds. And in this forward end an immense amount of water had collected, perhaps 2 barrelfuls, causing the awning to sag down in a great bulb. The idea occurred to the mate that this would be an excellent opportunity to give Dan a bath, of which he had long stood in need. So he sung out from the poop, "Dan, lay aft here a minute." The unsuspecting youth came shambling round the corner of the deckhouse, and stood awaiting orders near the mizzen hatch. "Nearer," said the mate, "I want to tell you something." So Dan marched up and finally stood just where Mr. Ryan wanted him, right under the big water bulb that projected over the poop. Then, telling him to look forward at something to distract his attention, the mate, with a quick motion, leaned over the poop rail and cut the lashing of the awning. The maneuver was a splendid success. Down came the whole mass of water, some 70 or 80 gallons, I should think, directly on the head of the unfortunate youth, beating him to the deck and for a moment blotting him out of sight. And when the water had run off, the most dismal spectacle I ever saw gathered itself up shivering and crawled forward under the bulwarks. 10 or a dozen of the men witnessed the affair, and each, unable to control himself, exploded in a guffaw that brought the skipper on deck, glaring about to know why such a row was made. But as each man was busily employed and wore the countenance of a gravedigger, he couldn't say anything, and after scowling at them for a few minutes, he went below again. Later I heard Dan tell the cook that he thought we had been boarded by a heavy sea, though for the first seconds he didn't know anything at all, for so great a volume of water falling plumb on his head almost stretched him on the deck. Latitude at noon, 5 degrees 25 minutes north, longitude 91 degrees 15 minutes east. October 27th. The heat and humidity have increased, and both are just as bad as they were under the line. We made no more than 65 miles of latitude and scarcely any longitude, and on account of holystoning the poop, we had to keep below all day, which was very disagreeable. The work of holystoning is no easy one, for the poop deck being varnished, it has to be rubbed perfectly clear and clean before another coat is applied, and though 6 men are hard at it, the work goes on slowly. We are just abreast of the southern end of the Nicobars, a small cluster of islands immediately north of Sumatra, in longitude 93 degrees 30 minutes east. The largest is only 30 miles by 14, the entire population not exceeding 350 souls. Some of the islands are hilly, but most of them are very flat and covered with coconut trees, and are also noted for yams, which are produced in great quantities and of fine quality. The people are savage and have a bad reputation for piracy, trade being carried on by bartering. Deeds of piracy became so frequent that in 1870 the Indian government inquired into the matter and placed the islands under the rule of the Superintendent of the Andamans, to the northward of the Nicobars. The only man on board who seems thoroughly satisfied with himself and everything else is the little East Indian cook. Nothing seems to disturb him, either the steward's temper or the length of the voyage. He still keeps his pots and kettles just as bright as he did months ago, and he is as blithe and good-humored as ever, after he has cleaned up the galley for the night, as he leans against the chicken coop, tooting his little bamboo whistles. That we do not sight vessels, I think, is very strange, for we are right in the track of steamers bound to and from Singapore and Colombo. I imagined that we would have seen 2 or 3 a day, to any one of which we would have made our number, and tomorrow our relatives and friends would know that we were in the Bay of Bengal, within a fortnight probably of Calcutta. I fancy that at home they're getting uneasy about us, for we haven't spoken anything for many weeks, and we are by no means certain that those who did speak us reported us. In fact, I am of the opinion that the only vessel who has done so was the steamer we sighted on July 9th, that hoisted an answering pendant in reply to our signals. Latitude 6 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 91 degrees 13 minutes east. Sunday, October 28th. We had no wind at all today till 4 in the afternoon, when we were regaled with a fresh breeze from north, which put us a matter of only 7 points off our course. But a breeze of any sort is such a luxury to us that we grin and bear it with hearts so hardened that any amount of headwinds wouldn't make us flinch. At 6 o'clock we tacked ship and stood to the westward, the wind shortly after veering to north-northeast, so that finally we could look up to within 3 points of our course, north by west. So our 17th week on board has not commenced so well as it might, but we hope for a better ending. On our beam to the westward is Ceylon, the earthly paradise, as it has often been called, distant a little more than 500 miles. It is the country above all others in the world that I have long wished to visit. Its very name is a word to conjure with, and I always think of it in connection with cinnamon, cloves, and other eastern spices. On the ocean, or eastern, side of the island are bold, rugged mountains, and but little verdure, while on the other side the tropical vegetation attains a wild luxuriance unequaled, probably, in any other country in the world. The scenery about Kandy, 60 miles from the sea, in the heart of the mountain's interior, is said to be more beautiful than any other region yet discovered. Colombo is the capital and chief city, though Goa, at the southern extremity of the islands, formerly enjoyed the position Colombo now holds. Trincomalee, on the east coast, possesses a magnificent basin, and is perhaps unsurpassed in beauty and security by any other harbor in the world. Colombo only a few years ago could boast of no other haven of refuge than an open roadstead. But recently a huge breakwater, 1.25 miles long and wide enough for 4 carriages to drive abreast over its smooth surface of dressed stone, was built at a cost of £700,000, and at the present time the harbor is an excellent one, though small. Ceylon as a name is indelibly connected with pearls, probably the greatest pearl fisheries in the world being conducted on the northwest coast in the Gulf of Mannar. Enormous quantities of rain fell again today, and we had no sights at all, the dead reckoning putting us in latitude 7 degrees north, longitude 89 degrees 58 minutes east. October 29th. We continue to make but little progress, our northing for the 24 hours amounting to only 6 miles over a degree. We also continue to have deluges of rain, so that one must stop below with ports and companionway closed, or melt on deck in oilskins, 2 evils between which there is no choice. The rainfalls are so tremendous that I cannot compare them to any that I ever saw before. I actually believe that more rain fell in 30 minutes about noon today than fell in any 12 hours in the Atlantic. It is simply extraordinary. In the heaviest downpours, the rain falling into the sea sounds like a small cataract, and a dense spray so thick as to hide the surface of the water covers the sea to the depth of about a foot. My little scheme for preventing the entrance of water through the port over our bunk continues to do good work, though I forgot to squeeze out the towel this morning and the water entered and ran down between the mattress and the bottom of the bunk, and there being no sun to dry things out, we will be uncomfortable till we get the northeast winds and bright sunshine, for which we are so longingly hoping. Captain Kingdon, too, is anxious for some bright weather, so that he can do some varnishing. The poop presents a very scraggy and dilapidated appearance. The deck, companion house, wheel box, rail, and gratings, every varnished object has been scraped, holystoned, and sandpapered perfectly clean, and the result is far from beautiful. In fact, the poop gives to the whole vessel the appearance of a weather-beaten ship laid up in the Erie Basin, unable to get a charter. Give us 2 days of fine weather, though, and all this will change, and the whole after end of the ship will glisten and shine in all the glory of fresh varnish and newly polished brass. Later in the day, a nice little breeze came along from northwest by west, and at the present moment, 8 p.m., we are making good north 1/2 east. We ran into a long, heavy swell this afternoon, setting from northwest, in consequence of which, and the fact that the glass is in a very unsettled state, Captain Kingdon is watching for other cyclonic indications, for the swell shows that a hurricane, probably of a small size, is somewhere in the bay. And though the glass has not fallen enough to indicate that it is in the immediate vicinity, the unsettled state of the barometer is the cause of some uneasiness. Latitude at noon, 8 degrees 6 minutes north, longitude 90 degrees 30 minutes east. October 30th. Yesterday we completed our 120th day at sea, 4 months in round numbers, and present indications point to our sighting the lightship at the Sand Heads before another week has passed. We are doing very well, and made nearly 2 degrees of latitude in the 24 hours. I have altogether forgotten to mention our list to port. It is due to the squall and knockdown we had in the Gulf Stream a few days out from New York. It seems strange that a cargo of tightly packed wooden cases should shift, but when a ship has been at sea a week or so and has had any rolling to speak of, the cases work constantly together and apart, till there will be perhaps a half inch of space between each case, which means a good deal in the full width of the vessel. Then, if she takes a bad knockdown, as we did, away goes the cargo to leeward, and there is no restowing it. Our list would not be visible at a glance to anyone but a sailor, but it's none the less present, and we roll much deeper to port than to starboard. We are now approaching a group or chain of islands called the Andamans, remarkable in that but little of the inhabitants is known, though an immense amount of commerce passes by their door, so to speak. There are 3 principal islands, one almost touching the other, each about 50 miles long, North Andaman containing a mountain 3,000 feet high. The inhabitants are very remarkable, and are considered to be as low in the human race as any people on the earth. For a long time it was supposed that they were cannibals, and it is reasonable to believe that not so very long ago they were addicted to the practice of eating shipwrecked mariners, but it is positively denied that such a state of affairs now exists by the Europeans who live on the islands. The people are called Oriental Negroes, and they do bear some resemblance to the African races, though their hair is not kinky, nor are their lips so blubber-like as the Africans. They are very short, much under 5 feet in height, and even at the present time both sexes go about absolutely naked. And while the suspicion that they are still cannibals has been disproved, they even up to the present time continue to massacre shipwrecked crews whenever a vessel is unfortunate enough to go ashore in a remote locality. A strange fact connected with the Andamanders is that they are a very unhealthy race, individuals seldom reaching the 40th year, as fevers and lung diseases carry off the population in early life. During the latter part of this afternoon, we witnessed a magnificent rainbow, and what is very remarkable, we apparently sailed right under it. It was an exquisite arc of color, clearly defined and very brilliant, and it actually extended right over our mastheads, each end seeming to rest on the water a couple of 100 yards on either side of the ship. It was very impressive and one of the most beautiful natural effects I ever saw. Even the men, indifferent as they usually are to phenomena of this sort, gazed in admiration at this gorgeous rainbow, under whose arch we seemed to sail for fully 7 or 8 minutes. We have had a delightful southwest breeze all day, though the long northwest swell continues to run, and is, we are happy to say, the only indications of a cyclonic disturbance we have been able to observe since yesterday, as the glass has returned to its normal condition. The ship has been pitching considerably all day. Latitude 10 degrees 4 minutes north, longitude 90 degrees 15 minutes east. October 31st. If anyone had predicted a week ago that we would have had the splendid breeze that has followed us lately, we would have hove him overboard for a false prophet. We have had a fresh breeze for 24 hours from southeast, and in that time we made 180 miles. Most people would have called it a hot wind, but to us, just up from the equator, it was comparatively cool, considering the 4 days we spent under the line. The sea here is wonderfully phosphorescent. Last night, the white caps on the crests of the seas were beautifully spangled with tiny specks of silver, while our wake could be followed in a trail of light for fully a quarter of a mile. There is another kind of phosphoric light, too, that appears in luminous patches on the surface of the water, suddenly and in the most unlooked-for places. Apparently no motion of the water is necessary to render it visible, for I have seen it when there wasn't a ripple on the ocean. It has a most uncanny look, and is, I doubt not, the phenomenon that Coleridge mentions in his Ancient Mariner, when he says, "The water, like a witch's oils, burns blue and green and white." At noon, Great Andaman bore east, distant 65 miles, and we are now only 500 miles from the Sandheads. This is the only land that we have approached so closely since we left, except Trinidad, and the skipper thinks that the great rainfalls of yesterday and today, and the immense masses of cumulus cloud piled one on the other like bales of cotton, are due to the proximity of the Andamans and Nicobars. Speaking again of the Andamans reminds me of Port Blair, their capital, and the penal settlement of India, of which Captain Kingdon spun me a yarn today. The event that he narrated happened years ago, when upon one occasion the skipper had his brother with him as mate on a voyage from Dundee to Calcutta. The steward they had was a man with the temper of a demon, who had no more control over himself when enraged than a gorilla, and who would stop at nothing in the pursuit of vengeance. He had given a great deal of trouble during the passage, and a few weeks from Calcutta he was put in irons and kept there for 3 days. He fancied that the mate talked against him to the skipper, the mate's brother, and one day, when Captain Kingdon and his brother were leaning over the rail in earnest discussion, the steward emerged silently from the companionway, tiptoed up to the mate, and in a second had buried the steel used for sharpening carving knives up to the handle in his back, under the left shoulder blade. Then, without a word, the devil turned and walked back into the cabin, where he allowed himself to be taken without a struggle and put in confinement for the rest of the voyage. The 3rd day after the stabbing, the skipper's brother died, and on the ship's arrival in Calcutta, the man was tried, convicted, and banished for life to Port Blair. But of such a fearful temper was he possessed, that when the skipper again arrived in Calcutta, after a trading voyage to the Celebes and Moluccas, he heard that his former steward had broken out of confinement, killed 2 keepers, and had been executed before he had been 3 months in jail. A nice sort of shipmate. Latitude at noon, 12 degrees 47 minutes north, longitude 91 degrees 29 minutes east. November 1st. Counting from today, the first of the month, we have been 4 months at sea. We continued to make very good headway, having made precisely 2 degrees of latitude in the 24 hours. If Palmam Keep Merwit Ferit is to be observed, this day certainly deserves first place in point of heat. It totally eclipsed all previous ones. The worst of it was that no awning was spread owing to the varnishing of the skylight and compass stands, and, there being nothing to intervene, the sun shot his rays so fiercely down upon us that at noon the heat and especially the humidity had nearly reached the limit of endurance. There being no shade, the deck of the poop was as hot as a griddle, and acted in the capacity of a steam radiator in the cabin, so that in the coolest, airiest saloon ever built in a ship, and with everything wide open, the heat smothered one like an increased atmospheric pressure, and this, although a fresh breeze was blowing from southwest. I do not believe that it did much good though, being saturated with moisture, and whenever a gust came down the companionway, it felt more like a breath from Tophet than a breeze off the blue, sparkling ocean. No wonder that Europeans die in great numbers in the East during the rains when the southwest monsoon blows. I can picture to myself the reeking swamps, fetid atmosphere, and stagnant pools of rainwater in an Indian jungle during the wet months. We are just at present abreast of Madras, the largest city on the eastern side of the Indian peninsula and the third city of the empire in population and importance. The situation is a very exposed one, there being no natural harbor at all, though some defenses against the inroads of the sea have been constructed of masonry. They were nearly destroyed, however, in the terrific hurricane of 1881 that raged over the bay with resistless violence. Madras seems to be chosen by nature as the particular point against which the fury of nearly every hurricane in that part of the world is directed. The city has probably been visited by more destructive cyclones than any other in the East, the wind during the one of May, 1872, reaching a maximum pressure of 53 pounds to the square foot, indicating a velocity of about 115 miles an hour. This is, of course, far less than the speed of the wind during a tornado in some of our western states, but the effect of a 115-mile-an-hour wind on the ocean may be imagined. And as the roadstead was perfectly open at that time, the ravages of the sea upon town and shipping were frightful. We had heavy squalls all day. Latitude at noon, 14 degrees 47 minutes north, longitude 91 degrees 26 minutes east. November 2nd. I forgot to mention the sad death of poor Bang, the skipper's Irish setter. Poor fellow, he had been on his last legs ever since we ran into the hot weather again, and it is marvelous that he lasted as long as he did. He displayed more vitality than I thought any of the lower animals were possessed of, having been on the verge of death several times. For a fortnight, though, he had been very low and unable to stand. Yet none thought he would meet his end so suddenly, as he had weathered so well his previous bad spells. But at 10 o'clock, night before last, after I had gone below to turn in, the skipper having already doused his glim, and Mr. Ryan having the watch on deck, I suddenly heard a most dismal wailing, accompanied with a shuffling of feet on the poop. I went on deck at once and saw that poor old Bang was in one of his spasms, foaming at the mouth and stumbling aimlessly about the deck, evidently in the severest agony. My wife came up at this moment, and both of us mounted to the top of the flag locker, out of harm's way, lest the dog should go mad and bite one of us, the mate standing on the other side of the skylight with his loaded club in his hand. Bang was too far gone, though, for hostilities, and gathering himself together, he began to stagger round the poop again, and it wasn't long before he walked off onto the main deck, a fall of fully 8 feet, but which didn't seem to have any effect at all on him. Captain Kingdon appeared just then and carried the poor beast up on the poop again, where, after a few minutes wandering about, during which he would walk right into a stanchion or anything else in his way, as though blind with pain and suffering, the poor old dog walked calmly overboard at the stern chocks and vanished forever. We all miss him ever so much, even if at times he was a nuisance, and it is too bad to lose him in this way, after having nursed him to within a week of port. Pete ought to put a crape band on his arm, for the two were inseparable while on deck. The companion house rails and deck on the poop have been varnished and are now dry, so that the awning was spread again before noon today. After dinner, my wife insisted upon varnishing the gratings that lie one on each side of the standard compass. So she went to work with great gusto, only to desist in half an hour with a tremendous headache, brought on by exertion in the great heat combined with the odor of the varnish. We all told her it was a very silly thing to do, but she would go ahead, and the natural result ensued. A bad headache is not a joke with the thermometer 89 degrees in the coolest place, and without even cold water to bathe the head and face, for the coolest water is from the sea, and that is fully 85 degrees. We still continue to waft along at about 4 knots over a motionless sea, for the northwest swell has gone down and nothing but the light breeze now disturbs the quiet surface of the bay. Latitude 16 degrees 26 minutes north, longitude 91 degrees 30 minutes east. End of section 19. Section 20 of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 20. November 3rd. More or less of a calm this morning after a squally night. In the early part of the evening there was very sharp lightning in the northeast, and a large number of whiteheads showed themselves, portending hard squalls. So we stowed the skysails and the awning, but got more rain than wind, the former coming down in cataracts. At 9 o'clock this morning we sighted a large steamer bound north, and at 10 another. Kept away and spoke the second one and asked to be reported all well. She was one of the British India Company's boats bound probably from Rangoon to Calcutta, and to us presented a beautiful appearance, the hull so clean and bright in comparison to our streaked and grimy sides. No one who never saw it can imagine how disreputable, as to hull, a sailing ship is after a long voyage, that part of the vessel presenting a strange contrast to the rest of the ship, which looks as if she had just gone into commission for the first time. It is rather annoying to be so near port and yet so far, for we are not more than 250 miles from the light ships, but we are not doing more than a mile and a half an hour, a fact emphasized by the steamers passing us at 12 knots and seeming to fly along like an express train. I went on deck about an hour and a half after the first steamer passed us, and was much astonished that she was not to be seen, a thin brown smoke on the northern sea line showing where she was behind the horizon. I had been so accustomed to look at sailing ships for hours after they had passed and finding them still in sight that this sudden disappearance was quite startling. The steamer will take a pilot tomorrow morning, we at any time next week. Yet I cannot say that I'm tired of the sea. On the contrary, I am more in love with it than ever. This, at the end of a long voyage, is the best proof of how fond I am of it, for there are not many people who, at the end of a passage, do not long to get ashore, though they may go to sea again in a month. But I am just as contented and comfortable as I was when the voyage began, and have not the least desire to go ashore, even though I am fully aware of the glories of the land we are about to visit. We did not undertake this voyage for the purpose of seeing India, but simply for the sake of the sea. Had the Mandalore been bound to Valparaiso, Frisco, or Hyogo, it would have made no difference to us, and neither of us gave a single thought to the termination of the voyage when we towed through the narrows and cast off the line that ran out over the bows to the little tug ahead. However, now that the end of the passage is close at hand, we are glad that it is to India we are going and not to San Francisco. I have read much of the beauty and interest of this great empire in various magazines on board, and my desire to see the country has been considerably augmented since reading an account last evening of the Nizam of Hyderabad, an Indian prince who rules over 10 million people and who has an actual income of 30 million rupees a year, equal to $7,500,000, a revenue that but few other individuals in the world enjoy. This evening we had a very sharp squall and the heaviest rain yet. I think an inch and a half of water must have fallen in 30 minutes. Latitude at noon, 17 degrees 35 minutes north, longitude 90 degrees 51 minutes east. Sunday, November 4th. This is our 19th Sunday at sea, and bar accident, it will be our last. We sighted another steamer last night bound to the southward. She presented a splendid appearance with every port glowing with light, and to our eyes was going very fast. She was, the skipper thought, one of the Apgar boats, bound to China and calling at the chief ports en route. I think this was the finest night of the whole voyage, the sea motionless and the temperature not above 84 degrees, while the heavens glittered with splendid constellations, some of which were almost unnatural in their brilliancy. The moon rose at 9, and we remained on deck till midnight, thoroughly enjoying the lovely tropical night. By thus stopping up, we saw a phenomenon that is given to but few people to observe. From 11 to 12, several light showers fell around us, though none occurred where we were, and at 11:30 I saw what I took to be an arch of gray vapor spanning the heavens in the northeast. For some little time I couldn't imagine what it was, and at length called the skipper's attention to it, who immediately said, "Why, that's a lunar rainbow, and the first one I've seen for many a long day." Of course, no colors were visible in it to us, and it looked just like a band of vapor, though perfectly well defined. It is a cause for great satisfaction to me that I have seen a lunar rainbow, for I will probably never see one again. And while it was not so beautiful a spectacle as a solar rainbow, yet it was so unusual and odd that I will never forget its appearance. Latitude at noon, 18 degrees 46 minutes north, longitude 90 degrees 17 minutes east. November 5th. We experienced very calm weather during the last 24 hours, and the patience of skipper and crew is almost exhausted. It is rather annoying to be within 80 miles of the lightships and not move faster than a knot an hour. A little after noon, a slight ripple was seen on the surface of the oil-like sea, but it died away in 10 minutes, and for the rest of the day we were as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. All hands forward are sick of the voyage. They show it in their manner of lounging about and in their way of going aloft. If we had a decent boatswain that would give them the taste of a rope's end every now and then, just by way of variety, they'd be a different set. But our boatswain still chums in with the men and mixes with them in the forecastle, instead of keeping to himself and answering all attempts at familiarity with a gentle tap of a belaying pin. As we draw nearer port, old Kelly's fear of the natives has proportionately increased, until he repeats his vow of never setting foot ashore as long as the ship lies in the Hoogly. Carson is very ugly, and struts about the forward deck cock of the walk, even in the presence of the second mate, who I truly believe is afraid of him. A very significant change has taken place in the color of the water, which has turned to a muddy green from its old deep blue. This means, of course, that we are on soundings, for the first time in more than 4 months. How strange it seems to be in this dirty water, charged with the mud and slime of the Ganges after so many weeks of the ultramarine of the open sea. Really, I don't suppose this water we are in at the present moment is nearly so muddy and opaque as New York Bay or the Hudson River, yet it looks a great deal worse to us. Latitude 20 degrees 4 minutes north, longitude 89 degrees 20 minutes east. November 6th. At last and alas, our voyage is nearly over. At 7 o'clock this morning, the seaman stationed for the purpose on the upper foretop sail yard reported a sail, and not long afterwards it was visible from the deck, proving to be a pilot boat, and in another half hour we raised the Eastern Channel lightship, about 16 miles off. In a few minutes smoke was reported in the northwest, and in a little more than an hour one of the magnificent Hoogly towboats came alongside, and after a little palavering between her skipper and ours, she passed us 2 immense 22-inch hawsers, and, going full speed ahead, walked off with us at 9 knots, faster than we had gone for many a day. We were still far out of sight of land, but for the discolored water might have been in the bay for all we knew, the land being so low that it is visible only a few miles. Presently I caught a glimpse of a brig, which I saw at once was not a merchantman, and I could not make her out till Captain Kingdon told me she was a pilot boat. Here was the first of a regular string of surprises, a brig-rigged pilot boat. Truly a novelty. I had never even heard of one. Yet there she was. Instead of the lean, handy, fore and aft 70-ton schooners that I had been accustomed to at home, here was not a brigantine, but a full-rigged brig, heavily sparred like a man of war, with paint ports and immensely high bulwarks. These little ships, for one might call them two-masted ships, are moored very securely and permanently, ships being towed alongside of the brig instead of the latter working up to the ship. The only time they ever shift their moorings is when the cyclone parts their cables, and generally they are never seen again. Moving across the broad sweep of poop on the pilot boat, I saw a number of figures clad in white duck and blue cloth, and this, with the great quantity of highly polished brass, led me to the belief that our skipper must be mistaken, for surely this is a man of war, with her heavy tops, painted ports, bright brasswork, and uniformed officers. In a few minutes, though, a large whaleboat shot from under her stern, pulled by 8 native oarsmen, in whose stern was seated one of those handsomely dressed officers. This, in reality, was the pilot, and I was more astonished at him than I was at the pilot boat. Instead of a rough seafaring man, such as one ordinarily meets in such a calling, a gentleman stepped over the side, followed by a native whom I afterward found was his servant, with his master's bags and traps. The pilot was dressed in duck trousers, with blue serge coat with gold lace and brass buttons, and well pipe-clayed canvas shoes. The captain introduced him as Mr. Tucker, and it took us not more than a minute to find out all about vigilance races in England, for Tucker had just returned from a leave of absence and had seen some of the matches. Poor Vigilant won only 5 out of 17 races. There must have been something radically wrong. I must say it was delightful to have someone on board with whom you could exchange ideas, and for the rest of the afternoon my wife and Tucker and I were engaged in an uninterrupted flow of conversation. It doesn't take long to get anywhere after a powerful tugboat has passed you her line, and 2 hours had not gone by before we could make out the feather-like tops of the tallest palm trees, followed shortly after by the lofty white shaft of the lighthouse at Sauger, where the Hoogly empties into the sea. By and by, on approaching closely the shore, we saw everywhere little else than thick jungle, conjuring up visions of cobras and venomous insects. And just as the sun dipped, we let go the starboard anchor in a most beautiful little bight just inside the tall lighthouse. Thus, for the first time in 127 days, the anchor touched the bottom, during which we sailed almost precisely 12,600 miles. Before the anchor had touched bottom, we were the center of a ring of native boats whose occupants wished to sell fruit, and, I dare say, rum to the sailors. The natives came aboard in perfect swarms, the thinnest, hungriest, most beggarly crowd I ever gazed upon. Their legs were like jointed ramrods, and their arms pitiful to behold, while every one of them wore such a cowed expression and almost groveled before you that you were moved to throw the unhappy wretches all the coins you had. That night we frequently heard the roaring of tigers in the Sunderbunds, as the swampy region at the delta of the Ganges is called, as well as the barking of jackals. Indeed, it is said that the best tiger shooting in all India is to be found in the Sunderbunds, but the density of the jungle and the miasmatic swamps prevent the intrusion of man. Here, then, the tiger dwells supreme, safe from the rifle of that most indefatigable of created beings, the British sportsman. And here tonight I heard what I never expected to hear, the roaring of the royal beast in his wild haunts. November 7th. We had to lie at our anchors till noon today to wait for the tide. The captain of the towboat came over to supper last night and invited me to breakfast with him at 9. Of course I went, and besides being regaled with a good square meal of broiled fowl, fried potatoes, good coffee, and all manner of fresh fruit, I saw in detail a specimen of the finest towboats in existence. The river Hoogly is probably the most treacherous navigable stream in the world, and to its ever-shifting sandbars is added a powerful current, varying in speed from 5 knots an hour in the dry season to 9 during the rains. The number of sailing ships that enter and clear annually is very great, Calcutta, Sydney, and San Francisco being the 3 great sailing ship ports of the world. Therefore, in order to handle the immense heavy ships in the swift current with absolute safety, or as near as man can get to it, the very best and most powerful towboats are necessary, and they must be able to go to sea in bad weather as well, the sandheads rendering navigation very dangerous, if not impossible, except in the channels. Long before land is sighted, ships being often picked up as much as 40 miles offshore. Hence, I was very keen on seeing one of these boats, and I was very much gratified when Captain Arden asked me to breakfast with him. The steamer was called the Rescue. She was built of steel, with big double funnels and very high amidships, after the manner of the great White Star freighters. Forward she had fully 15 feet freeboard, with about 8 feet aft, and was of about 600 gross tons. The Rescue was handsomely furnished, her dining room being at least 16 feet square, with beautifully tiled floors, and everything was in first-rate order, particularly the table linen and glassware and plate. Unfortunately, I was not enough of a machinist to have appreciated her engines, but the engine room and stokehole looked like beehives with the native stokers and oilers, there being 47 men in the crew all told, a large number of men being necessary to handle 22-inch hawsers, as may be well imagined. The captain, first and second officers, and the chief engineer are always Englishmen, the rest natives. At 1 p.m. we broke out our anchor and towed up to Diamond Harbor, a little more than halfway from Saugur to Calcutta, or about 50 miles. The passage up the river was charming. Extending away on either hand as far as the eye could see stretched thousands of acres of rice fields, as green as new turf, while numbers of strange-looking native boats added a wonderful amount of novelty and picturesqueness to the scene. At intervals of every hour or so we would meet outward-bound steamers, some large like the British India and P&O boats, others small and loaded to the plimsoll mark with chattering, naked Hindus journeying down the coast to Akyab, Rangoon, or Moulmein. While we were under way, from anchorage to anchorage, the pilot never left the deck for a moment, having his supper brought to him on the poop by his servant, thus never losing sight of the river for an instant. Landmarks are scattered along the river at frequent intervals, and range marks are visible at short distances in the worst places, indicating the exact situation of the channel. Though the riverbed shifts constantly that even these precautions cannot be relied upon, the boats are stationed at the dangerous places, with telegraphic communication with the city as well as Saugur, so that when by sounding any alteration in the channel can be perceived, the change can be instantly wired in either direction. One of the articles brought on board by the pilot's servant was a blackboard about 3 feet square and a couple of chalk pencils. We were at a loss to know what these things were for till I saw Tucker go forward on the forecastle head, write some cabalistic signs on the board, and then hold it high above his head so that those on the towboat could see the signal and understand the instructions he had written. The most experienced Hoagly pilots are exceedingly well paid, being in receipt of salaries varying from 2,000 to 2,500 rupees a month, equal to more than $6,000 per year, a large sum in a country where 25 cents will provide as much luxury as a dollar will with us. At sunset we let go the anchor at Diamond Harbor, an exquisite spot, particularly lovely now in the mellow twilight of the tropics. Unfortunately, the beautiful glow lasted but a few minutes, but presently we had the moon riding high in the heavens, showing us the windings of the river bathed in her white, soft light. We sat on the poop till midnight talking with Mr. Tucker, who gladly afforded us information about the best place to stop at in Calcutta and the various customs of the strange land we were about to visit. Just as 8 bells were struck, we went below and were lulled to sleep by the yelping of jackals and the snoring of the pilot's servant, who lay asleep on deck just under our port. November 8th. We got our anchor at 4:30 this morning, and when I went on deck at 7, we were not more than 10 miles from Budge, where we were to leave the ship, that being the place for discharging the oil, being about 12 miles from the city. The scenery along the river banks had changed somewhat, the landscape being covered with clumps of bamboo and the beautiful date palm growing in the midst of the never-ending rice fields. In the broad reaches of the river, unwieldy, old-fashioned Arab barks tacked slowly across our bows or under the stern, giving a decidedly quaint aspect to the now lively river, for scores of native boats and several small steamers were skimming about, forerunners of the traffic and bustle 10 miles farther up. We had yet to pack our trunks and valises, though, and by the time we had finished this disagreeable job, we were nearly at Budge Budge. I gave my duck suits to the boys and a thick pilot coat to the mate, transfixing him with delight thereby, Mr. Kelly coming in for a half a dozen pairs of immensely thick socks. At 11 o'clock, the heavy splash of the anchor told us that our long voyage was over, and we went about bidding a sorrowful good-bye to the old ship and her company, not forgetting Pete, who was going back the same way he came out. My wife and I were actually loath to leave the old Mandalore in which we had passed so many happy weeks. As Captain Arden had offered to take us up to the city in the rescue, though, we could not delay, and with a general goodbye from the crew and a hearty handclasp from Mr. Ryan, who seemed loath to see us depart, we stepped over the rail and onto the deck of the rescue, Captain Kingdon accompanying us. Lying at their moorings at Budge Budge, I noticed, as we passed, the big sailing ships Claverdon, Clan Buchanan, and Dunfermline, the latter not far from 3,000 tons. Thus ended, all too soon for me, this voyage of the good ship Mandalore, that carried us so safely and happily across nearly 13,000 miles of blue water. May she always have a fair wind and a smooth sea, and may good luck follow her genial skipper, whose good nature and thoughtful consideration added so much to our enjoyment of the voyage. The end. End of section 20. End of A Deep-Water Voyage by Paul Eve Stevenson.